Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kati. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head & Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kati. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kati dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible. Ready, go!
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Healing prayers for you. I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness. I am Karamet.
Welcome back, Anna.
Immortality!
The strongest ninja.
The universe is but a lie.
Your fate is in my hands.
New adventure, new legend.
Everyone can be a legend. I must win.
Slain an enemy kill.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, acro.
Inevitable.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kay.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
I see lots of spray.
I'm afraid it is over. Turn yourself in!
Alpha, stall them!
Darn it! I was so close!
Let's not waste time here. We need to disconnect the citizens from their avatars.
It's time to give you an upgrade.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life, simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing
na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy. We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory! 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 Victory for nature! Together! 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 Possible!
It's Family Day Sunday at siguradong magiging masaya ang buong pamilya sa araw na to dahil sa umaatikang bakbakan ng Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. MPL Philippines would also like to thank the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits. Rise above and be free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus free 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented to you by Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A9 IV with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD, plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh, and 30 watts VOC flash charge 4.0. Victories! And ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the all-new Oppo A9 IV. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #ItchAGG moment thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, max mabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented to you by Master. Kahit buong araw ka naglalaro, iwasan magmukhang na GG. Dapat fresh pa din. Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with the all-new Master all-in-one clay face wash. It cleanses 99.9% of germs and it controls oil for up to 12 hours. Grabe, overtime talaga. And helps prevent pimples all-in-one. Bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga guwapo. And also would like to thank our other sponsors, Paymaya, Secret Lab, GNT Express, Avianas, Jansport, TikTok, and the World Wildlife Fund. Eto na mga ka-ML, MLBB Adventure Mobile Legends Adventure is a casual and idle game that features the same world-building elements as Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Jump into exciting encounters and clashes featuring well-loved heroes from MLBB and earn huge rewards, even when you're not playing. The newest heroes of MLA, Selena, is coming in a major mode update. I-unlock ang kanyang exclusive gameplay upang makuha sa Selena ng libre at alamin ang kanyang kwento. Mas marami kayong bagong mode kabilang ang Collectible, System, Labyrinth at iba pa na mga naghihintay sa inyo sa kakaibang Land of Dawn. Kung dati kang adventure sa mundo ng MLA, it's time to continue your journey. Get exclusive rewards and access to special events. At huwag atubiliing piliin ang inyong ninanais na mga heroes mula sa mga ultimate chests and get instant discount on items. Naghanda kami ng isang espesyal na regalo para sa adventure ng MLA na napanood ang live stream, kaya gamitin etong CD key na to. Ready na ba kayo? Memorize nyo to. MLA 999 to get rewards in MLA and download the game and log in now. Excited kayo dito sa bagong skin ni Cho 515 Sun Skin? And this skin will officially be launched in-game on April 27. Learn more about the background about this skin and get the same skateboard Cho. Log into MLBB now and get more information about it. And also, Papaya Manny Pacquiao skin is officially available online now. Log into MLBB and check it out. The first week, we have a limited time offer of 30% off discount. Bongga, di ba? MPL is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. At ito talagang kailangan nating ipaalala sa lahat. As we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing face masks, face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing. Most importantly, staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Ako po si Mara Aquino at sobrang excited ako sa araw na to. Ika-4 na araw sa ating Week 3 at kasama ko ngayon sa panel, Leo and TDZ. Alam niyo, nakakatuwa kasi backstage, inside scoop lang, kahit 4th day in a row, dire-diretso, ang taas lakas ng energy ng ating mga shoutcasters. Sumasayaw kayo sa loob, di ba?
I gotta be honest, it actually is tiring working the MPL 4 straight days in a row. Pero tama ka, Mara, in the back room we have been dancing, jumajaming kami, and sumasayaw. Nagkakalabasan ng edad.
Pag kumakanta pa nga, yung mga oldies na song talaga nagkakaalaman talaga. Pero secret lang natin yun.
Hindi halatang kaka-18 lang natin.
Hindi.
Sobrang ganda talaga ng mood ng lahat. At hindi lang yun, maganda rin ang labanan na nangyari kahapon. So kung hindi kayo nakatutok sa ating games, don't you worry, we got you. Babalikan natin ang highlights dyan. Ito ang first match natin dito. Yan ang Blacklist International kontra NXP. Clean sweep! 2-0 na counter ng Blacklist International. Yung mga heroes ng NXP, ang ganda talaga ng draft control nila, no?
Indeed, kasi kita mo naman sa pagdadraft lang ng Blacklist International, nakikita natin yung three main key heroes dito. Si Omega with the Matilda, Ethan with the Rafaela, and also Alice with Ohel. Sustain ka agad. As early as possible, nakikita natin. Siguro wala pang 10-minute mark sa highlight na to, nag-group up ka agad sila. At nakikita nila na yun ang weakness ng NXP. Hindi nila kaya makipagsabay sa team.
Yep, and that was game 1, no? Game 1 was a learning game for NXP, and I think that's all good, that's well, dahil Blacklist, again, we're all working to decode them, right? Even as the broadcasters, parang hindi natin maintindihan, bakit sobrang lakas ng Blacklist ngayon, di ba? But come game 2, which comes very closely after this, again, this is the final team fight here, Blacklist did so well to show NXP na next level dapat ang draft natin, next level ang draft, and TDZ, that's where the next game comes in, the next highlight gonna be showing here, na 2-0 ng Blacklist. Dito mas maganda yung draft ng NXP, if I'm not mistaken. Do you agree with me?
I agree. Nakita natin yung combo dito ng Alecto Final Blow, plus yung ultimate, yung Omega Venus, real world manipulation. Ang ganda ng positioning nila, Blacklist, lagi silang pumapwesto kung nasaan meron choke point at mahihirapan dito yung NXP na makalapit. So lahat ng skill usage nila, lahat ng draft nila, everything is perfect.
Yep, if anything, if I may say, no, yung Blacklist, bawat labas ng skill nila, bawat tira, parang 2 o 3 ang kailangan gawin ng NXP para mabawian. Despite having a great draft. You mentioned my Venus, isa lang ang death yata ni V this whole game. This whole game, sobrang bayad na bayad yung real world manipulation niya. And I think one of the key points here that NXP may have fallen to is medyo ginigil nila towards the late game.
Maganda rin ang pinakita ng ating mga manlalaro doon. Siyempre, meron dapat tayong i-highlight na talagang naging MVP of the game. Ang unang-una dyan para sa ating Game 1, nandyan si Edward mula sa Blacklist International. Let's go back to the things that he did and what is it that made him MVP for that game?
Tingin ko the isolation play ni Edward dito. Nakita natin yung the way he approaches the fight. Talagang pasok na pasok. Ina-isolate niya kaagad yung mga miyembro para malesen yung attack damage or at least yung damage output ng NXP against Blacklist. The way he controls the game all throughout, talagang pasok na pasok. Given the fact na, I think it was actually Alice for that one, and also, it was Ohel who played the Alice. Pero Edward siya yung game 2 na nag-Benedetta. Kasi sandwich play talaga kaagad eh. Ina-isolation kaagad sa likod backline, so hindi agad nakapasok.
Yeah, ang lupit. Honestly, the side laners of Blacklist International.
Nabanggit niyo nga itong si Oheb. Saktong-sakto kasi siya yung naging MVP ng ating Game 2. Why did he deserve to have that award?
Oheb, game number 2, was, again, playing a hero that a lot of people still don't know how to deal with. Kahit sabi mo tapatan mo siya ng back siya, ng 1-1, kung magaling ka tulad ni Oheb, mailulusot mo eh. You're gonna make an impact regardless. And that's what makes this young man, aka si Kiel, no? Kaka-follow niya lang sa Twitter, si Kiel. He's an amazing Alice, and honestly, it was more than impactful. He deserves even Game 3 MVP kung umabot doon.
Para naman sa ating pangalawang serye, nagtapat ang Cignal Ultra kontra Brent Esports. Gumaganda na ang laro ng Cignal, finally winning a game. Unfortunately para sa kanila, ang lakas talaga ng ating defending champs. Brent Esports, they took it with a 2-1 win. Balikan natin itong highlights nila.
Naisusulat, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday at the solo analyst stand. First time ko doon, ladies and gentlemen. So again, if you enjoyed it, let me know. If you didn't, let me know how I can improve. Naisusulat, TDZ, naisusulat, 100% win rate, Alpha Jungle.
Alpha Jungle. Ako tol, minsan kasi nagkaroon ako ng mga predictions sa kung ano yung mga heroes na possibly nalalabas dito. Nakita ko na talagang Alpha is really doable, pero na-surprise ako na ginamit nila as a jungle. I was expecting to be placed as a side lane.
Yeah, sustain side lane.
Yeah, sustain side lane. Pero ibang klase, nakita natin yung when it comes to pick-offs, again, objectives, just like so, pasok na pasok agad. And also the timing of Cartesi on his good to shoot.
Yep, pero sa game 2, dito nagkabaliktad eh. Again, feeling ko inasim ng konti ng ating world champs. Again, they're so confident and I don't blame them. Again, we know Cartesi to have a little bit of that swag. They picked a Selena into a Popolin Koopa. And this showed us na pag binigay mo ang comfort picks at counter picks sa Cignal Ultra, mayroon silang ibabawi. And again, ito yung tinatawag nating Janos Tusok. Di ba? Kung may Carl Tusok, may Janos Tusok. Very, very respectable. And of course, actually, si Aqua Boy nga pala. How can we forget Aqua Boy?
Ibang klase tol. Yung sabi nga ni kanina eh, ni Rob, it was yesterday. Narinig ko habang nagkakasya. Yung payong, hindi epekto sa lakas
Sa Parsa.
ng feathered air. Ng Parsa.
Hanggang ulan lang, man.
Hanggang ulan lang.
Lakas kasi.
Kanya kasi iba eh.
And then game number 3, this really could have gone either way. Honestly speaking, the fact that Cignal Ultra put our world champions and our defending Season 6 champions up against the ropes made me really think like, hold up. Iba talaga ang Season 7. But, tol, ang nanaig dito, sabihin ko lang yung nice one baby meta.
Oo. Ibang klase talaga ang assist. Kaya nakikita natin yan eh. Well, pinapoint ko rin yan nung nagkakasta ko. Iba talaga ang sustain meta ngayon, especially if you have the Rafaela or any other supports actually. Angela, Rafaela, Este, sino yung nakikita natin. Parang bumalik tayo ng mga season 5 eh. Nung Omega Venus special pala eh.
Actually, no. Even Chang'e is super high stocks right now. Sobrang stocks ni Chang'e ngayon dito. And a quick reminder, I think we'll talk about it just later, back-to-back MVP dito, si The GOAT, si CJ Rebo.
Wow.
Ang galing talaga. So, nung second serye natin, nanalo yung Brand, and then nanalo yung Cignal, nanalo ulit ang Brand. Meron tayong 3 MVPs na talagang tututukan natin. At ano nga ba ang tamang ginawa ng Brand? Kasi sa second game nila, natalo sila ng Cignal. How did they get the groove and the rhythm back papunta ng ating game 3?
They just drafted much cleaner in game number 3. I think game number 2, yes, you got your comfort pick, but you still drafted a Selena into a Popolin Koopa, which again should be respected. It's very dangerous to do that. So yeah, game 2 was the recovery game. They really needed to get snapped back into reality. Pero yeah, game 1 and 3 goes to our world champions. And again, there's only one MVP for both.
Kailangan talagang i-highlight itong si Rebo mula sa Brand Esports. Sobrang gandang ipinakita niya game 1 and game 3. Pero first, let's talk about nung sa kanyang game 1. Ano talaga yung napaka-impressive sa kanya ng ating game 1?
Sa akin yung positioning niya, playing as a Chang'e, lagi niya sinasaving kanyang meteor shower. Whenever they push, doon niya ginagamit yung kanyang ultimate to clean up the wave and also zone out. Kasi sobrang ganda ng pagkaka-itemize dito ni Rebo. Talagang hindi mo risk na i-absorb lahat ng meteor shower. And with that opening, nakakapag-push ka agad yung mga kampi niya. So I think we saw that on our replay earlier na talagang gumigilid ka agad, umaalis yung Cignal Ultra para lang maiwasan yung meteor shower.
Kasi kung hindi ka umalis, naulanan ka na.
Naulanan ka na.
Well, ibang ulan yun. Hindi yun yung ulan na tinatry tanggalin ng Kagura. But nevertheless, yung ulan, yung meteor shower, it puts Cignal Ultra's heroes down so low na lilinisin na ni Carl TZ. Blade of Despair on that Alpha. But looking at game number 2, I think we have a different MVP.
Game number 2, si Rhea ang naging MVP mula sa Cignal Ultra with a KDA of 2, 3, and 10.
Well, kill participation para kay Rhea, 71%, but the way he uses his Uranus, alam naman natin, sa mga casters, isa rin yun sa mga favorite heroes natin. Ikaw din man nakikita ko yung laro mo dito. It's also kay Wolf. Iba kasi yung pag-zone out niya dito eh. Again, using the Iconic Age, the Radiance on its full effect, the way na magkakaroon ka palagi ng 20 stacks to get his passive, complete zone, complete domination para kay Rhea dito. At yun yung naging factor kung bakit na nakahabol.
And that's only when he's part of team fights. Imagine mo, yung impact ni Rhea, kahit wala siya sa mapa, parati siyang iniisip, parati siyang pinapadala ng isa o dalawa ng Brand Esports. Kaya rin siguro nahirapan ng ating champions at nakabawi ang Cignal game number 2.
Para sa game 3, Rebo was so amazing, he had to be MVP twice.
Wow. Ito talaga positioning, pero the way he uses his meteor shower and also yung kanyang yung itemization niya. I think if I'm not mistaken, kumuha din siya ng Wind of Nature. Yung Windtalker, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Windtalker rather for that, para at least makakuha siya ng additional attack to the movement speed. Better for him to use to get that movement speed to get better angle. Pati yung attack din ng kanyang normal attacks pag meron siyang shield. At kasi kay Changi kasi meron siyang glowing 1, item 1, na-affect pa yun yung natin. So
Yeah, for game 3, he was actually more offensive on the map. Kaya 4-0-3, hindi lang siya parang MVP because of the objective play, but also just the amount of damage and the kills he got out of that game on Cignal Ultra. If I'm not mistaken, ito yung parang sobrang single-digit kills lang yata eh. That's what I read from this game here.
Grabe din, itong pangatlong serye ng labanan kahapon. Lahat nagsitayuan! Everybody was at the edge of their seats! Kung hindi nyo napanood yan, eto na ang highlights para dyan. Omega Esports kontra Laos Playbook Esports. Grabe yung naganap dito.
Omega, para sa akin, isa sa pinakamalupit na nakita akong counter pick sa buong series. Sa buong league, actually, this season 7. The reason why I said that is si BMO. Yung pag-block niya dito sa part na to, and also the zoning out, yung para makancel lahat ng mga traps. Again, you're using the ancestral gift to its full potential yung passive niya. Dinadaanan niya lahat ng brush para ma-remove yung bubble surprise, bubble. Pati yung mga traps dito ni Selena, ni Curtizzi. And with that, flicker plus the wild charge combo, shattered OMG from that fight.
Shattered!
Sobrang basag, man. But again, Omega did well to recover. This is just game number 1. Ito yung pinapaikot-ikot ng LPE. Yung Omega kasi nga, meron ng Louie, si Arvs, mayroong BMO, merong Grok si BMO. And yeah, that was game 1. But game number 2, dito naghigante. Dito bumalik ang Omega. And this is another burst potential. Again, napakalupit na Eve. I really think that ultimate buff on Eve, I think you'll agree with me, as a mage user, tol, sobrang importante ng shield na nakuha ni Eve.
Sobrang laki talaga niyan. And nakita mo natin, even before the buff from Eve talaga ito, sobrang kunat na niya. But with this kind of adjustment from Eve, mas makunat siya with the shield. Pero yeah, one of the things that I mentioned here is, yung nakita ko dito, yung parang boxing ring na nga yung ginawa dito ni Eve. Diba? Parang nandun si Pakito sa loob. So,
lang.
Akong bahala sa ring. Walang makakaalis. Bigyan kita ng pagkakataon na makakuha ng kills.
Oh, what a wombo combo. Love it. So that is game number 2, no? Omega evening out the score. So ito na naman, isa pang slobber knocker, isa pang laban that went the distance. And obviously this is the last breath for LPE. You know, binubugbog na ni Kenji, sinasapak-sapak niya. 1-2, 1-2. Now brings us game number 3, tol. No one could have expected the conclusion to this game.
Wow. BMO playing, well, his main role is flexibility from tank, now going into an assassin role. Talagang ang bilis ng kanyang ng transition. And also yung knowledge, parang awareness sa game na okay, pag-team fight tayo sa bottom lane and then we will go to a split push. Ibang klaseng mindset yung parang.
Yep, sobrang taas ng game IQ ng parehong teams dito, honestly. LPE and Omega. Obviously, Omega, a little more firepower on the board. Double marksman, tas si Kenji. Gamit niya pa rin si Pakito, aka Manny Pacquiao. But looking at what LPE was doing, parang alam nila parang may plano sila na when it comes down the wire, kung kailangan nating mag-cut, kailangan nating manggulat. Tulad nito, yung ginagawa ni Bibo. Kaya-kaya.
Grabe to. Lahat ng sisigawan dito sa part na to. Talagang grabe. Ang galing ng ginawa niya dito. And who would have expected this was gonna happen yesterday?
No one. Again, if you could repeat this, if you can make this the way you finish games all the time, atain ka sa puso, promise.
Actually, yan nga ang naging top 1, top 5 plays natin kahapon. So nanalo yung LPE nung ating first game, nanalo Omega second game, and LPE again on the third game. Para sa first game natin, may MVP tayo dyan, no other than Aspect.
Aspect para sa kanya, again, yung range, the way he itemizes his hero, he went straight to BOD into brute force breastplate. Alam niya na walang makakapasok sa box ng LPE dito and he abused it. Pati meron ding opportunity na nakakuha siya ng kill every single time na gumagamit siya ng Death Sonata. 3 points to, lahat ng 3 bala, pasok na pasok. And it's really difficult because you're battling against a really mobile composition of Omega. And with that awareness, talagang makikita mo agad yung mastery dito ni Aspect using the grid.
Yep, Aspect from down south, pasok na pasok, nothing but net.
Nothing but net.
No deaths. 505.
Wow.
Sa Omega naman, ang nagibabaw doon, MVP of the game, no other than Curtizzi.
Curtizzi on the eve here, 2, 1, and 10. Binigyan ng isa para lang hindi magreklamo. Di ba? Isa lang! Isa lang! Pero,
isang jet lang kay
isa lang,
Curtizzi.
Pero man, as a mage player, as a support player, you know how important it is to get the 10. Yung 10 yung importante dito, hindi yung 1. Ay, hindi yung 2.
Ano again, more on assist ka, especially if you're playing support, tank, and mages. Your main job is to provide damage to control the main team fight. At yun yung ginawa dito ni Curtizzi. Perfect. Nakita natin dito yung placement ng kanyang real world manipulation. On point.
para sa Game 3 naman, nanalo ang LPE at Bimo, siya ang nagpapanalo doon. Grabe! Yung ginawa niyang sneaky moves and because of that, he's MVP of the game.
These numbers, the stat line, it will not explain what happened. As in, 36% kill participation, 164, doesn't do justice to the clip that we just saw.
Meron pa akong isang napansin dito kay Bimo. Binenta niya yung kanyang brute force breastplate.
At the last minute.
At the last minute, nung pumupush siya, bumuo siya ng Malefic Roar. Malefic Roar, ladies and gentlemen, nagbibigay siya ng additional 20% turret damage. So kaya nakapag-push siya kaagad. At meron pa naiwang isang Legion Sword dun eh. So iniisip ko dapat mag-BBOD siya, mag-Blade of Despair siya, but he transitioned straight into Malefic Roar.
Fast clicks yun.
Fast clicks.
Mabilis na add to cart.
Mabilis talaga. Add to cart, top, check out kaagad.
Ang galing talaga. He's very flexible, focused, and meron siyang presence of mind and he's able to adjust to any situation. Nag-adjust din actually ang standings natin ngayon. Dahil sa mga laban kahapon, Work Auster Force ngayon, number 1 sa Group A with 9 points, followed by Aura, yung Bren umakyat ngayon sa number 3, Onyx at number 4, and Cignal at number 5. Sa Group B naman, hindi pa rin nalalagpasan ng Blacklist International with 11 points. Execration at the number 2 spot, Omega, NXP, and LPE. Grabe, no? Kada araw, nag-iiba talaga ang standings natin. Yung mga nasa taas ngayon dati, katulad ng Onyx, ngayon bumababa na. So napaka-importante kada laban at yung mga kung natutuwan ba, natutu-0.
Yeah, yesterday really didn't do well for the math. I mean, dahil dun sa mga 3-game series, 2 and 1 point lang nakukuha. If they got 3 points, then yeah, obviously teams would just skyrocket. Pero dahil nga, you know, teams are fighting for their points, sobrang tight pa rin. Even Group A and B, honestly, because Group A, people were saying prior to the season starting, sinasabi nila na, sobrang lakas ng Group A. Parang dyan sikipan, dyan nagkasakalan ng points. But in Group B, parang dun yung Wild West, dun yung parang, I can't say who's winning for sure. Well, except Blacklist.
Except Blacklist. Especially Blacklist, adding to that 100% match win rate dong.
Sobrang galing nila
11 points, I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 11 points ang nakuha nila ngayon at yung susunod na sa 8 points or 6 points lang din. Pero nakikita natin dito na unti-unti nang umaangat yung mga teams natin nasa Group A. So, again, you need to watch out for that.
Kaya importante na mapanood talaga ang labanan ngayon. Ito ang ating schedule for today na dapat talaga niyong abangan. Starting at 2 p.m., Work Auster Force kontra Blacklist International, Cignal NXP susunod dyan our last game, our last series of the day, Aura versus Omega. Sobrang interesting ng Work Auster Force and Blacklist kasi they're on a hot streak. Ano ba dapat abangan para sa Cignal and NXP?
Well, para sa akin sa Cignal, again, tingin ko nakukuha nila yung momentum nila, but I'm going to focus on Work first. Ilang beses natin nakikita ang Work na ibang klase ang performance nila, but we will see it later on. Sinabi ko yung mga surprise pang dyan.
At para sa ating third series, ano ba dapat ang abangan doon?
Omega versus Aura. There have been many bits of journalism and literature wherein I say I'm a big fan of both. I love both teams, honestly, bottom of my heart. Pero it looks like Omega might have to recover from yesterday's loss. As in, sobrang heartbreaking nun, tol. Ma-basic yung base mo nang wala kang kamalay-malay. So, again, I'm pretty sure they can do that. Again, Coach Why Not, aka Otit, has a lot in the bank. Again, yesterday we saw how he was coaching with multiple screens and several maps with magnets. So, pretty sure kaya niyang tapatan si Arcadia at si Dale.
Speaking of screens, may mga makikita kayo sa inyong screens. Meron tayong QR code that's gonna be shown right over here para sa ating mythical raffle draw. Mamaya i-announce natin ang 10 winners para dyan. Ang kailangan nyong gawin is scan this code right over here at sagutin ang ating mga katanungan. Sobrang dali lang na ating quizzes para naman manalo kayo ng mga papremyo para you can have diamonds and skins. Hindi lang yan. Live watching rewards. Once again, meron tayong makukuhang QR code right here. Scan it, take a screenshot para manalo kayo ng mga papremyo kasi every game day, the first 30,000 na makaka-fill up ng form, mananalo ng treasure chest. Pag nabuksan nyo yan, mawawaw kayo sa ating mga gifts. Whew! Ang first game talaga natin, sobrang intense, sobrang exciting. Work Auster Force kontra Blacklist International. Both teams on a win streak. They are hot and gusto nilang patumbahin yung kanilang kalaban. Sino nga ba ang mananalo sa kanilang dalawa? Hihimayin natin yan sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 7. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate, dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 7, presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great. With Smart, free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for free for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. Etong unang laban natin ngayong araw na ito, Work Auster Force kontra Blacklist International. Leo, TDZ, grabe kasi etong dalawang kuponan nasa top, the leaders ng ating Group A and B, mabagsik etong dalawang kuponan and they're on a hot win streak. What is this game gonna come down to?
Tingin ko talaga it will be magkakasakitan ng magkakasubukan. Kumbaga sa baraha, magkakalabasan na ng alas. Because siyempre as a team, kailangan nila alagaan yung mga win streak nila. And it will be a big change in the feeling of the players as well. Kung sakaling, win streak tayo dito. So it will be a big challenge again for both teams, Work and Blacklist ito na.
Alam ko, you put it as a card game, you know? Kasi nga, sabihin nating labasan ng alas ng malalakas, na pares, tres. But for me, looking at it from the angle, the perspective of Blacklist, I want to see how they play those lower card hands. Diba? Kung kaya nilang makalabas, kung sabihin natin si Edward o si Oheb, hindi na ako na magandang hero, I think there's more time in our pre-game segment here to discuss that.
Ayon sa ating inside scoop, pagising nila ngayong umaga, they are very confident. Walang kaba at all. They're the leaders of the Group A. Eto na ang Work Auster Force. Natalo man ang ating Work Auster Force sa kanilang unang laban, sa kanilang opening match, hindi na sila pumayag matalo muli. 3 consecutive wins. At alam mo, TTC, mula sa ating inside scoop, sabi nga nila, ang focus nila ngayon is the draft. They're ready for what they know, but their only concern is yung mga surprises na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila ng Blacklist International.
I completely agree. The draft is really solid for Work Auster Force, and also another inside scoop na talagang hindi sila nagpa-practice dito. Sineseryoso nila every single game. They're sticking to what they're really good at. At yung isa pa, the drafting is once they are able to draft or to have their comfort picks. Ang laking bagay niyan, especially kay Chu. At ilang beses na nakikita yung performance nila, one of the most aggressive teams dito sa MPL.
Handang-handa na ang ating mga manlalaro at ilalatag natin ngayon ang ating team lineup for today mula sa Work Auster Force. Nandan si Unravel, Chu, RTZ, 3 Martizi, and Kosei.
These young guys are, again, I say young in 2 different ways. One, this being their debut in MPL, and 2 is their age. Shu just turned 18 this week.
Yes,
I
happy
think that was
birthday.
posted on the MPL page. And the fact that they're performing so well, again, number 1 in Group A, shows that they're more than just what they showed in the qualifiers. You were there, TDZ, kami, nanonood lang kami nun eh. We were in quarantine at a hotel, but as soon as I tuned in during the last few legs nung qualifier tournament na, yung laglaga na talaga, sabi ko, may something dito eh.
Ibang performance ng work doon. Nakita mo, undefeated sila nung qualifiers. Around, I think that was 1,034 if I'm not mistaken about the numbers, but you competed all throughout. At isa pa sa mga nakikita natin ng work, ng performance nila, yung undefeated, no deaths ni Chu sa kanyang Claude. So, nakikita ang taga-comfort picks, kung saan nakuha taga nila ang laking application, ang laking impact na pwedeng ibigay sa work.
They're gonna be up for a big challenge today dahil makakalaban nila ngayon ng isang koponan with a perfect record. They are focused, they are disciplined. Here is Blacklist International. Blacklist International now with the highest points sa buong tournament natin ngayon with 11 points. And there's a reason for that. Na-sweep nila lahat ng kanilang serye except for one. So automatically, 3 points ang nakuha nila for that. Now, how can they make sure that they have a strong start and a strong finish for today? Leo?
I think it's gonna come down to surprises. Once more, we know Bon Chan as one of the most innovative minds in the MPL, nay, the whole world when it comes to drafting and to coaching an MLBB professional team. And the fact is there is a common tie between these two teams right now, and that is Aura Philippines. Ang nag-iisang 3-game series ng Blacklist, or I'm not sure if the stats are correct, basta yung nahirapan talaga sila clearly is Aura Philippines, di ba? Yeah. And then Work, natalo week 1 sa Aura Philippines. So I'm guessing both teams are gonna be using that as a pivotal point. And I think if both teams find the gold in, let's say, the coal na series na yon laban sa Aura, then yun ang mananaig.
This is a team with such a great bond, great chemistry. Sisilipin natin ang kanilang lineup for today. Sasabak ngayon si Eson, Edward, Oheb, Oh My Venus, and Wise.
V-Wise combo, alam naman natin yan with the recent acquisition of Blacklist International, pinapakita nila na sila yung tumimpla. Sila yung may hawak ngayon ng tournament. And nakita natin yung connection nila, looking at the stats. Sobrang taas. Isa sa Wise sa mga pinamataas na kill participation and also gold per minute. It means na talagang laging nandun si Omega Venus para supportahan si Wise all throughout, and also the rotations of Blacklist International. This whole 5-man competition is really on point. Ibang-iba yung performance nila from the previous season. So tingin ko ito yung nagiging strength ng Blacklist International against the other teams.
This is going to be such an exciting matchup because both teams, they haven't lost yet. But who will be head and shoulders? Brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. Sobrang inaabangan talaga ito ng lahat dahil both teams undefeated itong Blacklist International. Work, isang beses pa lang natalo. Battle at the top. They want to stay at the top. Pero kapag nanalo ang Work Auster Force sa laban na ito, papantayan nila yung puntos ng pwede nilang maaari pantayan ang puntos ng Blacklist International. So this is going to be such an interesting match.
This is so weird because in the preseason, no one would ever say that this is the match that you're going to be looking forward to.
Tama.
Like, all, promise, of the 10 teams, Group A, Group B, sino nagsabi? Promise, sino sa casters ang nagsabi? Inaabangan ko, man, Work versus Blacklist. Ang dami ibang rivalries eh. Pero ngayon na silang dalawa yung nasa taas ng Group A at B, parang nga, no? Actually, parang maganda yung laban na yun.
Indeed. Pati makikita natin dito yung mga surprise, yung mga unexpected teams na hindi natin na talagang nape-predict na talagang mag-shine. Well, I'm not saying na ganun, pero what I'm trying to say is nakikita natin yung mga flexibility and preparation ng mga teams natin.
Now we're going to be comparing the stats of both teams side by side each other. Nandito na ang kanilang mga numero. What is standing out to you the most between these two top teams right now?
Napapansin ko dito sa team comparison, mas mabilis mag-end ng game ang Work Auster Force compared to Blacklist International, but look at the KDA. 5.7 against 3.3 from Work Auster Force. It means that for Blacklist International, lahat ng rotation sila mas mataas yung successful kill ratio. And with that, mas nagiging tingin ko nakikita dito yung team communication. The reason why I said that is yung prioritization ng mga heroes na dapat nilang patayin, and also with the execution of their kills. When it comes to objectives, nakikita natin na highly contested itong dalawang team na to is always looking for the turtle. Pag nakita nila na mag-respond na within the next 15 seconds, gawin natin lahat ng pwede natin gawin all around the map and then get the position as early as possible.
Which explains a lot of that hero pool. Again, 27 to 21, you would have expected Blacklist to have the larger hero pool, right? And if anything, Work yung parang, basic 1-3-1 lineup lang yan, yun yung draft nila. But I think, Tol, napag-usapan natin dito, yung turtle rate, may mga lineup kasi na talagang bibigyan mo talaga yung turtle eh. And I think both teams know exactly how that works.
Curious ako kung sino nga ba ang masyashock at magkakamot ng ulo who will be head and shoulders above the competition. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #It'sYourGG moment. Thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, max mabango pa. Ito ang ating mga manlalaro. Maganda talaga ang chemistry nito. RTZ, Kose, 3 Martizi.
RTZ, Kose, 3 Martizi, but I want to give my highlights to RTZ here. Iba yung pinakita niya using the Kagura. As a Kagura user, Nakikita ko yung ano ko sa kanya.
RTZ, XTDZ.
Diba? RTZ, XTDZ, malapit. Eddie move. Pero nakikita ko dito, the usage of his flame shot one time na it was Dilar who was pushing the bottom lane, and the usage of that flame shot pushed back the Cho and gave them an opening para makakuha. The presence of mind, the usage of his combination from his Kagura is really on point. And also, isa sa mga most pick heroes niya, Lunox and Kadita, the crowd control. Nakikita niya palagi yung mga opening.
Ito naman ang key team players mula sa Blacklist International, Esson, Oheb, Edward.
I love it. This is Uncle Esson, Oheb, and Edward. It's their mid anchor, their tank, and their side laners. There's an interaction between these three players na kung ginagawa nila yung trabaho nila or they're comfortable in what they're doing, mas lalong mararamdaman yung V-Wise tandem, mas lalong mararamdaman yung galaw ni Wise, and Venus is gonna have an easy time shot calling. And it works the other way around. If V-Wise are dominating in mid, then Oheb and Edward are going to have a free go, and that's what makes Oheb's Alice so dangerous.
Let's pull up one player from each team, and these featured players will do all they can para hindi ma-GG. Bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga guwapo. 3 Martizi versus Edward.
Well, for player comparison, may kita ko dito yung KDA. Mataas yung KDA ni Edward compared to 3 Martizi, but the control of the lanes, the gold per minute is also high. MVP count, Cho para kay 3 Martizi because 3 Martizi loves to make those plays. Nakikita natin palagi na lagi siya nagko-contest, the way he cut off the wave, the way he split pushes, iba yung impact na pinapakita dito ni 3 Martizi under the banner of work. Pero sa man kay Edward, the Benedetta, the way he slices up the position of the enemy team, yun yung nagiging perks, yun yung nagiging advantage niya about this.
Yep, I hope to see more of Edward because to be honest, between those two, in this head-to-head comparison, 3 Martizi is more of the TikTok player. Parang pag may nakita ang TikTok highlight, chances are si 3 Martizi yan. But what I love about Edward is the fact that he's so reliable. Pag may kailangan kang gawin sa mapa, Edward is there.
Na-mention mo nga ang ating mapa. Papakita natin ngayon ang ating laning formation. Meron tayong prediction dito.
Ang ganda ng matchup. Again, Kosei, isa sa mga nakikita natin na mga players na nagsashine all throughout. And is up against Oheb. Pero yung gusto ko mas highlight dito is si Omega Venus and also RTZ. I want to see how both of these teams will battle out into the mid lane and how they can control the flow of the team fight.
Before we go into the actual Land of Dawn, I'm excited to see if either of these two heads, Wise and Chu, are gonna be actually switching. Kung may invasion bang magaganap. Yan ang inaabangan ko.
Inaabangan ng lahat itong laban na to. Parehas na kupunan nasa top ng ating standings. Sinong win streak kaya ang mapuputol dito? Blacklist International kontra Work Auster Force. Shoutcasters, pasok!
Yes, that is the main question that we want to answer. Whose streak will be broken and will Work Auster Force finally break the code, ladies and gentlemen? Opening day of Day 4, Week 3 of the MPL Season 7. And this is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Rockhart. Rock, do we expect anything new from Blacklist, and are we expecting Work Auster Force to break the code?
I've been actually saying this since like yesterday. Give me that Estes. I want to see that Estes on my Venus. You've been playing it since Season 3, Season 4. Come on. It's pretty strong now.
Yeah.
I want to see that for Blacklist, and if they do that, that would be great.
And before everything else, as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. So while you are in the comforts of your own living rooms, the teams are also in the comforts of their own boot camps waiting for the fight. What will be expected? We'll be expecting the SS coming out, especially since the resurgence of the supports are finally coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of teams are starting to really play up on those support heroes, and it's becoming a focus as well on a lot of the bans. We've been seeing Mafilda, a mainstay on a lot of the picks and the bans all throughout the week. And I think that's going to be a trend coming in this one. Jawhead as well will definitely be a priority to be removed from the play here, since both teams actually play that hero quite well.
Yeah, and also the fact that Eson is also a threat. One great tank player here for the league, for that matter. Up against a potential, not a tank, but we're up against 3 Martisi that's able to make a lot of plays for Work Auster Force. Will we be expecting any show bans coming from Blacklist? Are they afraid of the 3 Martisi show, or what are we expecting here?
I think not so much. I think 3 Martisi, despite having a phenomenal, obviously, first half of the season so far, it's not going to be the priority for Blacklist. Blacklist has their eyes primarily for sure onto the main carries, the main lanes around the mid. This mid lane is going to be the focus for me, at least. And not to mention, the fight on the side lane is going to be hot. We got Edward, we got Oheb all over. And these are the challenges that Work Auster Force really need to focus on.
Yeah, and there are teams throughout the past weeks, past couple of days, that have been specifically banning Oh My Venus out of the fight. And just like what you said, the side lane is really where we're going to have to focus on. Because Estes, Rafaela, Angela, sure, they're automatically going to be banned, but they're not the priority here, as to what she said.
Yeah, I feel like Diggy's going to be more of a priority rather than those, right? Diggy, obviously, a lot of teams really don't want to deal with this yet. And I don't blame them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so difficult to play around it. There's so many other ways that you can play a Diggy. Go super aggressive, go super passive, or just go feed. It's just, all these things are going to be in the minds of our players, obviously, coming into the draft.
Yeah, we saw JP's performance from their match earlier on with Aura. It's
JP's Diggy is different, isn't it?
It's a completely different Diggy. I mean, last season it was Raflicia's Diggy, now it's JP's Diggy, and they mastered
the torch
that.
has been passed.
The torch has been passed indeed. But yeah, the storyline that we have right now is that they are both on a win streak. Despite Work Auster Force just losing their first game in the entirety of the season, they're undefeated relatively, and so is Blacklist, who is undefeated from the start. Will gods bleed? That's the thing.
Work Auster Force has been defying the odds. Coming in from a new team, the closest that we've seen a new team do this is obviously MPL-PH, who had a great season 4 when they debuted. Obviously, that they fell a little bit short in the playoffs in that season, but I feel like that is just going to be the benchmark, right? That's always going to be the benchmark with when you talk about these teams. Now, Work, again, a lot of the new bloods are looking towards these guys. Or rather, the old guard are looking towards these guys, and they're thinking, what are we gonna do to stop them? There are a few things that you can do. First of all, you can definitely look for a focus ban somewhere. I'm not sure what's a great focus ban here for Work, but I feel like their jungler could use a lot of focusing, and maybe Blacklist could take it from there.
Yeah, Claude's actually pretty scary on the hands of Work Auster Force, and with the resurgence of other marksmen coming up in the fight, there will be a lot of choices. Claude, I feel, has to be one of the primary bans here. But Beatrix has been picked up yesterday. Will we see Beatrix come out here?
That's what I wanted to see. It's so far exactly 50% win rate.
Exactly 50%.
1 game win, 1 game loss here for Beatrix, and I want to see more Beatrix because I feel like it's such an underrated hero. Like, why are you not picking this hero up? It's so strong. I know it's difficult to pilot because of a lot of things that you have to click on the Beatrix, but Toshi has proven that it's a pretty viable pick. So
yeah.
I think it's only Toshi who's picked it up so far. For Omega, yeah.
For Toshi, yeah.
Feels bad. There should be more.
There should be more, because from a team, well, just like Work Auster Force, for a team like a Work Auster Force, they really want to focus on objective takes and team fights to secure the objectives. Having a Beatrix on your side will just allow you to shred down turrets, shred down turtles, shred down lords. And speaking of which, we're hopping in to the drafting phase right now, and who will make smart choices in the draft.
Yeah, let's find out. Again, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game rate with Smart, free games for all.
And immediately, the picks here we are seeing right now, it is the Mathilda, the Alice, and the Angela on the side of Work Auster Force. Blacklist International picking up the Paquito, the Rafaela, and the Harith.
Yep, I feel like the Harith is great, actually, when you think about it. It's also one of the picks that we've seen other teams have great success with it, specifically LPE. Yesterday with Renegade, not so much. but there is potential with this hero. And picking up the Rafaela kind of signals possibility of a Bruno coming into play for this one for Blacklist.
Potentially a Bruno coming out. He is wide open. The second phase of bans that we have right now is a Granger on the side of Work Auster Force. A Blacklist will oblige with taking away one of the junglers that's relatively strong for Work Auster Force, which is the Ling. And the Claude.
Yeah, there you go. Claude is the junglers are... I think I mentioned it. The junglers are getting all the bans right now, and I don't blame them. It's a testament. It's like a bit of a trial here for Work. I think Blacklist saying, all right, let's see what you can do with a little bit of a finning on the jungles.
Yeah, there are relatively few options here available now. It's the Lancelot, the Roger, and it's the Lancelot, Roger. Yeah, that's Yeast and Shin. Those are the only 3 viable options that I'm seeing right now. On the Bruno as well.
Yeah.
In the drafts for both of these teams.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, not the Bruno anymore.
Not the Bruno anymore. I'm talking about it. I'm telling you, Blacklist and Work are putting each other to the test. So now, Roger, not so much for Blacklist. I don't think it's gonna work well again with the lineup that they have. Almost all of them will be short range at this point. So I'm sure they're banking on a long range marksman jungler at least still. Beatrix, will we finally see it?
Will we finally see Beatrix?
Come on, Beatrix, come in.
No, we're gonna see the standard.
Open. It's a standard opening for Blacklist. Obviously, Wise is one of Wise's best picks. Not surprising at all at this point.
I am not going to be surprised if Work Auster Force decides to go for the Beatrix. They have a Uranus. There is a lot of pressure in just securing objectives here for them.
This is huge. I have a feeling that Work just might go for a classic jungler here. They're not gonna, maybe an assassin jungler, because they're not going to risk it. This is a team that doesn't feel like, I don't feel like they're taking that many risks yet. They're playing as standard as they can, and it's working well for them. But yeah, because of that, because of how they work, how they usually work. There you go. Good. I think that's just how you do it. You don't want to risk it too much with other hero picks that haven't been tested yet. They go for the tried and tested. They're going to stick with it.
Yeah, relatively balanced composition here for Work Auster Force and Blacklist International. We'll be wrapping it up with Wise's Estes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Another one, thank you. I love it. I love this.
I'll add another one. Thank you. We'll finally see another Oh My Venus Estes game.
What a draft here for Blacklist. I have to admit, a little lacking in terms of damage output in the early game. They're going to have to rely a lot on Wise here for this one.
And aside from that, it is the Rafaela Estes. Almost unlimited power. Unlimited healing. That's what we're going to expect here. So Rafaela Estes supporting the Yisun Shin. Nothing can kill him unless Work Auster Force decides to go ham with the assassinations on that Lancelot.
I don't mind. I don't actually mind that if Work Auster Force goes ham early on. Like, level 4, go for it. Right? But the Estes just proves to be a great problem in that regard. Rafaela, early game, But Estes' early game, just massive. The moment you hit level 4, you got heals for days. And that's something that Work Auster Force has to keep in mind each and every time.
Yep, Work Auster Force has their work cut out for them in this match. We'll find out if they will make the undefeated finally bleed in this match. Game number 1, best of 3 series. And the pressure is on Work Auster Force here, not implying anything. They are both on a win streak, just like what we have been discussing throughout the entire day. Blacklist International has been undefeated, only dropping 1 game this entire season.
Yeah. So far, they have had their series locked in, and that's something that we have to also think about here. Look at this. We got Oh My Venus already super low. That is the weakness of the mid lane matchup. The essence that they're thinking about will suffer a lot of damage. Wisp almost takes him out. A little bit of healing from Esson. Can they be able to supplement what little HP that they have right now on the mid lane?
Man, if only somebody had a flame shot.
Flame shot, right? Would have been great. If RTC had a flame shot, that would have been a different story. But obviously the flicker also helped a little bit in that early game.
And that's a different story in the top lane. It's Edward taking down 3 Martezi in the top lane. Not typically you would expect a Paquito and a Uranus. Paquito's always gonna outshine the Uranus in the early game at the very least. Kosei and Oheb in the bottom lane matchup, the bottom lane mages matchup, which I feel is the important factor here.
Yeah, they also mentioned that Oheb has been playing. I don't think he has a loss yet on the Harith. He's been playing it a lot in the season so far. He has not lost on it.
That's an interesting stat line.
Interesting stat line. Yeah, we have to check that. I'm 90% sure of that stat, but I'm confident. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm confident about that.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Oheb has been playing, the Harith has been always for his safety. And speaking of safety, 3 Martezi, relatively unsafe right now, getting a little bit of support here from Unravel. Wise also in position. They have a significant level disadvantage as well. That is another kill onto 3 Martezi. That's going on to Edward.
3 Martezi really just not quite where you want to be at this point. But again, Chu also on the mid lane. I have a lot of faith in this guy. This guy has been unkillable in the previous days that he's played, almost unkillable. He's had one game where he didn't actually die all game, despite being the jungler.
He was that good. This kid.
He's just that good, man.
Chu, happy 18th birthday once again to you, and you're showing up in your birthday suit. No. No. Showing up in your... But you're just showing up when it matters. That's what matters there. As everything is looking pretty default here. Blacklist International, as always, secures the first turtle of the game.
Yep. Here we go. I think I kind of expect this kind of early game from Work. We talked about this, right? The early game for this level 4, level 5, they will go ham. They will go ham, and the healing is not going to kick in maybe until mid-game. As you can see, look at Esson.
All alone. Wise is there to back him up, but he doesn't need to. He'll be able to survive that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a battle of the mages in the bottom lane. Kosei forced to Blood Orb out of there as Oheb's Zama Force and Synchrovisions are just way too much to handle.
Yep. There you go. So I think I was correct. I just checked with our stat boys on the bench. Yeah, Oheb only has 1 loss on it, on the Harry. And so far, stellar. Again, I'm 90% correct and 90% true.
What matters is that Oheb only has 1 loss.
He's pretty good on it.
He's pretty good on the Harry.
Pretty darn good.
And this is looking like a pretty good fight by Blacklist International. They may want to siege up this bottom lane to keep Kosei in a bad spot. The Mountain Shocker really dished out a lot of damage onto Kosei as well. They're getting priority off of this turtle that's spawning in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, and 3 Martezi, man. I hate to be this guy right now. Against the Paquito, this is the reason why he gets banned out so much. Even forced to flicker out of there, man. That hurt.
That hurts. That's almost 2 minutes without any escape options against this Paquito. And yeah, this isn't 3 Martezi's best lane for that matter, as Kosei tries to salvage this bottom lane. He'll want to try to push out the bottom lane, if anything, because the turtle is being started out by Blacklist International this time.
Yeah, this is an easy turtle just because of Mountain Shocker able to isolate and get the information before you go ahead and finish it off. And I think we might see a bit of a dive here, trying to go for the steal and Chu. Not hitting the mark.
Misses the mark on the Retribution, forced to back off. Good call on Work Auster Force, actually, to not force the fight even. Don't want to add to the losses that they currently have, because there is a 2k gold advantage.
I think Chu was close. He almost got the retry. He was going for the 4 rows retry, but obviously the timing's better on Wise.
And meanwhile, 3 Martezi again in a scuffle here with Edward, and he's not having a good time at all. Gets knocked up. Edward still doesn't actually have the knockout punch available. Bottom lane, Oheb and Esson. Esson's hiding in the bush, gives Oheb the speed boost that he needs just to stay alive. And Kosei will be forced to reset his HP as Arteezy and Chu will try to get the kill onto Wise, and they do. Edward next in line, went for the knockout punch on the Arteezy. Angel's Heartguard is keeping Chu alive, gets a lot of damage out from that Thorned Rose and will be forcing Oh My Venus to rotate to the top lane to help him out. Meanwhile, 3 Martizi looking in for the dive to help assist the team to secure the kill onto Oh My Venus, but he still manages to make it out alive. Chu, low on HP, gets the kill regardless. Edward looking to oblige with another team fight. The Mountain Shocker will deter them from pushing forward. They manage to survive, and Work Auster Force wins that team fight at the top lane.
Chu is an absolute beast, my friend. I feel like there's just... Man, do you see the moves on that guy? Even without the heart guard, that should have been that would have been smooth as silk. Yeah.
This kid, Chu.
Yeah, with the addition of Unravel, I think the puppet strings just help out a lot as well.
That's true.
Keeping everyone on target. The Thorned Rose targeting was on point.
On point, yeah, I agree. And he just has this level of mechanics that if he plays a little bit more in the, as long as MPL continues and he's still playing, we're gonna see a huge improvement on this kid. As we are starting to approach the mid-game stage of the game, Turtle once again being started off by Blacklist International, but this time Work Auster Force has a good spot to actually contest this. They're already starting it off. 3 Martizi, Arteezy, and the rest of the Work Auster Force lineup is actually here in the back lines, dealing a lot of damage, finally securing the Turtle themselves. Arteezy will fall down. The Heart Guard will be forced onto Chu. They don't have a lot of damage output now because most of the members of Work Auster Force is finally down and out.
Before that fight story, I was about to say that Turtle was going to be big for Chu. He gets it, he did get it now, but the team just kind of fell apart afterwards.
Yeah, after that, I feel like it should have been a complete call to just back off. Tried to go for a pickoff onto Chu there, as Ohead secures a solo kill onto 3 Martizi in the bottom lane. He's not having a good game.
Yeah, for sure. And Blacklist is just having a great time in this one. Just pushing it. They're definitely more consistent, obviously.
Oh, man. Chu able to burst out Eson immediately half HP. This may be a team fight that has to go in favor of Work Auster Force.
Yep.
They back off.
They're going to back off. They have to right now. Wise is just not ready to go as of yet. And again, Chu is pushing as much as he can, as much damage as he possibly can, each and every minute, trying to force someone to back off. But again, there's just a lot of regeneration on the Blacklist. It's so difficult to make them go back to base. Like, the only way you can do that is actually secure a kill at this point.
That's the only way that they're going to go home.
The only way you're going home, because otherwise they'll just run to Oh My Venus.
Yeah, run for help, give them the healing they need, get back into the fight. Aside from the revitalize that every single one of them has, too.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, the thing here is that Eson's gonna... Basically, Oh My Venus is like a hospital, and Eson's like an ambulance. You got a little bit of first aid onto Eson, but when you really arrive on Oh My Venus, you can go back on the field. You get full healing right away.
Speaking of ambulance, call an ambulance, but not for Blacklist International, because Kosei, in a tight spot, will be able to survive at the cost of a turret.
Yep.
They're forcing a lot of attention on the top lane as well. The Turtle is up as at the same time. Blacklist International just wanting to siege this themselves. And there's nothing much the Work Auster Force can do here for now. They need to wait for Chu to spike up even more.
They went for a siege, and they're still at full health. They can even take more, especially if the lifesteal, anti-lifesteal happens.
3 Martizi, not the best game. 0-4-1 currently on this Uranus, but this is just the mid game. We'll expect a difference here in the late game, but the question I have for you now is, will we even expect a late game coming?
That's the thing. It's going to be difficult to actually picture a late game where Kosei is going to be super strong on the Alice. Obviously, he's got some damage, but he has not joined the team fights. If you notice, Kosei has been soloing it up, single player style on the bottom side, and it's not helping Work at all right now. Unless maybe later, if they make a good 5-man team fight, but right now, Work is just going downhill slowly but surely, unless they step up.
Yeah. They need to really stomp the yard with the Blacklist International here, but Blacklist International are the ones that are stomping the yard. They're already on the doorsteps of Work Auster Force. They're just taking care of a little more towers here. But Chu in the back lines will try to go for the assassinate. The Thorn Rose catches too. The Heart Guard won't even save Chu anymore. That was a questionable play from Chu. He shouldn't have dived there.
Yeah, you already know the healing of an Estes, man. It's like you're fighting under a fountain, for Christ's sake. It's gonna be so difficult for them to actually do anything, especially with Chu all alone. Even with the Heart Guard, you can't do much against this Death Ball.
And 3 Martizi can't do much escaping from Blacklist International. They are all on his tail. He's under their radar. And there's no doubt that he will fall down. Meanwhile, Paquito, Edward takes down Arteezy solo.
Nice blocking as well from the domain of the Moon Goddess there, making sure that you can't go anywhere. I love it. I love the cohesion here for Blacklist. This is just so standard Blacklist International for me right now.
This is the code that they have, and as far as we can tell, game number 1, Work has not discovered the code that can break them.
Yep. This Estes definitely showing up on the mid game. I told you, man, when you reach mid game, these guys are gonna be unlimited.
Unlimited, and Chu very unlimited with the attempts to really dive in from the backlines. If anything, I feel like the best course of action for Chu here is to just go for a single man pickoff and then back off, wait for the team to re-engage.
Yeah, that should be it. There's just no other way to go around it. And I think the observers definitely agree. You gotta highlight this guy, man. Oh my Venus is just popping off. The timing on the domain of the Moon Goddess is just so good. I feel like they're just going everywhere they want to go because of this guy.
Yeah, and speaking of everywhere, Blacklist is all over the Lord right now. They are starting it off. Work Auster Force not in a position to actually go for a fight themselves. 3 Martizi trying to make plays elsewhere, just trying to force out a rotation on the top lane. And Edward will be obliging that rotation in the top lane.
Yeah, I think Edward just doesn't have any problems against the Uranus at all at this point, right?
Yeah.
Especially with the Necklace of Durans already online for Blacklist. You can't fight. You can't team fight properly, so he is definitely forced to just split it off.
And Arteezy can't fight as well. He got demolished there by Ohebo. Nothing much. And with that being said, Blacklist International finally starting out the siege here on the mid lane inhibitor turret. Chu once again diving in, gets stunned out, forced to use the Thorn Rose, and there's nothing he can do. He gets completely bursted off. The only jobs for Oh My Venus and S1 here is to keep the entire team alive, and they're doing a very good job at it. We will start focusing on the bottom lane inhibitor, and it's all down to the wire here for Work Auster Force. Blacklist International will go for the end. Despite the Winter Truncheon being popped there by Kosei, there's nothing much that he could do actually. And that's game number 1 for Blacklist International. Match point for themselves.
Calm and collected, cutting straight to the wire. That's Blacklist for you.
This winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos.
That is just classic and textbook at this point. Blacklist, they're starting to get into a form where they're threatening everything. They played the jungle cha-cha with Work, and definitely Work did not seem like they could handle it. Chu, as usual, is a beast in the game, but then again, the rest of the team kind of had to step up, man. Kosei's Alice. Where was it? MIA all game.
Yeah, you would expect the Alice to actually join the team fights as soon as she hits level 4 because the damage output that she has, the constant DPS that she has, can really work well, especially with Chu going in for the Thorned Rose.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for them to really do something.
Until now, we're still
waiting for the Alice to go in.
Yeah, where's the Blood Orb right now? That's what we're gonna have to wait for, and we'll actually wait and see if they'll actually make an adjustment to their draft, because the draft is good. It's not the best. It just doesn't work.
As you said, I think I have to echo what you said. That was a pretty well balanced lineup as well for Work. A little bit too textbook, to be honest, which was definitely read out.
And with that being said, Wolf will have to read what exactly happened in that match as he breaks down the game for us.
Thank you so much, casters. At eto na yata yung pinaka-culmination or yung talagang pagtitipon ng Nice One Baby meta. Ako nga pala si Wolf, your analyst. I'll explain later what happened at bakit tinatawag nga natin tong culmination ng buong Nice One Baby meta. But for that, the following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Now, we did say na ang pinag-usapan natin dito ay ang Nice One Baby meta. In fact, ang daming mga healers and supports na nakuha. Nandyan ang Rafaela, ang Estes, nandyan rin ang Angela plus Matilda. And if you're watching and following yung mga cast natin and analysis from before, ang lagi nating pinagtatapat is either Rafaela plus a marksman versus an Angela plus assassin. So exactly ganito yung nangyari sa Blacklist International and Work. Lahat ng meta heroes ay hinayaan ng parehas sa teams at lahat ng mga comfort ay binigay din. For example, yung Rafaela and the Estes para sa Blacklist International paired up with Yi Shin, a marksman. Yung Work naman, nakuha nila yung Lancelot na comfort ni Chu laban sa Rafaela meta. Tapos may Angela to help this assassin. And then you have Alice na comfort ng Work Auster Force. Going up against Blacklists, super duper combo na tinatawag nating Pakito plus Harith, kung saan etong lineup na to, itong Harith and Pakito ay sobrang daming victories na ang ibinigay para sa side ng Blacklist International. Comfort versus comfort ang nangyari. Napaka-standard ng makikita nyong itemization from teams at it was up to just their execution. And man, I mean, we were talking about execution so much at makikita natin mamaya sa highlights kung gaano kabisado ng pare sa teams ang laban na to. We'll see that later. But of course, gusto lang din nating i-remind ang lahat na these game highlights, meron tayong mga rewards for you guys. Meron tayong live watching rewards. All you have to do is to watch the entirety of the show, lalong-lalo na kapag nandito sa post-game analysis segment. We're gonna be flashing a QR code for you guys later on so you can follow. But then again, those are the post-game stats. Bakit hindi natin tignan yung mismong mga highlights ng laban para maintindihan kung ano nga ba yung nangyari? These game highlights are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. The first rotation of Blacklist International papunta doon sa EXP lane kung saan nandun si Pakito, which also allowed them to get the first turtle. At by the way, the command of Chu with this Lancelot, kasama na rin yung Angela, sobrang ganda. Now, they were able to get kills up top, including a kill doon kay Yi Shin, which is wise, pero si Oh My Venus just buying enough time. Habang nangyayari to mga kaibigan, si Oheb nakapag-push doon sa may bottom lane and also was able to get Calamity Reaper and Holy Crystal ng napakaaga. In fact, at this point, lamang na ng few hundred gold si Oheb, the gold laner, over Chu, tapos naka-sulit card siya or naka-mystery shop pa siya na emblem, which allowed him to have so much damage potential to the point na nakapag solo kill siya against Uranus. In fact, Feather of Heaven at this moment, ito na yung pinaka-crucial para sa Work Auster Force. This particular clash wherein lumikod na din talaga si Chu and maiintindihan mo kung bakit niya gagawin yun. Meron siyang Angela, meron siyang tulong ng kanyang ape, but Blacklist International already leading by so much. Tignan mo naman yung damage output ni Oheb on this Harith. And eto na yata yung kailangan tignan ng lahat ng mga teams. You have to always consider yung Harith ng Blacklist International. And I would say eto isa sa mga key bans ng Work Auster Force if ever nga naman dun sa game number 2's draft. That is one thing that they have to take note. And one thing na gusto ko rin i-point out sa nangyaring laban na to, since we're all playing comfort here, di ba? Para magtataka ka, bakit yung Blacklist International hinayaang ibigay yung Alice, hinayaang ibigay itong mga heroes na to? Well, the answer is, they know na pag inipit nila ang Blacklist International sa position na yon, okay lang kasi maka-counter naman nila. I'll explain later, but the MVP of the game brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. And you know what? Oh My Venus, with this Estes, ginawa niyang free game para kay Wise on the YSS or the Wise SS. Ang laban na to. Look at the kill participation, 64%, but overall yung impact niya sa game, lalong-lalo na dun sa mid lane kung saan nasustain niya yung sarili niya, nasustain niya kanyang mga tropa, kaya gumanda yung unang pag-take ng turtle coming out from Blacklist International. Ngayon na-mention ko something about pag-ipit dun sa draft, which I will explain later, but do take note na as you are watching all of the post-game analysis, meron kayong chance manalo ng malulupit nating mga rewards through this QR code, the live watching rewards. All you have to do is enter the link or scan the QR code para magkaroon kayo ng chance manalo ng skin worth 599 diamonds. Perfect na perfect. Lastly, I want to say, naipit ang Work Auster Force sa pag-pick ng Alice, ng Uranus, and Lancelot dahil sa draft. And that's comfort for them. However, wala silang long-range wave clear. Kaya nga naman, nung nag-siege na ang Blacklist International, hirap sila pumigil. And that is my quick analysis and breakdown of that particular match. I'm really hoping to see game number 2 na magbakbakan ng dalawang teams na ulit na to. But for now, we're gonna throw it back to the casters.
And I'm gonna catch it, Wolf. We're gonna catch it. And yeah, there was a significant amount of choking in the composition there. I have to agree with Wolf. Welcome back. Game number 2, best of 3 series between Blacklist International and Work Auster Force. Match point for Blacklist International. I'm Nomad. This is Rock Hard.
Is Ipit choking?
Huh?
Is Ipit choking?
Yeah, you're choking it out.
Alright.
You're choking out the options.
Okay, alright, there you go.
See?
It's a little better. So, yeah, I think that's exactly what we said, right?
Yeah.
Not so much on the Uranus, not so much on the Silence, on the Alice, more of the jungle. I think they already expected this jungle pick, and Blacklist, they rallied Chu into that corner where they knew he had no choice.
Yeah.
Chu had no choice.
No choice?
No choice.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there. And if anything, instead of the Alice pick, I kind of wanted it to be a Chang'e pick. I agree with Wolf where he said that there was really no long-range wave clearing for them, no insurance policy if ever somebody dives in. And if anything, a Chang'e's Meteor Shower will clear the waves, plus they shot a lot of damage onto Blacklist International if ever they do decide to go for a team fight, where they always oblige.
Yeah, I think this is also an issue yesterday with some teams where they drafted an all melee composition, like with only Chang'e on it. And with the Chang'e they were able to kind of survive. And imagine range is becoming such a big deal now in our game.
Yeah, you gotta have the insurance options available for you.
You gotta get that wave clear because that does win games. That does provide good defenses, which did not happen in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look what happened to BMO. He was able to go straight into the base and just take down the base itself, for that matter. But what matters right now is Blacklist International may still remain undefeated if Work Auster Force doesn't fix their draft. And what kind of adjustments are we going to expect from Work Auster Force?
Well, definitely, I think if you're not ready to go head-to-head with the jungle banning, for Blacklist, just don't ban junglers anymore. Kind of leave it open. That's what I want to see, because obviously they're not quite ready for it yet. And Blacklist is showing that they're very much willing to the end of the wire.
Yeah, it's
Your team is banning.
We're running closer and closer to the end here. The end of the wire, just like what you said. But who will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart, free games for all. We're seeing the bands here looking pretty standard here for Work Auster Force. They still get the Diggy. Now it's a Benedetta and a Popolin Koopa, Blacklist, International, Jawhead, Selena, and the Basha.
This is better. Now Work's gonna have all the options for the jungle, and they can choose to do it and pick it up onto first rotation. Again, despite Chu just having such a great game, this is something that you can't deny with Work, right? As usual, Chu is playing MVP material. Problem is, the rest of the squad is it's having a hard time to keep up with him.
Yeah, I kind of want to see 3 Martizi pick up a playmaking side laner.
Something more aggressive.
Something more aggressive.
Yeah.
Get the Cho once again. A Cho can go up against the Paquito. Speaking of Paquito will be picked up by Blacklist International together with the Rafaela, the standard pickups for Blacklist International so far.
This feels like such a big mistake here, leaving the Paquito open for Blacklist, because obviously Edward just plays this like a boss. A literal boss on the battlefield. And that's something that is so difficult to deal with. I would just rather ban it out. But obviously they're still thinking about Edward's Benedetta too. It kind of does leave a mark on your brain when you think about Edward. So Again, it's difficult to completely ban out Blacklist anyway.
Yeah, you gotta choose between the lesser evils here.
Yeah.
And there we go. There's a 3 Martisi Cho being
Good
picked
answer,
up.
right
Going
off
up
the bat.
against, yeah, going up against Paquito, what's the gameplay going to feel like?
There's gonna be a 1-2 punch. You're gonna have to, either one of them is going to have to play very hard on their lane if they want to get advantages. Now it's gonna be who's gonna be able to roam quicker. It's also a good question, a good challenge for both of these laners.
And the option here for Blacklist International is to either secure another side lane or secure another support, because that may be an S on Rafaela once again.
Yeah, there you go.
Then that's the S, that's Oh My Venus.
Why? Yeah. Why the heck would you fix what's not broken? That's what Blacklist is saying. Early game, yeah, we have problems. That's obvious. But Blacklist is they've shown that they can deal with it.
Yeah.
They can deal with the early game problems of the SS and Rafaela.
Yeah, and it's the answers for Work Auster Force during that time was to, hey, let's try to burst out Oh My Venus as much as possible. They weren't able to secure a kill onto Oh My Venus because, you know,
close though.
Close, 1 HP,
Yeah.
1 pixel on that HP bar.
Tiny bit.
Tiny bit. And with that, Estes was still in the game. Estes was able to, Oh My Venus was still in the game, were able to roam across the map and just provide a lot of support. Ergo, Esson was also able to just roam around the map and provide support where it matters. Edward got the support from Esson when he was picking a fight against 3 Martisi in the top lane.
Yeah.
And Blacklist International will be choking out the options here for Chu. Just getting the Claude away from the fight.
So Work, you know what to do. Just don't play into it. Don't force yourself to ban out junglers if you want to keep options open for Chu. That's exactly what they do.
They're keeping their option.
Yeah.
Harith, that's an Oheb Harith being
Oheb
bought
special,
out.
yeah.
Only 1 game lost. That previous game that we had also was a good Harith game.
His win rate just got up by a little bit after last game. Yeah. And this is going to be a mainstay. If you want to fight against Blacklist, these are the heroes that you really have to think about moving forward.
Alternatively, if you want to fight against Blacklist, you have to have 10 bans to go up against them.
Venus himself just takes up 5 in the first place, so
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
if you're playing against Blacklist International, in the honest opinion of this shoutcaster, is you just have to make sure that you play your game right. You don't have to think about the bans as much. And with that being said, the final ban here for Blacklist International is the Ling.
Yeah. I like it because it also kind of just forces Chu into very specific heroes still. Despite obviously we got some open options. We also, for Blacklist, you can also go for Bruno, which will be vulnerable to heroes like the Ling.
Your team is picking.
Esmeralda is banned out, and Bruno, because of that, is available for Blacklist International to pick up themselves. They could focus on another side lane here. Weighing the options here for their side lane for Blacklist.
It's a weird ban because I think Oheb would not have gone for that anyway. So I wonder what he's thinking right now. Because right now I think we also have to think about Esson's pick. Remember, we still have Francos available that can kind of mess with the Mafilda picks.
Yeah, Kufra.
Kufra as well. So you got lots of options, man. Blacklist is wide open for the taking.
Uranus is gonna get picked up. Probably going to teach 3 Martisi a thing or two about playing playing a Uranus on the side lane.
Your team
It's great.
is picking.
They got a tanky front line, they got the support, they got the side. Now you gotta get your main weapon. What's gonna be the main weapon of choice here for Blacklist?
Oh man, Work Auster Force picking up the Granger and the Lunox. I kind of see what they want to happen in this fight.
This is Bruno, right?
It has to be Bruno.
It has to be Bruno.
This is
That's just the logical choice at this point.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Work Auster Force. This Blacklist lineup is strong.
It is. It is very, very strong indeed. I love it, and at the same time, also predictable. Blacklist's pick is so predictable. I didn't even have to think. I just knew it was going to be Bruno.
Yeah.
So that would mean that Work probably also kind of foresaw that. So Let's see. Let's see. I mean, Bruno great against pretty much anyone at this point, especially if you have the Rafaela right behind you.
And if anything, the 3 Martisi Cho has to be picked up, and it has to deal with the Bruno. Has to be picking off the Bruno. That is the game plan here for Work Auster Force. And the work is on Work Auster Force right now to get that reverse sweep happening.
You gotta make it. You gotta do it. Work Auster Force on the ropes here, as they say in true boxing / Pakito language. They're on the ropes. They gotta go for the Dempsey roll or something, because they gotta turn this around.
Go for the wild haymaker, Work Auster Force. That is what they want to attempt to happen. And it's a standard look here. Oh my Venus and Eson just protecting Wise in the mid lane on that Bruno. And in reality, Unravel and Arteezy does not have any chance in the rotates there. And speaking of rotates, Eson will go for an invade as well as Oh my Venus to really dampen the time that Chu would go online in this fight.
It's been a while since I've seen a proper 1-3-1 from a team. Usually it's very disjointed, but now they're really making sure that they stick together here. And this should be a very interesting fight, at least especially in the early game.
And the early game really matters here for Work Auster Force. They need to get multiple team fights out of the way, get individual pickups in order for them to really get the head, or at least the edge in the mid game against Blacklist International, because no matter what happens, as soon as Oh My Venus and Eson reaches level 4, things are going to get difficult.
Yeah, they definitely will. So watch out for those level 4, level 5, level 6, my friends. That is when Blacklist will start to put the pedal to the metal. On the other side, Work Auster Force's win condition obviously is to get Chu into optimal range once more. Make sure that you Unravel has a good pickoff with the Circling Eagles. That's their only win condition here to get kills in the early game, because the Lunox is going to take a while. And again, while that's happening, Blacklist is Bruno just getting stronger and stronger every moment.
It's getting even minion waves in the mid lane, in the top lane, just to get a little bit more edge onto Chu. And as we say that, the turtle will be started off by Chu himself. Unravel and Arteezy have to do what they can to really get a little bit of more space from him. This turtle will be crucial if it gets secured by Chu, and it does get secured by himself.
He does get it, and that is huge here for Work Auster Force. You're going to be able to get a lot of stuff done happening in the early game, especially with Unravel right now, whose Wisps seem to be making the pretty good mark onto the enemy.
And the Observer wants to highlight 3 Martisi there, and he understands that 3 Martisi is a crucial playmaker here on the lineup of Work Auster Force.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see whether or not this Bruno did get read out just by how Work plays. They're playing like they don't care about the Bruno at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're just letting him just get the farm. Yeah, go ahead and get your farm. It doesn't matter in the late game anyway. That's, I think, what they're thinking. As Kosei is getting a brunt of the damage there from Wise. Oheb obliges them with a kill onto him. As Unravel locks onto these people. Chu looking for an opportunity. Goes for the, that's Sonata connecting onto Wise. Oheb and Eson forced to fall back. Forced to use the heal. Eson will not be able to keep Oheb alive.
Yeah, we're at the point where the healing's just not quite there yet for Blacklist, so they're going to have to back off a little bit and kind of have to respect the effort that Work is putting in here. Top lane, bottom lane, happening. We got some action here.
Oh, 3 Martisi actually going for the recall spam there in front of Edward, right next to his turret as well.
All right, I have seen that somewhere. And we will see if it's going to yield the same results. So now, definitely a great start for Work Auster Force here. The mid lane's looking like they can kind of keep Wise under control, which is saying something.
Yeah, as long as they keep Wise relatively behind, Chu will have a good time in this game. Specifically, in this point in time where the turtle, is up, and Blacklist International has a priority. They can contest this. They have the firepower to force Blacklist out of position, but at the same time, the survivability of Eson and Oh My Venus is actually there as they do get the speed buff up to get a little bit more movement speed in towards the back line. So Work Auster Force, and Work Auster Force secures the turtle, but at what cost? They take down Unravel and 3 Martizi in the process, as well as Arteezy. Eson almost falling down as well.
That's double kill on the Oh My Venus. Lunox did get the turtle, so that's a great job, at least for Work, but basically was nullified with kills plus possible tower here for Blacklist. So Blacklist, they're actually keeping up, and they're on the right track here to get even on gold.
And on the top lane, Work Auster Force looking to get this kill onto Oheb. It is a 3-man gank, and without a doubt, they will take down Oheb. Will potentially put the turret down to a quarter HP, or eventually take it down as well.
Yep, and this is going to be an easy fight here if they want to go for it. No Oheb means no solid frontliner. Even Edward is not really in an optimal position on the map. So Blacklist is, for the meantime, they will not be able to activate any engages.
Oh, they find Edward, goes for the knockout punch, and he is down.
Where's that guy going, man? That was just not right. I guess there was just no info on the map at that point. Everyone was hiding on the bush, but that was just not the right path to take.
You didn't have to go through the turtle pit. The safer option is just go back to your lane.
Just needed to go back on lane. That was a safer option. He kind of, and not to mention Oheb was down that time, so he was sorely needed in that one.
Yeah, and that is another turret down on the side of Blacklist International. Work Auster Force doing a good job just securing objectives. They know for a fact that team fights is not where they're at right now in this moment. Just find victories elsewhere. Speaking of victories, they're looking like they're going for Oheb. Gets a stun up, and Oheb is down once again.
They are bullying Oheb hardcore right now. And this is not what Blacklist wants to be at right at this point. Work Auster Force is doing great, maximizing the Mafilda, maximizing the damage output that they do have in the early game. Because obviously later in the later parts of the game, this arena is going to be a lot more tougher. But yeah, they see a window and they are taking that opportunity.
And I like what 3 Martizi is doing here as well. Just staying in the jungle, getting information for Work Auster Force. He tried to go for Edward. He knows that he has the advantage over Edward right now at this specific moment. But he just backed off. He found 3 other members from Blacklist International there, gave the information away to Work Auster Force, and started not going for the fight, moved elsewhere.
Yeah, really loving the early game here for Work so far. 3,000 goal lead separates these two teams. Brilliant's going to be activated as well.
And Blacklist, they're looking for a fight. The Detsunata connects onto Oh My Venus and Wise, and just like that, healed up full HP.
One Moon Immersion gets him back up to almost full. Mafilda on Unravel is also just doing a good job in keeping everyone relatively safe and secure with the shielding.
3 Martizi just playing around the brush that we have right now. That's 4 members in the bottom lane, and then 4 members on the top lane for Work Auster Force, as they did try to siege up the top lane turret. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're looking for a team fight here. It is a 4v3. No healings available. Flicker will be used by Eson. That's already 2 minutes out. That's a slight window for them to take him out.
I like that from Work. They forced the Blessing of the Moon Gods there coming in from Oh My Venus. Gives them a little bit of an opening to go aggressive here in the mid lane.
The aggression is much obliged here for Work Auster Force because they need to take down the mid lane turret to finally open up the map for themselves. Kosei will get knocked out punch by Edward, gets the knock up. The damage is not there.
Yeah, this time around, Blacklist is experiencing what Work was experiencing in the previous game, where the range is only up to Wise.
Yeah, and goodbye. RTZ, without a doubt, you're dead.
That's a dead Lunox if I've ever seen one.
But he still managed to survive.
He's buying a lot of time, though.
Buying a lot of time. We see the rotation from Work Auster Force towards the top lane. Chu will focus on the mid lane here onto Edward. It's the Mathilda and the Alice for Work Auster Force to focus on the top lane to try to keep it alive. And this Alice has to be alive. Blood Orb out of there. Unravel there to assist him if ever things go sour. They still manage to keep the top lane turret alive.
Yep, they're still definitely, Work Auster Force definitely can still flex some of that damage and some of that durability that they do have. And capitalizing on the lack of range here from Blacklist definitely is working out for Work.
And the Lord is up, not the primary target here for either of these teams, but judging by the state that we have on the map, there's really nothing much that both of these teams can do to affect the map. Might as well just take the Lord and get the effectivity of an easy push out of the way. As RTZ takes down Eson, and that's a small opening. That's the Rafaela out of the game for 19 seconds. They are finally starting up the Lord themselves. RTZ looking to zone out the rest of Blacklist International, but it's not the best hero to use. Kosei just trying to dish out a little bit more damage. The Retribution is available, and they turn on Oh My Venus. Smart call by Work Auster Force to take down the healers and the supports of the game to eventually get the subsequent kills, I mean. Edward next in line here for 3 Martezi and Kosei. Work Auster Force has to back off here. Essence finally up in the fight. Might as well just secure the Lord themselves, and they will manage to do so.
Oh!
But, you know, Unravel gets hit. You know, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Lord does go over to Work Auster Force here. Weiss evaporated in the middle of that fight earlier. The moment that they lost Oh My Venus, all their durability just went out the window. And the Necklace of Durans actually is helping keep Blacklist in check in this game.
And going back to the draft earlier on, it seems as though as Work has read the draft from Blacklist International. They don't care if they give Bruno the Wise, and they don't care about Oheb getting this Uranus as well, because he will fall down. This Turtles fall down as well. They're doing a good job just focusing on Estes and Rafaela. Take them out, then you can win the fights.
Yeah, definitely working out so far so good here for Work Auster Force. Edward trying to see if he can get into a boxing match against Edward. Again, just kind of forces.
Good dive in there by Kosei, getting the Microsun up to 3 members, getting the Winter Truncheon up as well, getting 3 down to half HP, and this is an opening for Work Auster Force to keep pushing it forward. Top lane turret and the mid lane turret is down. The siege is real for Work Auster Force. Kosei, what a madman.
Yep, that is basically it. I think this game just needs a little bit of closing out here. I think Weiss is a little bit too far behind in terms of economy. His hits are not one-hitting. And that's where you want a Bruno to be if you want it to be effective. That is not the case here.
Oheb does not want to fall down here. Unravel and Arteezy just making the shots work here. Backlines, 3 Martezi looking for an opening to go for the Way of the Dragon. Unravel in the backlines gets a 3-man stun, takes down Oh My Venus at the same time. The Order Browns will be forced out by Arteezy to stay alive, but 3 Martezi did a good job just making the rest of Blacklist International turn towards him. Opens up and Unravel.
That was beautiful. I hope we can get a replay of that one, because I really want to see the big boss plays coming in from Kosei there. And he only just completed Lightning Truncheon. Imagine if he had it in that fight. That would have been an instant wipeout.
An instant GG as well. My goodness. This is how you play Alice. Finally picking up the slack from game number 1. As Work Auster Force looking to go for the ending here, but there's not a lot of minion waves pushing. The problem here for Blacklist International is that they need to keep 3 Martezi in check. Would you agree?
That's right. They are gonna need a miracle play as well to deal with the split that Work is doing. The split is just too good to be to handle here for Work Auster Force. Blacklist, they need to really stick together, and how do you do that? Who do you send out to the far edges of the map to defend the split push of Work?
The Lord will be spawning in 1 minute, but I don't think we'll reach a point where Work Auster Force actually needs the Lord, but they need to win this team fight because Blacklist International is in tatters here. Oh My Venus down, chewed low on HP, but it doesn't matter. But look at the backlines, Kosei, Winter Truncheon, getting out a lot of damage out. Oheb gets taken out, even Blood Orbs into the fountain, it doesn't matter. Unravel, low on HP, doesn't matter. Edward and Wise, the only ones defending this impending doom for themselves.
Man, Kosei. Can I get an MVP if he wins this? He's definitely going to be MVP of this one. A lot of these plays that Work is doing would not have been possible if not for the early game rotates of Kosei and, of course, the late game plays that he's doing. That is just that's becoming the difference maker here for Work versus Black.
Now, 10 seconds for Work Auster Force to secure this Lord, and they do have the priority. All the lanes are pushing towards the side of Blacklist International. And 3 Martins, he flickers in, goes for the Wave the Dragon just to buy a lot of time, but he does not want to get taken out, and he barely manages to stay alive.
Yeah, again, Oh My Venus just keeping Wise in check here, making sure he is alive and healthy and ready to fight whenever he gets picked off.
This is another fight the Blacklist International has to win. The Death Sonata has been used. Unravel gets 2 stunts onto Eson and to Oh My Venus, and they take down Oh My Venus. That is the opening. They also take down Edward. That is just Wise and Eson left alive in this team fight, and Blacklist International are just moments away from losing this game, and Work Auster Force forcing game number 3, and it's just Eson. There's nothing much that he could do. This is it. Game 2 will go to Work Auster Force. Game 3 will be forced out. It's a hard reset.
That's the victory, and the Work Auster Force looking on form in that one. Maximizing the Granger and, of course, the Alice. This is exactly what you want to see.
This winning moment is brought to you by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #It's a GG moments. Thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, mas mabango pa.
So this is the turnaround that we are looking for, and apparently they've gotten used to they've gotten already used so much to the Estes and Rafaela combination. Apparently, get some early magic damage dealers on the field, get the Necklace of Durans as your first or second item, and you're good to go. They've been able to slow down the healing from the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, as well as Holy Healing, and it worked out so well for them.
Yeah, and if anything, this wasn't the reaction of the other teams that are banning out Oh My Venus heroes. They gave Oh My Venus all his heroes. They still managed to win it out. Work Auster Force may have just a slight look at how to break the code here.
Yeah, looking like they are looking. They look like they have a small glimpse. They're opening the door a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, but I do like the direction that Work Auster Force is going in right now. Next draft is going to be so crucial for sure.
It will be very crucial, and the breakdown of that entire team fight, the entire game, will be delivered to us once again by Wolf in the analyst desk.
At kung napansin natin na nag-work nung game number 1 para sa side ng Blacklist International, ang Work Auster Force hindi nila hinayang mangyari yon para mapuwersa ang game number 3. My name is Wolf, your analyst. Thank you so much, casters, at bakit hindi natin pag-usapan ang game number 2 at paano nga ba nakarecover ang Work Auster Force. The following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. As you can see sa post-game statistics natin, nahirapan na si Oh My Venus this time with the Estes. In fact, yung kanyang record dito ay na bumaba yung kanyang KDA because of the strength of Work Auster Force, which we will talk about later on dahil related ang post-game sa mismong draft. If you're gonna notice sa Blacklist International, first half of the draft, Paquito, Estes, it's literally the same as before. Pati na rin yung mga bans ng Blacklist International, first phase and second phase, halos kaparehas ng game number 1. Ngayon yung Work Auster Force naman, na-identify nila kung ano lang ba yung weaknesses ng kanilang lineup nung game number 1. At actually, ginawa lang nila na different this time is to ban the Harith. Blacklist International, na puwersa silang kumuha ng Uranus, while yung side naman ng Work Auster Force, alam nila na ipipick na yung Uranus, kaya yung kanilang sagot ay direct counters and answers doon sa Uranus pick. That is the Lunox, pati na rin yung Granger na kitang-kita natin all throughout the game nahirapan. And actually, it will explain later kung ano nga ba yung nangyaring Operation Anti-OHEB coming out from Work Auster Force. That has been the post-game statistics. And by the way, sa mga viewers natin dyan, may chance kayong manalo ng 599 diamonds worth of skin kapag pumunta kayo at nag-scan ng QR code na to. Yan. or enter the live watching rewards link which will be posted every single time na lalabas po tayo dito sa ating post-game analysis. So sana hindi lang kayo nanonood ng game at imbitahan nyo yung mga tropa nyo na makinig at manood dito sa malupit na post-game breakdown natin for all of the games. And while we're talking about that, let's look at the highlights. These game highlights are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Operation Anti-OHEB para sa side ng Work Auster Force. But before that happened, ang ganda na pag-take ng turtle ng Work Auster Force. In fact, yung Blacklist International, nakakuha lang sila ng exit kills after makuha ng Work Auster Force yung turtle. Well, hindi naman siya napunta kay Chu. Yung gold ay na-distribute sa members ng Work Auster Force. And continuously, pupunta sila sa top lane para kumuha ng mga kills. Edward, mag-isa dito sa may bottom lane. Top lane, mag-isa din si Oheb. Eventually, ay makikita ni Unravel, pati na rin ni Kose. They are forcing, alam nila na walang purify etong si Uranus, kaya nga naman ay napar sila. At hindi sila titigil doon. Now, for Blacklist International, this was the only time na naisama nila yung kanilang tatlong mid lane trio with Oheb. Which is in a way, hindi ganito maglaro ang Blacklist International. Usually, ginagamit nila yung hero ni Edward to group up para makakuha kills. And by the way, Work Auster Force, if we could just slow down a little bit and look at this line, nandito sa part na to ng mapa si Wise kanina, and then si Chu nandito sa part ng mapa. And some members of Blacklist International went here para hanapin si Chu at hindi sila naging successful sa pag-take kay Chu. Kaya nga naman, nung umikot na yung ibang members dito ng Work Auster Force to go to the general area kung nasan si Wise, pati na rin si Venus, nakuha nila yung kill sa Estes, pati na rin sa Bruno, and eventually winning that skirmish. And napakagandang recovery coming out from the side of Work Auster Force because this time, alam nila kung sino yung dapat nilang targetin. Early stages, shut down the Uranus. Then the next phase, when it comes to turtle taking, make sure na makakuha nila. And by the way, this is an amazing jump. Sasabihin natin na pwedeng asim moments yan mula kay Kose. Pero tamang-tama yung timing niya ng pagtalon, nahuli yung 4 na members, actually 5 nga na members ng Blacklist International dahil nag-group up sila because of ETS. Di ba yun yung nature nun? Tapos, perfect, picture perfect usage of the Winter Truncheon para mapakomit ulit yung 3 members ng Blacklist International. Makuha nila yung kill sa likuran, pati na rin etong Torre na to. Everything is just working para sa Work Auster Force kasi nga naman may plano talaga. And I'm pretty sure yung ganong klaseng talon coming out from Kose, hindi yan parang tumalon lang siya out of quote-unquote asim. Talagang pinlano ito ng Work Auster Force. And this will happen once again dun sa clash dun sa may bottom lane. The finishing clash para sa Work Auster Force. Ang ginawa lang nila ay gulit. Umasim sa may likuran, meron kang Alice, meron kang Lunox, AoE damage, at ginulat din. Hindi na kinaya ng sustain nila Omega Venus. At ulit ang nangyayari, may nahihiwalay, may napupunta sa may bandang baba. Si Chu ay nag-survive na naman at nahanap nila sa likuran si Wise, pati na rin si Venus. Identifying the correct targets. At ito yung kailangan siguro na key factor kung bakit nanalo ang Work Auster Force sa Blacklist International. Something that other teams can adapt going against Blacklist International. Create chaos. Dahil dun sa panggulat na ginagawa ni Kose at ng ibang members ng Work Auster Force, yung well-oiled machine, yung orderly, yung organized na Blacklist International ay nabubuwag at nagugulo dahil dun sa nangyari. By the way, the MVP of the game, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. It is Matilda Airlines mula kay Unravel. Ang ganda no kanyang pag-ikot sa mapa, 95% kill participation with 34,000 damage dealt and 76,000 damage taken in this game, also allowing for the rest of the team to kill Oheb consistently doon sa may top lane. At etong mga factors ito, when they added up together, this made the Work Auster Force force a game number 3. Tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari sa maaksyon at matalinong pag-take ng parehas sa teams na to into game number 3. I'm excited for that. For now, we're gonna throw it back to the casters.
You know, I'm kind of worried about Leo personally because he made a personal bet. Like if Work Auster Force wins, he's gonna tumble around in his suit, and I kind of want to see that happen. Welcome back, game number 3 in this best of 3 series. Work Auster Force, Blacklist International, who will bleed and break the streak. We'll have to find out. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. What are we expecting game 3?
Alright, so apparently the Estes Rafaela not as infallible. Wow. Not as infallible as we thought it was. So maybe we might see a resurgence of some of the older picks from Blacklist, which has been proven to be quite effective. I'm thinking about Franco for Essen maybe. Sometimes think about Kufra. You can think about a lot of other things. We also can look at the Jawhead. Just for now, their battle plan seems to be have red.
Yeah, it's read pretty much like a book. It's like the code that has been being read out aloud for Blacklist International. Yeah. Now, Work Auster Force, they didn't even care about Esson or Oh My Venus. They know for a fact, with what you said, the Necklace of Durance being picked up earlier on really turned the tides of the battle even in the early game.
This is the risk, obviously, of the double support thing that they're trying here. It's a different way. It plays differently. Like, for example, if I swap out the Rafaela for maybe a Mathilda, that would be a completely different story. Double healing apparently is not 100% win rate.
Is banning.
Healing plus shielding, though, that might be different. So these are the things I'm thinking about coming into this one.
And who will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all.
Your team.
We're not going to see the Jawhead. Blacklist International does not want to play with a Jawhead here. Meanwhile, Work Auster Force is going for the standard bans here. The Biggie, the Popolin Koopa, Selena banned out by Blacklist International as well.
Yeah, but I really like this, obviously, because that means we're, no changes on the bans. It means that we're likely going to be able to see something a little bit similar to what we've seen earlier, which did result in a pretty close fight. So, in that last game, the single putting all the eggs into the wise basket apparently was not very. I was gonna say wise. It was not very wise, but no, I'm not gonna do that. It was not very. Okay, I'm having a hard time thinking about one now. Darn it. But yeah, it's not. I wouldn't advise one. I wouldn't advise it. There you go.
Wasn't advisable at all. What's not advisable is giving Unravel his Mathilda again. He had a good time with that Mathilda Airlines, just like what Wolf said earlier on.
I would give Baksha instead of Mathilda. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Yeah.
You can handle the Basha.
You can handle Baksha.
You can't,
Mathilda, not so much.
Yeah, you can't target Mathilda while she's in air. You don't know where she's gonna strike from.
That's a huge thing for the band that I have to talk about here. Because, yeah, Mathilda played exceptionally well in the previous matchup. I want to see more, again, something that can answer Mathilda. That's what's been lacking. In a lot of the games that has Mathilda not banned and picked, there's just no answer to the Mathilda most of the time.
And the Blacklist International trying to look for the answer to the Mathilda.
They're sticking with it, man.
It's the Alice Rafaela once again being picked up by Blacklist International. Work Auster Force, they don't need to get the STs out of the way. They can also not ban Estes because they already know how to play against this composition.
But again, there is going to be the answer of removing the Alice, which is a smart move for Blacklist.
Give it back to Oheb, and Kosei has to find another play-making side lane mage, if anything.
Yeah. Who are you thinking about, man? I think we might see a Harif. I don't know. I would love to see a Harif here.
A Harif or a Chang'o.
Because again, these are heroes that kind of have to work for that, for fights.
Oh, there you go. Just like what you said.
There you go.
See Harris and Paquito this time around.
If you know what's funny here? Look at this. Look at this, man. if you look at Mathilda and Harif right now, the images, they look like they're running together side by side.
And that may just be a look at what the
Well,
team
we'll
fight
see
might
later.
happen.
Yeah, probably, right?
Mathilda
It's
gets
just a nice thing to notice in the artwork. I don't know.
It would be nice.
The background's the same as well. Look at that.
Almost. They're shining.
See.
You can see the shining lights
like it.
behind them.
The blue background is it's like they're playing together.
Your team.
Yeah, they're adventuring together. And Blacklist International, they're sticking with what worked.
3 games
in game
straight.
number 1.
3 games straight. Oh
Your
man,
team
that's
is banning.
That's saying something. That is a huge statement from Blacklist, isn't it? Well, you can beat it once, probably fine, but you're not going to be able to beat it consistently with what we have in store for you next round. That's a statement. I like it.
There may be an adjustment here in the situation
team
in
is
side lane
banning.
for Blacklist International, because if anything, the course that we're expecting from Wise will be relatively the same. We're gonna, just like what Work Auster Force is doing right now, they're banning out the side lanes because they can handle the Wise cores. They can. They're having a hard time against Edward in the side lanes. They're having a hard time against Ohem in the side lanes.
Yeah, go ahead and look for those, man. The side lanes are, again, we've seen a huge play from Kosei, but now that he doesn't have the Alice, it's gonna impact the lineup differently, right? The Harif doesn't just
Your
doesn't do
team
the same
is
thing as the
banning.
Alice does. You're not gonna be able to dive in onto the death ball that Blacklist International created with the Estes, with the Rafaela, and just expect to dish out the Necklace of Durans and dish out the damage output. That's not gonna happen today. Maybe with a Lunox you can kind of do it with Brilliance a little bit.
A little bit.
But it's not as consistent as the Alice.
And speaking of Lunox,
And he got
is
banned out. There you go. Blacklist, they know that's gonna happen. And they answered right away. So they answered the anti-heal completely here against Work.
And what's the choice here for Work Auster Force? It has to be another side lane here for themselves, and they do manage to ban out the Khalid out of the fight. Danger Granger here on Blacklist International.
Not bad at all. This is more mobile. Obviously a more mobile marksman compared to a Bruno, which just fell flat on its face last game.
Now, the core options here has to be a core that can dive into the back lines to really put a dent into Edward and Oh My Venus. That's the option here. Link's out of the equation. Lancelot didn't really prove to be very effective.
Alright, so the Lance, can it actually do some damage here? Probably. It's going to do great objective damage.
They're baiting out the Claude as well, I feel.
But yes, without the ban on the Claude, Claude is a possibility, not to mention. Work might be thinking about the Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Your team is
So
there's the Claude.
They're going for it. They're going for it. They're going for it. This is I would actually advise against this.
Yeah, Blacklist International baited it out. What's the final pick here for Blacklist International? And it's a Barats.
They got it. Oh man, Blacklist just has a huge advantage in this one. And if Work wins this, it's gonna be for a miracle.
A miracle play.
It's going to be for a miracle. Chu is great. He's mechanically sound on the Claude. And with the Angela Heartguard, obviously it's gonna be easier.
What?
But it's not gonna do that much damage against an Estes Rafaela Death Ball. What are you doing?
And a Barrett's waiting
the EU up, and you go in with the Blazing Duet. You're not going anywhere. You're not gonna be able to do much. So it's gonna be up to RTZ, Freem RTZ, and Kosei on this one.
Yeah, it's
this Claude is nullified.
Beautiful draft from Blacklist
Beautiful draft,
man. There's
props.
They baited out the Claude, got the Claude, and they had an answer ready. And
let's look at it. Let's see if it'll pan out that way. I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong by Work.
Yeah.
But looking at how the lineup works, it just doesn't activate that way. So win condition, my friend. Win condition for Work.
Well, the Work Auster Force here, they have to just go for pickoffs here. Don't go for the full-on team fights because Edwards there lying in wait. SN and All My Venus will just keep Wise alive. Get a pickoff first. Work your way through the numbers. And that's how they will win the game. Just stay away from Edward as well as much as possible.
Yeah. Again, this is a sorry, not Cho. This is Chu on the Claude, which does take quite some time before it activates. A lot later than a Granger would. So Blacklist definitely will be able to get the early advantage in this matchup. Kosei out of position?
Yeah, Kosei.
Out of position, man.
Very out of position. He will fall down behind his turret. He's still alive.
Yeah, still alive. That could have been so bad. He dove in.
Yeah.
He dashed forward, and then Essen was right there. Forces him to back off. That's a lot of time wasted. And a denied tank for the bottom gold lane.
Yeah, and you really don't want to be out of the lane as much as possible. The more time you spend resetting yourself in the game, like going back to the fountain, the more time it is for your opponent to get that much of a lead.
Not optimal at all. So Edwards sticking with the Barrett. I really actually like this. Not because of the new skin, but because it is just a great underrated pick for me. It's one of the... It's a pick that I was actually wondering why it kind of fell off. It's just so strong.
A little bit of a scuffle here between Unravel and Kosei. Just the supports trying to win out the side lanes, because as far as we are all concerned, this is a battle of the side lanes.
This battle side lanes for sure. Again, Chu as well. It's gonna take a while because Chu to activate. You know they're not gonna take a fight.
Yeah.
So the side lanes, you gotta keep your cameras on the sides for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of side lanes, 3 Martisi actually having a good time against Barretts in the top lane. But that is because Edward does not have any survivability against his Paquito. Really needs to get the support out. And Blacklist International opting to go for the siege in the bottom lane turret.
Yeah,
Smart call.
Yeah, they went for the outer turret energy shield instead, which did maximize their gold intake. Only even despite Work getting the turtle.
And this is not a position that Work wants to be in, where they're being forced to, you know, just, yeah, let's secure the turtle. But then again, we're almost about to lose the bottom lane, and Harith won't be able to farm up as much, as safe as he wants to.
Yeah, and again, the Harith, it's not going to have the same impact as the Alice, so he kind of needs to really farm up. It's going to take a while for this Harith to go online. And Blacklist is capitalizing very hard on that fact.
If you've noticed, Blacklist International is actually playing it safe. They're not looking for team fights.
Yeah, they're just choking out the resources.
And if anything, they're waiting for Work Auster Force to start the team fights themselves so that they can counter-initiate.
Yeah, because they're going to have a better fight later on anyway. Like in level 8, level 9, they're going to have the better fight here. And at that point, Chu might only have just one item, but Wise is going to have so much penetration for a single target.
And speaking of the single target, RTZ is a single target here over in the mid lane, being bullied out by the rest of the members from Blacklist International. As well as Kosei in the bottom lane.
Bottom lane?
No chance of him surviving? Question mark. Hard guard to go for the Zalman Force to potentially take down Essen in the backline. Chu actually going for the Blazing Duet. The first blood onto Essen. Oh my Venus next in line. RTZ gets a stun up onto Oh My Venus as well. Beautiful counter engagement there by Work Auster Force.
That was a huge misplay, by the way. And they were punished so hard.
Free Martisi!
All free Martisi!
1 HP!
With the flicker out, will be
He's gonna go for it! He's gonna go for it! Also a solo kill in the bottom lane as well. Work Auster Force is reading the game right.
They are reading the game absolutely correct. 1.7k. And the possibility of a turtle still in play.
You gotta give it to the proper calls here, because Work Auster Force, they recognize that Chu was already in the back lines. Let's go for a fight. We're gonna pick off Esso, we're gonna pick off Oh My Venus.
Man, can we get a replay on that one? Because Kosei played it very well. He dodged all of the Rhapsody hits from Wise, and after that, the rest of the team just didn't know what to do. Kosei had the heart guard, and obviously that call was by Unravel, so good props to the Angela as well. I want to see that again, so later on maybe we will, but for now, that's a big play for me. That is a top 5 play for me.
Top 5 play for the week? Yeah, that's definitely
I'm gonna
one
add
of
that
them.
to my list. For sure.
Hard same, bro. As we go into the 5-minute mark of the game, Work Auster Force is slowly gaining the tempo here, having 1,000 gold lead against Blacklist International. The map control is not much of an issue so far, but the thing here is that both of these teams are just waiting for small openings to open up for themselves as RTZ sees Oh My Venus, gets a lot of the burst damage out there immediately. Kosei, once again alone. RTZ going to react onto this to help out Kosei, and Oheb will be taken down once again by RTZ.
Man, Work is becoming a different kind of beast in this game. Love it. Right now, Wise, though, again, very conditional on making his Granger work. If you notice, there's a big difference with the way Wise and Chu plays these heroes.
I'm sorry to cut you off there because Oh My Venus will be picked off. Slight opening here for Work Auster Force as they may still go for a kill onto Esson. Gets the hard guard in to just secure this kill.
Oh!
Double recall!
He's still here! He's still fighting! Oh my god!
Wise is gonna try to go for it and take down Chu, but Unravel doing what he can! The damage is not enough! Blacklist still comes out on top of that fight!
That was wild! And they just keep going! Work is going in with the Circling Eagle. Will be Daytona's welcome straight into the tower.
Gets a stun onto RTZ. 3 Martz goes for the knockout punch on the Edward to just push him back and keep RTZ alive. Turtle is now going to be picked off by Blacklist.
Yep, Blacklist definitely working hard. Keep them in the game. For the meantime, I just don't think that Work is getting phased whatsoever. They might be, there might have been a little bit of hesitation earlier, but right now Work is on full force.
3 Martz has nothing to do here with the top lane turret anymore. You just have to find any opportunities elsewhere.
Yep.
As this instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only $13,999.
This is Work basically going for the backbone of Blacklist. You're like going to the behind the guy, then punching him in the back, making sure that they can't fight back. At the same time, Chu was going for the taunt. Maybe the TP taunt was a little bit out of position because, again, they're underestimating the power of an ally.
Oh, beautiful knockup by 3 Martz with that knockout punch, and this is Chu diving in with the Blazing Duet, but does not have a lot of damage output just yet to burst out 5 members here on the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, he looked like he was dancing all on his own against 5 people, obviously with a hard guard, but it did look beautiful, and this is a small preview of what's going to happen in the coming team fights a few minutes from now.
Yeah, Blacklist International has to keep RTZ and 3 Martz in check because they are the ones that will start the fight for Work Auster Force. And speaking of starting the fight is started off as a knockout punch
under the tower
onto 2 members here of Blacklist International under the tower to add to that. RTZ caught out. That's an opening for Blacklist.
He was bumping into the wall for no reason. Again, might have been a miscomm there. Not as smooth as he thought it would be. Disengage was clear, but he didn't go for it right away. Opening created for Blacklist.
Next turtle is coming up in 18 seconds. None of these teams want to go for the turtle just yet. Blacklist International wants to starve Chu of any resources to just dampen the impact that Chu has made in the earlier part of the game.
So you can do these death ball lineups going straight into a very narrow corridor right now, but 4 minutes from now, 5 minutes from now, you can't do that anymore. You have to be aware of what Chu is doing, or else he's gonna go for the kill.
And it's looking like both of these teams are posting up on the Lord just so that they can have an advantage in pushing out the lanes, at the very least, the tier 1 turret lanes. So that you can just have a good time roaming the jungles here. That's exactly what Work Auster Force has right now because they already took down 2 turrets on the side of Blacklist International, but Work has 3 turrets down.
Yep, Work is definitely going to be able to do something here on the mid lane. Chu not ready. Can he go for it?
He's gonna try to go for it. Here comes the Blazing Duet, accompanied by hard guard, dishing out a lot of damage on Oh My Venus. BMI out of there. RTZ not much to do. Beautiful flicker hit by Edward as well. Looking for Claude and 3 Martz. The knockout punch gets 2 knocked up. Unravel and Work. They have to unravel the plans themselves, but Blacklist International is finding the code the Work Auster Force has in this fight, and that is a game, not the game, but the fight lost by Work Auster Force.
And this could be game if they want to go for it. RTZ and Unravel not really enough to go for the defense. Kosei makes it just in time though. Inhibitor turret goes out on the mid.
Man, that is not looking good for Work Auster Force. Already Inhibitor turret down in the mid lane for themselves. 10 minutes into the game. A lot of pressure on their shoulders right now.
Yep, pressure should be mounting, especially Work What's a young team like this gonna do with all of that pressure? So that's what I'm thinking about. Obviously, more veterans on the side of Blacklist that can deal with them in these clutch situations.
Now, even more so, this Lord is crucial for Work Auster Force to secure, just to alleviate the pressure on their side.
Yep. This is a great fight right now. I feel like they're playing a little bit more even Stevens, especially on Chu's game, man. I hate to be highlighting this guy all the time, but he's definitely the guy doing most of the work here for Work Auster Force.
Look at this, though. They're planning a Death Brush.
Death Brush. They do see Edward go up into this side. Head very visible as well.
Safe.
The turret.
Wise looking for an opening. Yeah, this is an easy tier 2 turret going down. They're trying to oblige with a split push by Papito on the top side. Yeah, and Chu has to back off to assist his team. This is the second inhibitor turret down for Work Auster Force. In Blacklist International, you've been telling this time and time again, Oh My Venus is a hospital, Esson is the ambulance, and every single one of the members of Blacklist International here are the doctors.
Yeah, they just know what to do. What do we call that? In precision, surgical precision. There you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's,
Forgot that term. They are playing with surgical precision.
Yeah, just taking out the scalpel off of their own playbook, they will be able to take down this tier 2 turret without a problem.
No problem at all.
Work Auster Force needs to find an opening here. That's not
the
opening!
Whoa!
That's not the opening that 3 Martys he wants. Don't blindly check into the brush.
That was so weird. I did not expect that at all.
That should not have happened. And now the firepower from Work Auster Force is not enough. Zamaforce might not even be enough to actually dish out the damage. Chu already joining in, gets
Chu's out
by Edward, and that is it. Game. Blacklist International will still be undefeated. Good effort by Work Auster Force, but it is not enough.
Absolutely.
Ring around the Rosie.
Ring around the Rosie just before we finish the game.
My goodness. That was the closest that Blacklist has ever gotten to losing the game. And look at the happy faces. And this winning moment is brought to you by Master. Hindi sila na GG. Instead, they brought their clay game with Master. Sikreto na mga guwapo. And they brought their pillow game as well, hitting each other in the
they
face.
got pillow game, they got tummy game. And they're ringing around the Rosie for sure. Jeez.
Good. The good vibes here for this team.
Bro, undefeated for 3 weeks. I do the same. I do more. I'd be jumping, literally jumping on the bed.
Yeah, and if anything, this is they were also reacting that way because they were this close to actually losing, because Work Auster Force had the right idea in the team fights. They were doing so well in the team fights as well. It was just a matter of the fact that they weren't able to really go for good clashes in the later part.
Yeah, I mean, what were they doing at that point? Especially, they could have stabilized Team RTZ. Why?
Why?
Now
let this serve as a lesson to you guys that are playing the game. Never face check a bush if you don't have any information.
Please, guys, don't do that. Especially not in the last moment.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other routes. You can just go below. He went straight to the bush. He could have gone a little bit back.
A little straight, then turn a little bit to the right, then to the left.
That was, I guess, again, hindsight's 2020. We'll have to find that out later on, though.
Yeah, what's the hindsight here, Wolf? How did Work Auster Force lose that game? Let us know in your analyst desk.
Thank you so much, casters. At pasalamatan din natin ang Work Auster Force, pati na rin ang Blacklist International for giving us a way to start a Sunday broadcast. What a game! Lalong-lalo yung series na to. We'll talk about that later. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and the following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. The post-game statistics will show us kung paano nga ba nag-itemize ang mga teams. And actually, paano nangyari yung draft na in a way ay masasabi nating mag-work for Work Auster Force, but Blacklist International are too comfortable with this. At kung magtataka kayo bakit sa entire series na to nakahawak si Oh My Venus ng kanyang Estes, so work naman nakuha nila yung Matilda dahil comfort picks nila to, bakit hindi din na ba ng bawat isang team ang kanilang mga signature heroes? Well, the answer is they know the answers. For example, Blacklist International, ninakaw na nila yung Alice. Kinuha nila para sa kanila and then last picked the Barats. It made a lot of sense against the composition of work na gustong pumasok with the Angela combination. Now, Claude, it also makes wonders against Blacklist International. Arguably, lahat ng mga heroes ng side ng Blacklist International ay mahihirapan sa Claude kapag nakapag-farm na. And that's also true with the Harith, yung Harith na ipinangsagot ng Work Auster Force doon sa Alice in the first stage. Now, if you're looking at Blacklist International, kinuha agad ni Oh My Venus after the talisman yung kanyang Queen's Wings, which allowed him to sustain enough. Nagkaroon ng clash, at makikita natin yan mamaya sa highlights, kung saan tumalon si Chu with the Angela, Claude-Angela combination, blazing duet, full stack ng Art of Thievery. Kaya na dapat yon. But with this Queen's Wings pickup, wala Oh My Venus, na by the way, ginawa na nila in MPL Season 5 and 6, doon sila nag-sustain. We'll talk about that later, but do take note sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon, sabihin nyo na sa buong tropahan na kapag mayroong post-game statistics, post-game analysis, meron kayong chance makakuha ng live watching rewards. All you have to do is to follow the link or scan this QR code, as the first 30,000 entries will get a chance to win a skin worth 599 diamonds. Kung ako sa inyo, sunod na. We're talking about post-game statistics, talking about highlights. Bakit hindi natin tingnan at panoorin ang mga laban na to? These game highlights are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. What a wonderful start para kay Kosei, winning and actually dodging so much mula sa Blacklist International. Kaya na-turned around ng Work Auster Force. Matilda Airlines was key. Kaya naman sila yung nakalamang. Dadating pa sa point na kahit si Edward nahihirapan with the Barats, although magiging fair trade lang. Dreamer TZ choosing to dive. Alam natin na walang death gold penalty. Kaya nga naman okay lang mag-dive at that moment. And now another set of kills going in favor of Work Auster Force sa bottom lane. This will be followed up by more kills going in favor of Work Auster Force. So technically speaking, maganda ang simula. Si Chu nakakuha ng napakaraming mga kills, early kills with this Angela Claude combination. Kaso nag-recall. At in a way, kaya naman nila si Oheb. They're feeling it. Kaso si Wise nandun sa likuran. And this jump from Oheb, saktong-sakto, flicker, actually ultimate muna, tapos tumalon, and then the stun, burst lang mula kay Wise. Shutdown, at sobrang crucial ng pagkuha ng Blacklist International. You can imagine na nagsi-steamroll na ang Work Auster Force before that. Then another clash top lane kung saan nakapag-punch naman ng Blacklist International, and then this play. Tingnan natin if we're gonna slow it down. Nag-aabang na, nag-iipon na ng stocks ngayon si Claude. And when he's going to jump, do take note, nandito si Venus. Siya talaga yung target. But the Queen's Wings, nandyan na rin. Makunat na siya. The sustain was there as well. Tinutulungan siya. Oheb onto the backlines. Very important din yung kanyang pwestuhan doon. Kaya nga naman, walang follow-up. Kahit nandito si Angela at si Claude, kumukuha ng damage. Merong kill coming up from Oh My Venus. Abot din si Oheb for a while. Kaya sobrang saktong-sakto at na-maximize ng Blacklist International yung kanilang overall positioning. Dahil hindi nakapatay doon si Chu, walang -1 na nangyari sa side ng Blacklist International. Round 2 goes to Oheb once again dun sa laban na yon. At kahit pa pumunta na dito at makahuli ng madami si Martizi, yung Detona's welcome was more than enough. And then the jump with the Winter Truncheon coming out from Oheb, nakuha na ng side ng Blacklist International. Another jump mula kay Martizi. Maintindihan mo kung bakit pa siya lumaban sa moment na kailangan gumawa ng play. Yun nga lang ang Blacklist International, handang-handa na. And another heads-up play. By the way, Oheb, catching the Angela. Alam natin na sobrang crucial. In fact, ito nga yata yung talagang centerpiece nung draft ng Work Auster Force. Kung wala yung Angela, pag na-eliminate yung nice one baby factor, lamang na ang Blacklist International. Naramdaman ni Oheb, pati na rin ng ibang members ng side ng Blacklist International, yung lakas na kanilang lineup, kaya nga naman tinapos nila. And what a way to really just celebrate in a very close fight. Ring around the rose simula sa Blacklist International. Kasi nga naman, naramdaman nila yung kakaibang pressure ng series na to. Well-earned series for Blacklist International. Pero para naman sa Work Auster Force, ito rin naman na kanilang ginawa all throughout. And what a Sunday we've had. Performance ni Oheb, 6-2-4, the MVP of the game. Brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. And ang OHEB, kung game number 2, siya ay na-shutdown dahil dun sa Operation Anti-OHEB ng side ng Work Auster Force, Game 3, pati na rin yung Game 1, napakaganda na yung performance. Imagine this, gold laner, pero 75% ang kill participation throughout. Communication coming out from Blacklist International, allowing this OHEB Alice to have a good time. And siguro one last footnote here, hindi katulad nung game number 2 na kung saan ang gold lane ay nasa top lane, this time nasa bottom lane yung gold lane. And that is where Alice and OHEB was. Kaya nga naman, yung natural na ikot with the Granger Estes na rotation ng side ng Blacklist International allowed OHEB to have a good time when it comes to the farming. My name is Wolf. That has been my analysis of that series. Ang dami pa natin pwedeng pag-usapan. Pero sa ngayon, let's get back to the desk.
You know, there was an interesting point that Manjin brought earlier on the week during week number 2 where Blacklist International almost always have had this streak where they'll go in strong for the first 4 weeks and then slowly falter as people start to try to break the code themselves. Do you think that is the same case after seeing what happened during that game?
In fairness, we will be going on the week 4 still, so they have one more week, according to the curse.
According to the curse.
Again, curse aside, they do seem to be so smart on the draft, and they are keeping up with what they say, with what they do.
Yeah.
So, this is definitely looking great so far. Tempo is strong, undefeated. A little bit of a game loss here and there, but nonetheless, they still manage to round up the series each and every time.
Yeah, that's the second game loss that the Blacklist International has had ever since the 3 weeks that we've had here in the MPL. And it's really just an impact. I mean, usually we don't see Blacklist International at the top of the groups as much. Now the story's changed, but Work Auster Force is still there regardless. They'll still pretty much be at the relative top of the group. And yeah, with all that being said, a 2-1 scoreline, well-deserved by Blacklist International. GG's for Work Auster Force as well. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. What are we going to be expecting to the entire day?
Well, I think we're expecting a very long day today. It's last day anyway, so let's go.
Don't touch that browser. MPL Philippines Season 7. We'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kate na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy. We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Ready, go!
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Healing prayers for you. I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness. I am Karamet.
Welcome back, Anna.
Immortality!
The strongest ninja.
The universe is but a lie.
Your fate is in my hands.
New adventure, new legend.
be a legend. I must win.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, acro.
Inevitable. Hi guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head & Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
I see lots of spray.
welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 7, presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Nakasali na ba kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw? Dahil mamaya, i-a-announce natin ang ating 10 winners ng in-game prizes. Scan the code na nakikita nyo sa inyong mga screen to go to another page kung saan pwede kayong sumali at sumagot ng ating mga katanungan. Easy peasy ang ating quizzes doon. Alam ko, tataas ang puntos nyo. And you can win diamonds and skins for that. Hindi lang yan, meron din tayong live watching rewards. You will be rewarded just by watching. I-scan ulit ang QR code, another QR code na makikita nyo sa inyong mga screens. First 30,000 kada game day. Kung nanalo kayo kahapon or nung isang araw, you can still win today. Hurry up and get that fill-up form. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day from Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus free 1 gig a day for 7 days. Akalain mo yun, 7 days ang haba niyan. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. Kasama ko ngayon sa panel, hard-working talaga kasi galing sila sa shoutcasting desk ngayon, nandito sila sa panel's table. Hello, Manjin Valdas and Butters!
Mas si Butters ata yun eh. Siya kasi si Mr. K eh.
Mr. K.
Mr. K.
Si Manjin yun.
Ang intense ng laban kanina, men.
Sobra, pero siguradong magiging intense din ang ating susunod na laban, Cignal Ultra kontra Nexplay Esports. Bakit nga ba? Kasi both teams are hungry for a win. Alam naman natin itong dalawang koponan, they're very capable of winning, but their gameplay, it hasn't exactly translated into the win column.
Kung kanina, winning streak yung kailangan i-break, ngayon, lose streak ang kailangan i-break. Di ba, Butters?
Alam mo, nakikita naman natin na may signs of life na coming from Cignal Ultra. Kailangan pa nilang i-polish pa ng unti-unti na lang just to get that series win na hinahanap nila.
Yung laban ng Cignal kahapon, it showed that they're getting better and better, and they want to show us that they have what it takes dito sa Season 7. Let's welcome Cignal Ultra. Naging challenging talaga ang nangyari sa Cignal Ultra. They didn't get to play in the first 2 weeks. Come third week, sunod-sunod yung laban. Pero paano ba malagpasan kung lose streak ka at kailangan mo masungkit ang panalo?
Sa tingin ko, kailangan nila mag-reset ng todo. One slogan na meron sila is kalmado lang. Pero ang hirap maging kalmado this time sa week 3. Lalo na nag-given sila ng 4 games and isang point lang yung nakuha nila. Ang hirap eh kasi kung ako nasa position nila, they really need to get back to the drawing board and really improve. I definitely think na may mga clashes na miscommunication ang nangyari para sa Cignal Ultra.
But then again, you would see na relentless tong team na to.
Yung team, yeah.
Kasi may mga strategies sila at may ideas sila dun sa drafting na ginagawa nila na patuloy nilang ginagawa.
Yes.
They are trusting the process.
Yes.
And the process is getting better day by day. Napanood natin yung game nila kahapon, ang ganda ng performance nila, kinulang lang sila at the end. Pero nakikita mo na may potensyal na maging winning team ang Cignal Ultra.
They finally got their first win kahapon. At sana ito na ang umpisa para ma-build ang kanilang momentum. Kilala na natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaro today mula sa Cignal Ultra. Rhea, Kakadon, Imba DJ, Janice, and Aquaboy.
Ang ganda na naging step-up game ni Rhea yesterday. Umabot lang talaga sa point na battle of pressure, trigger na sila pa yung natalo nung final clash. Pero nag-agree ako sa Butters eh. May mga plano talaga sila dito. And I think kasi yung ibang teams nakapag-warm up na last few weeks. Sila kasi ngayon pa lang eh. So parang magigets mo na yung momentum. Medyo wala pa talaga doon.
Para sa akin naman na nakikita ko sa kanila dito is day by day. Etong si Rhea, nakikita niya na yung parang, alam mo yun, ito yung talaga yung role.
This is my plan. This is me.
This is me. This is exactly what I'm supposed to be, sabi niya sa isang kanta. Pero, nakikita ko naman na yung ibang players dito, kailangan nila mag-step up din.
Yeah.
Ngayon, sino ang next na mag-step up para sa Cignal Ultra?
Isa din na gusto mag-step up ang ating susunod na koponan, and we had a glimpse of their dominance ng kanilang opening game, and their fans are cheering to see another domination. Here comes Nexplay Esports. Game ng Nexplay Esports, actually, nabigyan nila ng sweep ang ating defending champions.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, after that, sunod-sunod na pagkatalo. Ano ba dapat ang kailangan nilang gawin ngayon?
Sa tingin ko, sa lahat ng mga mape-pressure na team, Nexplay talaga yung, I think, pinakamataas na pressure basing din sa fan base na meron sila. And hopefully, hindi makaabot sa kanila to ngayon. Lalo na, I think sa lahat ng nakalaban nila na kabracket nila, natalo na sila eh, tama ba?
Napanood ko yung vlog ni Doggy kagabi, and sinabi niya na parang yung team daw kapag nag-rank game, sumisigaw. Pero kapag pumasok na sila sa MPL games, wala na nagsasalita. So parang ang sinabi sa kanila Doggy, yung payo sa kanila, kung gusto nyo sumigaw, sigaw nyo. Gawin nyo yung ginagawa nyo sa rank game. Kung ano yung gusto nyo yung confidence na nakikita, gusto ko yung confidence nyo sa rank game, gano'n yung confidence nyo kapag naglalaro kayo sa MPL.
Manalo man o matalo, talagang todo support ang kanilang mga fans. Titingnan natin kung sino ba ang susuportahan natin ngayon. Ito ang kanilang lineup. Exort, H2O, James, Renny J, and Yawi.
Ang nagustuhan ko dito sa Nexplay is may capability sila dito mag-switch up ng kanilang lineup. Pero I think a way kung bakit din sila nababasa is hindi binibigay sa kanila yung mga comfortable heroes nila. Kapag meron silang game na alam mong ito yung hero nila, alam mo na game yun eh. Alam mo na that's the Nexplay game eh. Pero umaabot kasi sa point na pag hindi sila komportable, parang nahihirapan.
Yun nga yung sinasabi natin, Manjin, the Nexplay way. Yun yung hinahanap nila. Pero at times, syempre, kailangan din nila mag-experiment. Gagamit sila ng drafts galing sa ibang bansa. But then again, iba-iba kasi talaga yung drafting mechanics or drafting patterns ng every country. So, kailangan lang nila hanapin talaga kung saan sila komportable. Kasi pag komportable sila, katulad sinabi ni Manji, nananalo nga sila.
Which way is gonna shine and who's gonna find their comfort today? This head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. Ang game natin today, head-to-head, ending the drought. Itong Cignal, hindi pa nakikita yung superior gameplay na alam natin kaya nilang ipakita. Losing streak 3 consecutive days in a row. Nexplay naman, nakuha na yung first win, yes, pero since then, downward slide. They lost to Omega, Work, Auster, and Blacklist.
Ang masasabi ko lang is, ito na yung magiging confidence booster ng dalawang teams. Again, parehas silang masakit mechanically. Nakita natin paano mag-Lancelot si Janos dito. Meron lang talaga mga maliliit na factors kung ba't sila natatalo eh.
Para sa akin din, ang ganda nung title ng laban eh, Ending the Drought. Kasi alam mo, may isang team dito, kung sinabi naman din, makakuha ng confidence. But still, I think that this is going to be a hard-fought battle between these two teams. Kaya kailangan maganda ng mga viewers natin nandyan kasi wala magpapadala dito sa dalawang team na to.
Lalo na kung dalawa talaga gutom manalo. Sino ba ang mas gutom? Tignan natin itong team comparison na to. You know, each game and each series, itong Cignal, they're getting better. Pero mas nauuna yung NXP katulad sa KDA, kills per game. Although shorter winning time yung Cignal,
parehas, I think, na umabot na 3 or 4 games. Itong dalawang to, mas lamang lang ng, I think, 1 game ang side ng NXP. Pero kung labanan ang usapan, parehas to mahilig sa mga team fight, 5-on-5. Lalo na kapag binigyan mo itong Cignal Ultra ng mga Lancelot, which is ganun din sa side ng NXP, di ba?
Mahilig sila mag-disrupt ng play ng other team. And ito yung nakikita ko sa kanila. Kung mapapansin mo yung Cignal Ultra, meron silang mga Natalia pick, meron silang mga Selena pick, and at the same time, etong Nexplay gusto nila yung mga drop, yung mga nag-i-invade talaga. Kasi gusto talaga nila magiging ma-action yung laban. So, yun yung isang factor na tinitignan ko dito sa dalawang to, na baka yung 15 minutes average game time nila na win, mag-iba, maging mas mabilis.
There are players that want to make sure na sila nga ang mauuna for today, but who will be head and shoulders above the competition? Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag it's a GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, max mabango pa. Ito ang ating key players natin mula sa Cignal Ultra. Nandyan mula sa Nexplay Esports. Nandyan si Rene J, Yawi, and James.
James proving to be one of the, pwede ko sabihin, pinakamatikas na side laner na gumagawa dito ng mga plano. Sinasabayan niya rin yung tikas dito ni Rene J. I think ang naging dilemma nila nung last game nila, meron lang talaga silang ng giggle factor na hindi rin nila kinaya kasi yung dikit-dikit na lineup. Pinanood ko rin yung, yung voice over na talagang nahirapan sila sa naging lineup ng Blacklist.
Yeah, and kung mapapansin mo naman dito si James, I would say na isa din sa mga pinakamagagaling. But for the side naman of Cignal Ultra, ako maboy Janus Rhea.
Yeah.
These three are going to be, sabihin na lang natin yung course, yung mga damage dealers from the side of Cignal.
Yeah.
At alam mo dito si Aquaboy, lagi siyang napapagamit dito ng mga marksman, mga assassins. Hindi pa natin siya nakikita dun sa mga sustain na side lanes.
Siyempre, i-highlight natin ang isang manlalaro sa bawat koponan, and these featured players will do all they can para hindi ma-GG. Bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga guwapo. Now, these two players looking to bounce back from their recent performance, Rhea and James.
I like it. Si Rhea dito, he is really known na tahimik lang din to like kalmado, cool, calm, and collected. Alam niya yung strengths niya. Pero si James, ito naman yung medyo agresibo. So gusto ko yung styles clash na nangyayari dito sa dalawang players natin, brothers.
This is the yin and yang. Katulad ng sabi naman, James. Isang passive, isang sobrang aggressive, but at the same time, ang importante lang naman nilang role dito is kung paano nila kontrolin yung lane nila. This is going to be very interesting kasi sino nga ba ang mapapunish ng todo?
Nabanggit mo nga ang kanilang lane. Meron din tayong laning prediction. At tingnan natin dito kung sino ba nga ba ang pupunta sa ating Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I think for Cignal Ultra, ang kailangan lang nila ma-figure out dito is sino ba yung Batman sa kanilang team. Sino ba yung Robin? Kasi they have Janos and they have Aqua, which is I think yun yung nagiging dilemma. Parang nagkakaroon ng confusion Pero ngayon mukhang gold lane, Aqua na talaga sila, and Janos pa rin ang jungle.
Tingnan natin kung paano gagalaw dito yung Aqua Boy Rene J matchup. Kasi si Aqua Boy, laging consistent yung farm niya with a Claude. Laging niya nakukuha yung DHS niya na mabilis. Pero this time around, against Rene J, tingnan natin kung paano siya mag-pair up.
Sino nga ba ang mag-e-end ng drought and quench their thirst? Who will go back to their winning ways? Eto na ang labanan! Nexplay Esports kontra Cignal Ultra. Casters, pasok!
Finally, after a long while, one of these teams will finally have a win under their belt after a long time. Welcome back. Game number 2, the series number 2 of this day. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. I'm Noah, man. Alongside with me is Yuomi, and man, this is a tense-filled day. So far, earlier on, we thought the code might be broken, the undefeated might be defeated, and now the, not undefeated, the unwinned?
You know what? Work Auster Force did a lot of things in the first match, and I'm quite sure that Blacklist, in a long while, they finally felt like a team could beat them in the regular season of MPL. But before we talk about the game more, let's continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. We encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing of face masks and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. And now, let's talk about the game. We're back at it again in the draft already.
And for this moment, it's all about the draft and who will make smart choices in the draft. Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all.
An immediate Selena ban.
Exactly. It's Selena has been a bane in the side for a lot of the teams that we have here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Selena would be banned all throughout this entire series.
Yeah, and looking at how Nexplay performed for the past few games, excluding week 1, we haven't seen them win a series at all. And for Cignal Ultra, it's even worse. They haven't won a series at all.
Yeah.
So for both of these teams, it's really about getting their first win, trying to have a safety net in their position in the group stages, because I've seen the people, they're already worried about these teams, and this is going to be a make or break for both of these teams. But for Nexplay Esports, going back to the pick and bans, an Alice, a Selena, meanwhile for Cignal Ultra, we're looking at an Eve and a Paquito.
You can't blame Cignal Ultra for actually banning out Eve and Paquito. Paquito is a hard-hitting side lane. Eve, on the other hand, has shown a lot of promise, especially since the buff that came to Eve, where she's getting a little bit more survivability every time she goes for the ultimate.
I wish that it was just a little bit, but with the stuff that we've seen throughout MPL right now, every time the Eve was chosen, it's so hard to kill. The shield is just sometimes more than enough to just buy him out of any bad situation. Given that his teammates are near, it just gives you enough time to slow down the people, make sure that you suddenly have this big zone of control, and your influence will be felt around a big portion of the map. But we're looking at the last ban coming in from Cignal Ultra already. They haven't chose it yet, but looks like Nexplay Esports will be banning out the Mathilda that proved to be a very good pick for Work Auster Force last match.
Yeah, Mathilda has a lot of presence, especially when it comes to team fight, because as soon as the Mathilda Airlines takes off, you will have a couple of seconds to work with to figure out where she's going to attack. And as soon as she lands, that's an instant stun immediately onto at least 2 people if they're all together. But it's been a hot minute. We get a Jawhead first picked by Nexplay Esports.
I like this. Jawhead is almost always banned for a reason, and Jawhead being open, Nexplay Esports, they immediately lock it in. But let's not forget, that's not a meta right now. The meta right now is the nice one baby meta, which means we need to get those healers up. But both teams, I feel like they don't really follow that meta. So for Cignal Ultra, they're looking to just secure great side laners with the Benedetta and the Uranus. Meanwhile, for Nexplay Esports, they already have a great tank in this Jawhead. I hear a Lunox, and we've seen what kind of damage a Lunox could provide in Game 2 of Match 1.
Yeah, and Lunox, aside from just being able to dish out a lot of damage and have the survivability, as soon as she has the Necklace of Durance, Uranus won't be as much of a problem. And that's already a preemptive pick for the potential Angela, the potential Estes, or the Rafaela being picked up on the side of Cignal Ultra. With the Claude on the side of Nexplay Esports, they just secured their core. They're choking out a little bit more options here for Cignal Ultra.
Yeah, I love that you pointed that out. Necklace of Durance is a big item for Nexplay Esports, just to cut out the healing coming in from the Uranus and a possible Estes or Rafael to pick. A lot of the healers are open in this match, so Cignal Ultra, they have to stay careful in their last pick in this first rotation, because if ever they do pick a hero that they don't really need immediately or don't really need secured at this moment, Nexplay Esports will have the opportunity to choke them out, to just ban out the heroes. And you talked about the Angela, Nomad. We're seeing it right now.
Yeah, the Angela will pretty much have add a little bit more survivability to the jungler here for Cignal Ultra, but at the same time, it's me personally, I feel like it's a little bit of an iffy pick for Cignal Ultra.
Your team
a
is
stronger
banning.
support could have been taken out, especially a support that can really handle the Lunox diving in, as well as handling Jawhead or the Claude for that matter. A Luoyi could have been a good support or a good mid pick. That is still an option here for Cignal Ultra, but it's not looking like it is going to be the case, as Cignal Ultra bans out the Ling, and Nexplay bans out the Herald.
Yeah, for Cignal Ultra, as you said, they have the option to get that Lu Yi. But looking at the Angela pick right now, you said that you're not a big fan of it. Maybe this is the first time that I'll actually disagree with you there. I like this Angela pick mainly for 2 reasons. The Benedetta just goes in, gets super aggressive at times, and the Angela will at least support her in those situations. But as you said, Nomad, that Angela could be easily countered with a Necklace of Durance. And Cignal Ultra, they ban out the Ling and the Esmeralda. Meanwhile, for Nexplay Esports, the Harith and the Farsa. So the Lu Yi is still a possibility here.
Yeah, banning out the Esmeralda for the side of Cignal Ultra just allows Angela's Heart Guard to really be a bit more effective. If they gave away Esmeralda, Esmeralda will be able to just have fun with all the shields that these guys have. And with the Farsa being banned out, the possibility of a Luoyi being picked up by either of these teams is still possible. We have yet to see a solid mage coming in for Cignal Ultra.
Kagura.
We see a solider, a more solid.
Solider. And you know what? It is a real word. Real world. You know what? I kind of mixed it up with the Ultimate of Eve. But yeah, Kagura will be the pick for Cignal Ultra, which means we're going to see those intense yin-yang overturns coming in from Cignal Ultra. And I feel like that's going to be a big playmaking potential. Additional playmaking potential for Cignal Ultra. But doesn't necessarily mean that you could beat out the Lunox. The Lunox is a very safe mid lane pick. With the Order of Brilliance, you could easily escape a lot of the ganks, but that's only available by level 4. We've seen a lot of good Kagura so far for the past few days, and Cignal Ultra, they definitely have something to build off on.
But think of it this way, we have yet to see a solid playmaker here for Cignal Ultra, and the only playmaker that I'm seeing here is the
Janus.
No, I mean the hero.
Oh, the hero.
Yeah, it's just the Kagura.
Uh-huh.
No other viable initiates. Look at Nexplay Esports. They've got Lapu-Lapu out in the field. They also have Harley here, as well as the Jawhead that can really enter in the fight and cause significant amount of damage onto Cignal Ultra. Whatever core that Cignal Ultra wants to go for, which is the Hayabusa. Now this just makes sense now for Cignal Ultra. They don't want to go for fights as much as possible.
They just want to go for what then?
They just want to go for counter initiates. If Nexplay Esports comes in, we're gonna see the Kagura pop the Yin Yang overturn. Hayabusa will pop his Shadow Kill. Angela's gonna dive in straight at the same time. Benedetta goes for the wipeout.
You know what? That makes sense. But I feel like for what's that? What's that? You know what? I don't know what's that, but let's not confirm. Going at Nexplay Esports heroes here, I feel like at some point they do want to focus on pickoffs instead. Yeah. They do have the Harley, and this is a what-if scenario. I feel like the Harley could definitely just bait out the Angela ultimate as well. It forces Cignal Ultra to play a little bit defensively, as you said. But if that's what Cignal Ultra wants, then Nexplay is literally walking into the trap of Cignal Ultra Warriors. But definitely, it's going to be a hard experience for both teams here if they just go in and, you know, step on the traps of each other. But speaking of stepping in, we are entering the land of Dawn.
I mean, we're not downplaying the fact that NXP's lineup is also really good. Like, if their name is still NXP Solid, they will still be solid.
Yeah.
Because it's still a solid lineup for NXP. They have good initiations here for their end. They got good counter initiates as well onto Yaoi. If ever Kagura does decide to dive in and he's not able to pop the Yin Yang overturn, Yaoi's just going to be able to eject Kekedot away from the team fights in order to just shine.
Yeah, and Exort suffering a little bit of damage in the mid lane just means that he's gonna have to regen or perhaps go to the base if the Benedetta wants to strike back once again. Nexplay definitely in a, let's just say, an early game disadvantage in the mid lane, considering that Cignal Ultra, they went for the 3-man clear in the mid lane at first. Of course, they're gonna rotate right after, but as we go through this game, early game wise, who do you think will win?
Early game, I'm really gonna have to give it to NXP because of the fact that they have better scaling in the early game. Claude, yeah, he's a hero that really scales well in the late game. That's where he shines. But all things considered, who does Cignal Ultra have? Only heroes that they have that can go toe to toe in the early game, so to speak, is the Lunox. Benedetta, sure, but is conditional, fairly conditional.
Yeah, and Benedetta suffering a lot of nerfs on her cooldowns means there's not a lot of opportunities anymore, especially with the Electo Final Blow. You still have your Sword Intent. That wasn't nerfed at all. You could still spam it, but Electo Final Blow is a big thing, especially once you get it. It allows you to secure so many things, including objectives, zone controls during skirmishes. You could even use it as an escape tool and an offensive engage tool as well. So there's so much to do with Electo Final Blow, and with that nerf on the cooldown, it's just going to be huge.
Yeah, and we saw the effectivity of the Electro Final Blow when BMO played it yesterday against the match against Cignal Ultra.
Oh no, you just brought up bad memories for the Cignal Ultra fans there. No man, I don't think you should mention that at all.
And we should mention that Aqua Boy falls down early game.
Oh, that's first blood for Nexplay though. They really want this. They're playing a Jawhead, which means they have the opportunity to just go in, go go aggressive basically in the first 6 to 7 minutes of the game, but after that, Cignal Ultra Warriors would have enough resources to contest a lot of things. For Cignal Ultra Warriors, I feel like they need to stay careful. This Harley's about to reach level 4, which means everybody is in danger.
And that's another pickup onto Bensanity. Cignal Ultra really not wanting that to happen. The shot almost takes down Renegade.
You know what? No, the crab almost took him down, but
as well.
Renegade still staying alive, and Yaoi going ham on this Jawhead. Doesn't even burn Flicker just yet. Might just in the mid lane. No, he's waiting for that perfect moment, that perfect timing on the eject. Steam still just trying to rotate around in the Lapu Lapu. Look at the bot lane.
Yeah, the bot lane is it's a very deep cut. It's a deep wound that Lapu Lapu is doing. James is doing a really good job there on the bottom lane. Just buying a lot of time for them to have priority over this turtle. That is what they want to happen. Meanwhile, Cignal Ultra...
Renegade stole it.
Yeah, Renegade stole it. And Renegade is going to go down.
Renegade stole it, but Cignal Ultra was like, okay, you take the creep, I take your life, and Nexplay was like, how about you take Renegade and I take the turtle? That was a trade won by Nexplay all day.
Man, this is a game that NXP... This is NXP's game to lose, so to speak. They have a good lineup here against Cignal Ultra. As long as they don't, you know, oblige Cignal Ultra in just giving them space for Aquaboy to split push potentially. As long as they don't make any mistakes in the engagements specifically.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with you over there. Renegade has to stay a little bit more careful in that top side. I guess he was a little bit too overconfident. A good thing in Nexplay was there to just give him the backup that he needed, but that positioning against a Hayabusa wasn't the smartest idea to have in that scenario.
And looking at how things are, NXP just wants to put the pressure on the side of Cignal Ultra. As I say that, there is a 4-man presence of NXP in the bottom lane, looking for a kill. Yaoi does have the ejection available, waiting for an opportunity to commit it.
No, Heartguard was pulled off, but I feel like it wasn't used at all. So looking at Janus right now, I think we should focus on Janus coming in from Cignal Ultra. Janus has been the key player for Cignal Ultra for a lot of the matches, even if they lost. His Lancelot was really good, but right now he's playing the Benedetta. Let's see if what he could offer for Cignal Ultra Warriors. Janus right now rotating around the mid lane with the entirety of his team actually. That's 4 people, and Exort just might be in trouble.
Might be in trouble. He's not going to oblige him of anything. Just do a little bit of a chip damage there onto Rhea as the Lord, the Turtle, I'm sorry, is going to spawn in about 15 seconds, which is an objective that Cignal Ultra wants to give to Aquaboy, but it's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, 5 seconds from now, the turtle will be spawning, and this might just be a big fight. Nexplay already securing a good position around it, but Kekdot, Nexplay has to stay careful. Kekdot is in a great spot.
He will be able to dive in for the yin-yang overturn. Meanwhile, Bensanity is low on HP, force a flicker out. Exort misses the flicker, but still manages to secure the kill as well. The shadow kill is not enough to dish out damages onto the rosters of NXP here. Cignal Ultra has to fall back, and they're doing what they can to really fall back. And it's not the good. It's the best trade.
It's actually one of the worst trades that Cignal Ultra could have had. And not only did the turtle go to Nexplay, but they also got 3 kills. I want to take a look at that fight. I have to say, Kekadot was in a great spot. He had the opportunity to get around 3 people. But the problem was the rest of his team was falling short. And Nexplay had the opportunity to just dive in and get that killing spree. The Kagura, Janus going in, but he also falls down. Looks like Claude will be on a rampage here. 1-1 and 4. Renegade though, Harley going in. Yaoi throwing him back.
And Aquaboy is dangerously low. He does not want to continue. He didn't have to go for the shadow kill there.
Well, at this point, it's still Nexplay ahead by 6 kills. Meanwhile, for Cignal Ultra, let's not look at the kill score here. Cignal Ultra still is just below 3,000 gold, which means they could definitely find a fight that would go well for them, or maybe perhaps an objective that they could steal away from Nexplay. The next objective will be up in 40 seconds, the turtle around the bottom side, which means a lot of the teams will have to be rotating around that area, and we're already seeing this Harley prying around that camp.
And again, we have to attribute this to the fact that Janus does not really want to go in. As I say that going in is what Yawi and Renegade do.
Oh my god, Yawi. Yawi in this game is just going insane. Got the first 2 kills of the game for Nexplay, and then has continued and just finding opportunity after opportunity, and they just, you know, just jawhead things. This is why you priority picked it.
Yeah, and that is why you ban out the jawhead as well. And looking at Cignal Ultra's composition here, again, they are not a team. At this point, that wants to go for the team fights, man.
Yeah, I get it. Again, I just laughed a little bit because you said they're not a team. They're individuals. But you know what? You make sense there, Nomad. Cignal Ultra right now, they don't feel like they're running as a cohesive unit. It feels as if they have their solo plays. They know what they want to do, but they're not doing it as a team. Meanwhile, for Nexplay, it's always been Yawi pulling the trigger, finding the next kill for Nexplay, just like this.
And the next play is to take down Rhea. They're doing a good job here. NXP just making sure that they regain control, or not regain, but maintain control of the map. Mid lane is yet to fall down, but they are already leaning towards that. Yawi spots out 3 members here from Cignal Ultra, going for the purple buff. It will be stolen away.
Oh man. Oh, this is an early Divine Glaive coming in from Exort. This Lunox will hurt. In Cignal Ultra, they have to stay even more careful. They need to dodge those abilities, but sometimes there's not a lot of dodging involved, and you're looking like this.
Force to the ejection onto Aqua Boy, the slam dunk that they need to secure that another kill onto the side laner here for Cignal Ultra. It's not the best game for Cignal Ultra.
Yeah, definitely not one of the
Janus
best.
gets caught as well! Again!
Oh no. Oh no. This is just really bad for Cignal Ultra. We're looking at an 8-minute game with 12 kills going to Nexplay, and Nexplay isn't showing any signs of stopping at all. Yawi has been insane in finding those kills. Every time that the flicker is up, every time that his ultimate is up, they keep on finding those key opportunities to just capitalize even more. They even got the turtle on the bottom side, and 12 seconds from now, the next turtle will spawn.
That is an objective that Cignal wants in order for them to at least dampen the lead that NXP has. As I say that, both tier 2 turrets are down. Renegade diving deep with a BMI into the Blazing Durant, almost taking down Kekadot in the process.
That's just pure confidence coming in from Renegade. That's like 5 people. His team was nowhere to be found. Good thing he didn't die. That could have been another... Well, I wouldn't say big throw, but I keep on getting reminded of what the recall that Chu did in Game 1.
Man, that's yeah, that's not the moment for you to go for the recall.
You know, if anything, confidence.
You got the confidence. I mean, it was an outplay, but if you're gonna go do the recall, make sure that you know, win the game first.
You know what?
Secure the victory.
You make a great point. You make a valid point. In fact, Nexplay already secured the Lord there.
Yeah, the hard guard already used as well. That's a defensive electro final blow by Janus to escape the grasps of NXP. They get the turtle there.
Yep. Wait, was it the turtle?
Oh, it was a Lord.
It was a Lord. No, man, that was a Lord. And Aqua Boy in the bot lane does get a turret. I think that's a little bit of a trade for Cignal Ultra. Yes, they got a turret, but Nexplay got a Lord. I would say that the trade is still won by Nexplay by far, but at least Cignal Ultra drops down their first turret. Again, 10 minutes in, this is their first turret of the game, and it's not looking well for the Warriors.
And Cignal just wants to make sure that they last throughout the entirety of the early to the mid-game stages, because late game, Hayabusa will shine, and if Hayabusa shines, there is a big chance that they will outplay Nexplay.
And the Hayabusa, when we look at the Hayabusa, we have to look at the setup. It's very important to just find those sets for the shadow kill, because if you're gonna go in for a shadow kill that's not really necessary, as you said earlier, or shadow kills that are out of position, it almost always gives Cignal Ultra not the lead, gives Cignal Ultra a loss instead.
And we've seen Janus use the electro final blow a total of around 4 times. Most of them, 3 out of 4 of them, were defensive electro final blows as well.
Man, that's That's sad. That's just sad.
What is sad here is that Janice and Rhea are getting bursted out completely by Renegade. This may or may not be Renegade, ladies and gentlemen. As they get an ejection onto Bensanity, he forced to flicker out of there, and Keketat will fall down. This is looking like an NXP game, ladies and gentlemen. Only the bottom lane inhibitor turret left alive here for Cignal Ultra.
Divine Glaive Rush Lunox. Super hurtful against Cignal Ultra. They didn't even see their HP bars go down. It was just poof, it's gone. And look at H2O just having fun already. 4 people, no, make that 5 people pushing down. No, 4 people in the mid lane, and this just might be it.
It is going to be it. NXP has no other options but just to end the game. Cignal Ultra still has yet to find a victory. As game number 1 goes to the side of NXP.
Man, what a winning moment coming in from NXP. You could see the smiles on their faces.
And that winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. And Nexplay, it's looking like they're getting their first win.
Yeah, and this is a breath of fresh air for Nexplay. The past few games for them has not been good for their morale. If you've seen their vlogs out there, if you've seen their social media content, you would see that they're not really having it. A lot of them are pretty sad about their most recent losses. This win should be able to refresh them a little bit, but for Cignal Ultra Warriors, I'm quite sure that it would be even worse. They haven't won yet. And they were delayed in the season as well, so they've been playing since Thursday. So for everyone watching here, if you've been tuning in since Thursday, you've been seeing Cignal Ultra Warriors games again and again, and they haven't won a single series just yet.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It's an entire gauntlet that Cignal Ultra has to go through. If I'm not mistaken, also next week is also going to be a gauntlet that Cignal Ultra has to go through, because they have to catch up. And if they want to catch up, they want to make sure that the games that they're playing are games that matter. And each and every single game that we have in the MPL matters, because the top 8 teams that we have for the regular season will move to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 teams from each group, the bottom 1 team from each group will be eliminated. Cignal Ultra is right there, hanging on by a thread.
It's going to be hard for Cignal Ultra for sure, but they still have the hard work. Time is not their ally, but I guess being calm still has its benefits. Maybe in the future they will find their wins.
In the future, maybe the future may just be game number 2. We'll find out what exactly happened during game number 1 there, as we throw it on over to our resident analyst Wolf on the analyst desk to let us know what happened in that fight. You're welcome, by the way.
Thank you so much, casters. What a wonderful start para sa NXP as they are starting to recover from a slump, at pinakitahan tayo ng kakaibang galawan, or at least comfort coming out from NXP. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and let's talk about game number 1. The following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament co-partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. And bakit ko nasabi na kakaiba but at the same time comfort para sa NXP? Well, kasi this time makakita tayo ng ibang heroes. Like the Harley, for example, making so much sense laban sa mga heroes ng Cignal Ultra. Hindi lang yan yung late game composition nila na meron kang Lunox plus Claude. Imagine kung hindi ganun ka-dominant para sa NXP, may sagot pa rin sila para sa Cignal Ultra in the latter stages of the game. Ngayon, ang pinaka-comfort na nakita natin was coming out from Yawi, 4, 1, and 8. So, in total, 12 out of 15 ay ang kanyang kill participation. Pero honestly, kahit paanong simula pa lang, halos 95% ang kanyang kill participation. Looking at Yawi and his performance na Joed, ito talaga yung kailangan nating tignan all throughout this match. Honestly, the real reason kung bakit sobrang dominant ng NXP in this particular game, dalawa. Una ay binigyan nila ng hero si Yawi na magiging comfortable siya. Pangalawa was because of the fact na overall, ito yung strategy na talagang nag-work para sa NXP, which is to just go for the kills. And later on, we'll find out sa highlights kung ano mangyari. But for now, I want you to be reminded na meron po tayong live watching rewards for all of the viewers out there. Every time na mamupunta dito sa post-game analysis segment, we're gonna be showing you a QR code and a link para sa live watching rewards. The first 30,000 entries ay may chance makapanalo ng isang skin worth 599 diamonds. So kung ako sa inyo, sumali na. And let's talk about the highlights, of course, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. For NXP, look at Yawi. Yung unang dalawang kills actually mapupunta sa kanya, the first blood and the second one for NXP. Eventually, aabot siya sa point na 4-0 and 5 tapos 11 kills yung NXP. Tumating nga sa 4-0-7 tapos 12 kills yung NXP. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Kill participation off the charts. Yawi dun sa may backline sa turtle take na to. Tignan naman yung isolation na nagawa ng NXP just by one hero. Hindi pa nahuli si H2O kaya kahit pa yung Cignal ay makapwesto bilang 5, kulang na rin sila ng damage output, pati na rin ang kanilang formation na debunk ng NXP. Lalong-lalo na sa aggressiveness ni Yawi at pati na rin dun sa lapo-lapo ni James. We're gonna see another initiation from Yawi getting another kill for the team. And eventually, si Janus ay mapapa-dive sa likod kasi nga naman naging aggressive. Sila kailangan nila kumuha ng extra kills. But Yawi was still all over the place. Sa lahat ng highlights na to, nakikita mo si Yawi. So this is well played coming out from Yawi. But at the same time, yung Cignal Ultra, hinayaan nilang makuha yung Jawhead nang walang magandang trade-off. Honestly, kung isipin, pwede na siguro dahil meron silang Benedetta, nakakuha sila din ng Angela. Pero overall, I mean, para sa NXP, sobrang comfortable ng kanilang Jawhead. Unstoppable at this point. Wala tayong nakitang mga heroes na pwedeng pumigil dun sa aggression na makikita natin coming out of this Jawhead. And so many times in this particular post-game analysis, ang daming beses ko nasabi yung Jawhead. Pero ang MVP, when it comes to the stats, is Rene J. The MVP of the game was brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Bakit din MVP performance coming out from Rene J? 80% kill participation, 2-1 and 10. In fact, yung damage dealt niya ay 39,000 and objective damage overall 15k. So ano ba yung mga implications ng mga stats na nakita natin from Rene J? Una ay nakontrol niya yung mapa. Pangalawa, yung lane niya ay tamang-tama yung resulta because of the help of his teammates. Nakakuha din siya ng farm na maganda using that gold and transforming it into damage. All I'm trying to say is, kapag binigyan ng farm si Rene J, gamit ang Claude na may sagot sa lahat ng heroes ng Cignal Ultra, nako-convert niya yung farm na ginawa niya into actual in-game impact. Kaya nga naman din, napaka-komportable ng NXP all throughout this game. Everybody stepped up, including James, pati na rin yung overall, pati na rin si Lapu-Lapu, which also allowed NXP to just take over this game. What a wonderful start para sa recovery ng NXP. Tingnan natin kung Cignal Ultra naman ay makakahanap ng kanilang own path to recovery. Let's see, and let's get back to the desk.
Yeah, the recovery might be there for NXP, but Cignal may still have a chance. Game number 2 in this best-of-3 series is up. Nexplay already on match point to secure their first victory in a long while. I'm Nomad. Alongside me is Uomi. What adjustment are we expecting here?
For Cignal Ultra, I have to take a note of that Jawhead. They need to take away that Jawhead from Nexplay. Obviously, the Jawhead was the biggest problem. 2 kills in the first 3 minutes. That's insane coming in from Yawi. Make sure to respect that pick. Ban out the Jawhead, leave something else open because apparently Jawhead is one of the things that really work out for Nexplay. The next, Cignal Ultra Warriors at least focus on the early game. They drafted the Hayabusa in that match, and the Hayabusa isn't really exactly the best early game core that you want, but we're entering the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, and who will make the smart choice in this draft? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart. Free games for all, banning out the Eve as usual. Cignal Ultra, they had a bad time with it. Nexplay Esports will be
banning the Jawhead. It's funny though, Nexplay Esports were the ones that played that Jawhead to perfection, but Nexplay gave me a number. It's like, you know what? How about we ban the Jawhead for you? Hey Cignal Ultra Warriors, how about we ban the Jawhead for you? We banned the Mathilda too, and meanwhile for Cignal Ultra, they're answering it back. They were the ones that picked the Benedetta, but right now they're like, how about we ban one of us too?
All things considered, Nexplay did have a good showing on the Benedetta.
True.
Good performance.
In week 1.
A good performance, but it wasn't a solid, solid. That's
it's a solid 3 for me. 3 out of 5.
Yeah,
whatever.
It was an iffy performance for the Benedetta pick for NXP for the majority of the season that we have so far. Popol and Koopa being banned out by Cignal Ultra. Nexplay responds with a ban on the Paquito. What do you think is the first pick here for Cignal?
For Cignal Ultra, they have the opportunity to get a great power pick. There's a lot of options if they want to go at the meta of the supports. You could definitely pick that Rafaela at the start, or maybe perhaps that Angela as well. But I think they're going to go with their strengths, maybe pick a big side laner first. But that wouldn't be as smart as they want it to be, considering that they're just picking one hero. Might as well get something that's not easily countered, or perhaps something that's not big of a power pick or the pick of the game. So for Cignal Ultra, Rafaela, Angela, a lot of the supports, even an Estes if they want, it's still pretty safe. But the Selena was left open and they actually lock it in.
And they almost secured a victory for themselves, Cignal Ultra, with that Selena. Throwback to Season 2 championships, when Cignal Ultra secured their victory off of Dysenia's Selena to snatch it away from Brent Esports. If anything, Selena is also a good pick here for Cignal Ultra because they will be able to get a lot of information away from Nexplay Esports, plus the threat of the Abyssal Arrow is still there. And with the ban from the Popol and Koopa, Selena makes sense.
Yeah, and Nexplay Esports, they stick with what worked for them. The MVP hero of last game. They lock in the Claude first pick and then follows it up with a Cho. This Cho might be a tank Cho, but could also be a side lane. Honestly, Nexplay Esports, they have the ability to just flex this Cho, so it's a great second pick. Meanwhile, for Cignal Ultra, I wonder what their next 2 heroes would be. They already have the Selena, but they had the Uranus as well. This really worked out for them in game 1, but then again, the aggression coming in from Yawi's Jawhead was just too much in the first game.
Yeah, the Uranus was doing a good job, just like what she said. It's just that the entirety of the composition of Cignal Ultra actually lacked the capabilities for the entire team to fight as a team, and that is where Uranus shines. His job is to just soak up a lot of the damage before they dive in to secure the team fight. And speaking of securing a team fight, with the Selena and the Sylvana being picked up, what's the implication that we have here?
Well, pick off potential skirmishes, it's all there for Cignal Ultra. The moment they find a good 3v3, the moment they find that one person out of position, that Sylvana and that Selena will be on to you. And they might even just go towards lanes, or maybe tower dive aggressively with the Selena and Sylvana as well. They do have the opportunity to do that right now. With the Jawhead banned, there's not a lot of aggressive options to counter the Sylvana. Meanwhile, for Nexplay Esports, let's go back to the banning phase. Looks like Harith will be their 4th ban. Let's wait on the 4th ban of Cignal Ultra. What would it be? Drum roll, please. It's an Alice.
Yeah, you don't want the Alice to be in this fight if you're Cignal Ultra. All things considered, look at this. There's a Claude. There's a Lunox. And there is an Alice. That's if there would be an Alice here on the side of NXP, that's a lot of circles that Cignal Ultra has to worry about. And if you get the good Venn diagram of the Alice ult plus the Order of Brilliance plus the Blazing Duet, you're screwed.
Yeah, basically 3 circles. It's like trying to circle around those 3 circles would just make you circle around and go back to the base immediately. That's a lot of painful circles. The circle of pain. There's no circle of life in Mobile Legends, only the circles of pain.
There is...
Revitalize is a circle of life.
Circle of life. And Nexplay also banned out another circle.
The circle of pain.
Yeah, the circle of pain.
It rains. It rains from the sky.
Yeah, the airstrike of feathers.
It's the airstrike of feathers. But the animation isn't actually feathers. It's like black magic.
It's just an instant amount of pain. And speaking of an instant amount of pain, that's not what NXP wants with this Esmeralda pick. It is not a instant amount of pain. It's a sustained amount of pain. It's a damage per second type of pain.
And not just a damage per second type of pain, but also it's a circle made of stars with a falling star moon.
With the moon falling.
Yeah, with the moon falling too. There's a lot of circles, man. I feel like we're seeing a trend here. This is like 10 out of 10 analysis.
It's Nexplay, like, what do the circles mean?
Wait up, Nexplay likes circles. Cignal Ultra, they like pointy things. They like the straight. The Yisun Shin.
And the one, oh wait, okay.
Wow, now they like the pointy things. They like the throwing objects, man.
Now let's put the switch back.
All right.
It's the Wan and the Yisun Shin. Wan will be able to escape the grasps of the Cho and the Esmeralda. And if anything, will be able to also supplement the damage output that Yisun Shin has for Cignal Ultra. Selena will go for the pickoffs in the info game. Uranus will just soak up the damage that Claude is going to throw at him.
And I have to say that Cignal Ultra, even if they do have the flexibility and the mobility around fights, they don't necessarily have the tankiness apart from the Uranus. So it's still going to be hard for Cignal Ultra to find an opportunity, especially if the Uranus gets picked off early. And for Nexplay Esports, they go for the Roger. The signature Roger wins games for Nexplay.
And it's an even fight. It's an even playing field, all things considered. The only thing that I'm seeing here now is that this is a Cho tank. And the side lanes will be a little bit of a problem here for Cignal Ultra, because Wan will potentially go up against a Claude, and Claude will just demolish Wan sub-level 4. It's a Lunox going up against a Uranus, and the Lunox will remain relatively safe against this Uranus.
And looking at Cignal Ultra, once again, they really do have great skirmishes. Now that they have additional marksmen as well and added information with the Mountain Shocker, Cignal Ultra really does need to play around information and the Imperial Justice. So they do have that edge. But I feel like when they do enter team fights, if they don't have enough gold yet, Cignal Ultra cannot pull the trigger. They can't just go for a big team fight if they don't have enough money. They need to farm up first. They need to put gold into Janus and Aqua Boy, then go for fights. Nexplay, though, they could definitely go in aggressive early with the Cho, but other than that, if those maneuvers fail, Nexplay might just see a game 3.
And the game 3 is what Cignal is hoping for, as we are on match point. NXP up 1 game, second game in this series. And if you're a supporter of Cignal Ultra that's watching right now, give them all the energy you have. And if you're a fan of NXP, rejoice, for they are still in the lead in this series.
And right now, this is looking to be quite the similar game from game 1. A lot of the side laners are just mirroring each other, but H2O might just find Rhea here. Rhea already half HP. James having the time of his life as this Esmeralda.
But the burst from the Uranus is still there. And it's a Lunox mid. Exhort, of course, will be playing that. So the side lane matchup relatively changed there. It's now Rhea may just have a good time against the Esmeralda sub-level 4. Now, if we're looking at how the team fights might occur in the early game, it's just individual pickoffs. We're waiting for the Sylvana to go and get the stuns, just like what Bensanity did there onto Yaoi, just to check the bushes.
20 seconds from now, though, the turtle will be spawning on the top side. We are already seeing Nexplay just hovering around that corner, knowing that the turtle will be spawning. But look at this. Kekidot might just find Yaoi. Might be the kill.
Gets the stun, gets the points there by Bensanity. Forced to back off, and we have the rotation here from Rhea to try to get and prevent Yaoi from balling back just yet, and they have priority over this turtle right now. They're looking for an opportunity themselves to secure this. NXP, H2O, and James in position. Exhort looking for an opportunity to dive in as well, but they decide to back off instead.
Great trap coming in from Kekidot, finding the core out of NXP. And H2O stepping on the trap means you won't be able to contest or secure that turtle. Renegade entering in a 2v1 though.
Boy. Look, going for the crossbow tank, secures the kill onto Renegade, looking for another kill onto Exhort. But the better call here is to back off, and that is exactly what he did.
Renegade going in for the 2v1. That was quite a ballsy move.
Oh, Bensanity forced to use the Order of Brilliance just to escape, and he will fall down himself.
And now we are looking at a 2-0 game right now with Cignal Ultra in the lead. Aqua Boy finding that first kill it's very massive. This is a 1-1 that we're talking about. The moment that 1-1 secures more kills, more gold.
Oh, beautiful flicker to the Jeet Kune Do to take down Kekidot.
That was a good play. Yaoi still doing plays even with that show. The Jawhead was indeed better, but Yaoi still finding it. Might just be another play in the mid lane. Janice and Bensanity are quite safe though, as they secure more objectives, give Janice more gold, give information around the map with the Zisun Shin. Definitely, this just might be Yaoi waiting for the perfect timing.
And the perfect timing here onto the Shunpo in by Yaoi was there, not really connecting with the Jeet Kune Do. Could have caught 2 members of Cignal Ultra there on the mid lane.
Yeah, Bensanity though, hovering around the corner, the kick back!
And that is Bensanity forced to flicker out, will manage to survive that, but he will be forced to reset himself. And this is a relatively deep cut as well from Rhea, just to save the top lane as much as possible. As Exort tries to save himself, and he will. He should be able to save himself. Nowhere to run.
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
that's
Rhea
the order
there.
of brilliance. Baiting it out, but that's a 2v1 for Rhea right now. Rhea wasn't able to steal away the purple buff. H2O still feeling a little bit held here. Kekidot has been on point on those traps.
That is a relative win for Cignal Ultra because they forced a lot of members from NXP back in order for them to secure this turtle themselves, and there's no way that NXP will be able to secure that, and they also get a kill off of Yaoi.
Cignal Ultra right now are playing like they didn't lose game 1. They definitely went in for the great rotations early on, found the opportunities with Kekidot's arrows and traps, but look at this in the bottom side though. Aqua Boy, crossbow of Tang. Goodbye, Esmeralda. That's a killing spree for Aqua Boy. 3-0 already.
And Rhea in the enemy jungle here, trying to deprive H2O of any buffs himself, will be able to trade himself out of that fight. But it was a little bit of a greedy attempt there for Rhea to try to go for the steal. It wasn't the best option there. And Bensanity may just pay the price for Rhea because he might fall down, manages to survive, and the turret is secured as well by Renegade.
Well, severely out of position there for the Sylvana, and Renegade was left to his own devices in the top side. Basically gave a free turret and almost pushing down the next inner turret. Did not successfully put it down though. Might just be a dangerous spot here for Renegade. Low on HP.
That's not something you wanted to do. You chase down deeply. You overcommitted to the chase. Now 3 members of NXP are chasing you down. Bensanity's there to protect him. Beautiful flicker once again by Yaoi to go for the Jeet Kune Do in the knockup. That is Aqua Boy once again securing a kill over to the bottom lane, taking down James. A trade for a turret is what Cignal Ultra wants to happen, and that is exactly what they're getting as we see the Demon Hunter sword being picked up by Aqua Boy.
This is good for both Cignal Ultra Warriors and Nexplay, but I have to say that gold distribution is in the favor of Cignal Ultra Warriors. When you give 4 kills to Aqua Boy, to a 1-1, it's gonna hurt by mid-game, and usually you see 1-1s hurt by late or mid-late, but now it's just amped up early.
And Renegade has to pop the Blazing to it early, almost dealing enough damage to take down Kekidot there, but it wasn't enough. And I'd like to add to that point, Aqua Boy already has a Corrosion Scythe as well as a Demon Hunter sword. Meanwhile, Renegade is just stuck with a Demon Hunter sword himself.
Wow, that's a big difference. That's a big difference. A Corrosion Sight on the 1-1 is a massive difference maker. And when you add that Demon Hunter sword, it just gives her the opportunity to just go in for a quick crossbow of tanks that really, really hurt. And now we're seeing the siege potential coming in from this double marksman lineup from Cignal Ultra Warriors, because when you have both range and damage, you have great sieging potential.
And the potential of the second tier 2 turret going down for NXP is real. They managed to take that out. The double marksman setup is slowly paying off for Cignal Ultra, but I fear for Cignal Ultra here because as soon as we reach the late game, all the members of NXP will have to pay the price.
Crossbow.
Oh no, the crossbow onto Exort. Manages to escape, forces the flicker out, dives in Bensanity to just secure the kill for Rhea.
Cignal Ultra Warriors back in this series. 9-3 against Nexplay, and James looks to be the next victim of this Fed 1-1. But you know what? Aquaboy knows how to respect his enemies. Aquaboy knows that he shouldn't overextend even as a Fed 1-1 until Kekedot arrives. James, though, still half HP. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't land in Aquaboy. Still finding that opportunity, burning down that falling Star Moon as well.
He's just standing there, and
Aquaboy?
Yeah, he's he knows that he's gonna die, so might as well just go back to the base. He's cornered here.
Bonk.
And that also goes to Janus as well. So that's another that's a kill going to Janus, the first kill that he has, and that's a little bit more money.
Yeah, I like this. Cignal Ultra Warriors, they have great gold distribution. The cores are getting the gold that they need. As I said earlier, Nomad, they need to wait for the opportunity that they got the gold already to just go for it. And what happened is they just got the gold first, and it wasn't handed to them, but they did make some great plays. That's a double brute force.
And look at the dive in by Bensanity to catch Exhort and Yahweh, and a pause will be called. And just to have to point out, the golden staff has been picked up by Renegade 8 minutes into the game. Typically, if the Claude is doing a good job by 7 minutes 30, you should have the Demon Hunter Sword and the golden staff. And it's a bit late. It's reflecting because they're just doing a good job just preventing Claude from getting further farm.
And looking at the 1-1, Aquaboy has been massive in this series. Aquaboy really knows how to get those solo kills as well. It's very important to take note of that, because solo kills only happen when there's a lapse in the lane. And when there's a lapse in the lane, Aquaboy already smells victory in that fight. So Aquaboy has this big game sense where when he smells that he could go in for the solo kill, he actually does. So that's what's been happening in his lane. That's why he's 5-0. That's why the 1-1 hurts like hell.
Yeah, and as long as you're a player that recognizes your advantage in a team fight or in the fight itself, just push for the advantage. Speaking of, they're pushing the advantage even more there by taking down Yaoi in the jungle. Meanwhile, Renegade looking for a push in the bottom lane as the scuffle here in the jungle continues. Yaoi and Exhort are the two members going down. Kekedot connects with the Abyssal Arrow onto Renegade, and Renegade, he will not be able to secure this himself.
Oh,
He's gonna go for the Blazing Duet instead to take down Kekedot, and it doesn't matter. He secures the orange buff, forces Kekedot back. That's a win for Renegade.
That's a lot of confidence coming in from Renegade, but Renegade, I don't think Nexplay knows just yet that they're already starting Lord. And Lord is already half HP, but Cignal Ultra Warriors, they receive the signal to back off. They know for a fact that NXP, they're in it in the bottom lane, and now Renegade just goes back, absorbs pressure from the Yisun Shin and the Uranus. Now that the Lord is cancelled, NXP, they buy themselves a few minutes of time.
Yeah, and Renegade will just be the nuisance here for Cignal Ultra, because he will just continue on and force a lot of pressure in the bottom lane so that Cignal Ultra has to commit the members for themselves to take care of Renegade. Speaking of Renegade, Renegade is taking a good care of Rhea here, manages to barely survive, does not have the Blazing Duet to dish out a little bit more damage, and he's getting bullied away from this bottom lane by Rhea.
Rhea's tanky right now, that's for sure. This Uranus pick, 2, 3, and 2, yes, that's a lot of deaths. 4, actually 90% of 3 out of 4 deaths coming in from Cignal Ultra Warriors is from this Uranus, but he's just doing his job, man. He's tanking a lot of damage. He has 3 marksmen in his team. Make that 2.
2. And this Lord may just be reduced down to 0 as Cignal Ultra is already starting it off. NXP looking for an opportunity to go for the seal, but it's not going to happen. They both get knocked up, and NXP has to fall back. That's exactly what James is trying to do. Yaoi has the opportunity to go for the Jeet Kune Do to just keep everybody alive relatively. They didn't have to do so.
This is the power of a double marksman lineup for sure. Quick objectives, great sieging, great wave clear, and information as well, considering that you have the Yi and Shin. So Cignal Ultra Warriors, yes, the Selena would fall off late game rather, but by late game, both of their cores are going to be online. Aqua Boy will hurt, Janus will hurt, even Ben Sanity will hurt up to a certain extent. Now that the Lord is marching in this bottom side, we're seeing Cignal Ultra Warriors trying to secure this win already. Game 2, Cignal Ultra Warriors, I think they're smelling victory already.
And if you smell what the Ultras are cooking, it may just be this victory. As Rhea dives into the backline to just dish out a lot of damage there. Binsani dives in, gets a stun on H2O. H2O gets completely deleted. Yaoi potentially next in line. And Cignal Ultra just has to be disciplined enough to just focus on other objectives. No way to take down the base, take down the inhibitor turret over to the bottom. Like the Abyssal Arrow connects onto multiple people, and that is the amount of damage that they are going to be able to output. Aqua Boy with that 1-1 definitely is the game changer here for Cignal as we go to game 3.
The game changer was the 1-1. A lot of great plays coming in from Aqua Boy, but the final great play came from Ben Sanity. Nexplay could have defended that successfully for sure. They had the people, they had everyone inside their base. They could have defended that. They could have fought better. But a perfect Imperial Justice coming in from Ben Sanity takes H2O off guard. At the edge, at the tip of Imperial Justice without anything to defend himself with.
And yeah, it's the saying goes, Roger wins games. Roger wins games depending on how you play the game. We haven't seen any big impact plays from H2O on that Roger as well throughout the entire game.
Well, he ended the game 2-1-1, his only death being the last fight where he actually died in the base, which means the Roger was working for a moment. But the moment it actually paced on, it was GG for Nexplay. Better luck in game 3.
And we'll take this moment to throw it on over to Wolf to let us know what happened to NXP that game.
Cignal Ultra putting up a fight at nagpuwersa ng game number 3 for the series. Not gonna go down. Makes the series very interesting for us. And my name is Wolf, your analyst. Kasama ko, syempre, ang ating malulupit na mga casters kanina when they were talking about the strength of the heroes ng NXP. Naisip ko na parang kaya. Pero ano nangyari? Let's find out. And why don't we look at the post-game statistics brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart. Free games for all. Bakit ako nag-agree na may strength ang lineup ng NXP laban sa Cignal Ultra? Dahil kung titignan natin, Lunox, Roger, and Claude, heroes can really deal with the Uranus. What happened with Cignal Ultra, however? Ano yung naging factor kung bakit sila nakalamang at nakakuha ng magandang start in this game? So it does actually from Ben Sanity. 11 assists, 0 deaths, and 0 kills. Tapos may vision ka coming out from Keke Dot. Actually, this is a classic 1-2 punch combo when it comes to the support and tank na nakikita natin from previous meta. Before pala magkaroon ng nice baby meta, nagkaroon muna ng 1-2 punch combo kung saan yung isang mid laner ay nagpo-provide ng vision, tapos meron kang initiation coming out from the tanks. Like for example, this Sylvana with the Selena. And many times in this game, hindi man nakarami ng sobra-sobra ng kills ang Cignal Ultra, yung idea pa lang na hindi makapag-roam around ang NXP dahil dun sa vision, pati na rin sa initiation na meron ang supporting cast ng Cignal Ultra, dun na sila nakakuha ng konting advantage in the early stages, which we'll see later. For now, I want you to be reminded na meron tayong live watching rewards. Have the chance to win a skin worth 599 diamonds kung isa ka sa mga 30,000 na unang entries in this QR code. Kung in-scan nyo to, or maybe go to this link, you'll get the chance to be part of the live watching rewards. The first 30,000 entries will get a chance to win the treasure box. And syempre, kung titingnan natin ang highlights, after all of the statistics that we've brought up, and makikita natin kung ano nga ba yung naging impact ng vision and initiation ng Cignal Ultra through the game highlights brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Now going back, ano ang naging crucial na part dito for Cignal Ultra? Number 1 to their key to victory, vision ni Ben Sanity, nakikita mo, and the Keke Dot with the traps. and arrows na kumonekta para ma-secure nila yung mga early objectives, yung mga turtle, mga turrets. And of course, the next win condition for NXP, make the side lanes good. At actually, ang pinrioritize nila dito is yung lane ni Aquaboy. Well, kung isipin ay nabigyan nila si Rene J ng maraming beses, up to 3 deaths in the early stages. Tapos, binigyan nila ng free game naman si Aquaboy. So, parang ang nangyari is, pinigilan nila yung kalaban na makapag-farm habang sila naman ay na-secure yung farm doon sa kanilang second core or yung sa kanilang gold laner. Now, gonna have to take note, ang ganda ng command ni Janus on this season, Shin. Kahit pa medyo nakontest siya ni Yawi in the early stages, nakakuha naman siya ng magandang takeover when it comes to turtles and turrets. As you can see now, Aquaboy chasing James, and Janus getting the 3-pointer, kumbaga. At ang naging development ng ating laban afterwards is just winning the map overall. NXP, makakakuha sila ng split push with Rene J, pero ang bilis ng sagot ng Cignal Ultra. In fact, when they're grouping up, mas mabilis din yung tempo sa pag-take nila ng mga turrets ng NXP. Kaya nga naman naging awkward yung pag-split push ni Rene J. Kasi paano niya maa-outspeed yung Cignal Ultra Siege kung hindi naman siya, kung mag-isa lang siya, which is just the Claude. Maybe if the game progress ng 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes, masabi mo na malakas na yung threat ng isang side split pushing Claude. Pero kung ganito na ang tempo na nilaro ng side ng Cignal Ultra ay mabilis, you're gonna have to really give it to the blue team. The MVP of the game was brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. The MVP of the game, it's Bensanity. 0 kills, 0 deaths, all assists. Pure playmaking. 69% of the time, nandun siya sa mga kills ng side ng Cignal Ultra. And then, tinulungan siya ng kanyang mid lane, which is the Selena. Kaya nga naman ako sila maraming kills. And if you think about it, yung impact ni Bensanity sa kanyang kalaban, pati na rin sa kanyang mga teammates ay maganda. Sa kalaban, nahirapan at naging awkward para kay Rene J, pati na rin kay H2O with the Roger, kasi pwede silang mahuli ng Imperial Justice. Para naman sa kampe, yung fact na nakakapag-vision si Sylvana gamit yung kanyang sariling hero with what we call the face checking. Tapos may added vision coming out from Sylvana, makes it so na si Janus, pati na rin si Aquaboy ay nakapag-farm ng matiwasay sa laban na to. And that meant great things for Cignal Ultra. Bakit hindi natin ibalik sa Caster's Desk para sa game number 3, decider of this wonderful series?
Very nice kill participation there. And with the 69% kill participation,
nice,
very nice indeed. It's the Sylvana that was in LVP, and we really have to give it to her.
Yeah, Bensanity with a lot of great plays, even the game-winning Imperial Justice as well. That catch on H2O was massive inside the base for sure. I can't help but say that NXP, they had the chance to defend that. They had the chance, they had the actual chance to defend that, but Bensanity just said no. Imperial Justice, no escape for H2O, can't even reset with the Roger. It was already GG when they landed that Imperial Justice, but man, what a game for Cignal Ultra, extending this series to a 3-game series. We haven't seen any sweeps for today. Match 1 was also a 3-game series, and now we're seeing a 3-game series once again.
This may be a trend for the 4th day to see a lot of 3s here. And what's more important here for Cignal Ultra and Nexplay is whose streak will finally end. Whose losing streak will finally come to an end. Who's going to come out with a win. That is the main thing here.
And speaking of main things, now that you mentioned the word streaks, the first match was the same flavor, except it was which undefeated streak or which top or hot streak would end. And in match 2, it's a story of cold streaks. Sudden change in morale. It's quite obvious. They're sitting in such a way, you gotta see the body language here. And man, they're looking bummed out right now.
As we go in, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. NXP, Cignal Ultra, tension is high.
definitely a lot of tension around here. You could already see them just moving around, a little bit jittery after that loss. But this is where the coach comes in. This is where Doggy should be able to talk to his players and just, calm down. We still got this. Let's stick with our game one mechanics or strategies that won us the game, or maybe even study what happened in game 2, because Cignal Ultra Warriors, they knew what to do in that game. Cignal Ultra Warriors, they won that game not with ease, but with smart choices and with great plays as well.
And the main question here is, we're seeing the performance from Cignal Ultra slowly go to their rhythm since day one of their participation last Thursday.
Yeah.
NXP, we're seeing a little bit of a struggle on their side. And the main thing here is that who will make smart choices in the draft. Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco provider of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart. Free games for all. Selena Uranus banned out by NXP. Cignal still banning out the Eve.
Yep, Eve ban has been a staple for this series already for 3 games. No team here in this match number 2 doesn't want to deal with that Eve. Real world manipulation is a real world problem in MPL. And for Nexplay Esports, banning out the Uranus and Selena, I feel like they're adjusting to what worked for Cignal Ultra. They're respecting the Uranus, they're respecting the Selena, but that leaves some other picks open for Cignal Ultra to take. And Cignal Ultra, I'm quite sure that they're prepared to play other compositions as well that's not relying on a Uranus and a Selena. But for Nexplay Esports, that's a great adjustment for now. Respect what worked in game 2, then move on.
Yeah, getting the Paquito out of the way, they felt the difference of going up against a Paquito, and they don't want to experience the same thing. As the ban coming in from Nexplay Esports will be the Mathilda. Cignal Ultra quick with their last ban as well in the first phase is the Jawhead.
Jawhead is the final ban for Cignal Ultra. I think they made sure that game 1 would never happen again to them. Nexplay Esports had the easiest time in game 1 with that Jawhead, but now that the Vendetta is open, Nexplay Esports actually secured the pick as well.
Yeah, first time in a while that Benedetta has been picked up by NXP in the first phase of picking here. Cignal Ultra has to respond with a side lane and a support here just to keep NXP on their toes.
Yeah, and NXP right now, with that Benedetta pick, means they could pull off some aggressive moves or perhaps be very elusive, hard to kill in the lane. Cignal Ultra, as you said, has the chance to counter this Benedetta, but there's not a lot of counters for this hero. Cignal Ultra, they have 12 seconds to pick their first 2 heroes. A lot of great picks open out there, but the Selena and the Uranus plus the Mathilda is out. I feel like I hear the next 2 picks here. It's a Cho and a Chang'e. We haven't seen a Chang'e yet in this series.
Yeah, this entire day for that matter as well. Chang'e really provides a lot of wave clear for Cignal Ultra if ever things go to the wire. That the siege is already happening by NXP, by Nexplay Esports. Chang'e will be able to stop that. But look at these 3 pickups from NXP.
A Ling and an Alice. Alice has been proven one of the best picks out there for the offlane. Meanwhile, for the Ling is a more...
Your team is banning.
Actually, I think it's a more... How do you call this? Like, a situational pick for most teams here. But Nexplay Esports has been consistently picking this Ling for them. H2O played the Ling yesterday, didn't go well for them. But man, Nexplay Esports securing that Alice would be great. Cignal Ultra, though, they respond. A Natalia pick.
Would this be a reflection of the Greed Natalia pick that happened a couple of days ago? We'll have to see, because as far as I can tell, Greed is one of the few players that can really play Natalia well. I'm still iffy about the Natalia pickup here by Cignal Ultra.
Yes.
Let's go back to the bans here real quick. It's a Harith and the Farsa for these teams.
Yep, a Harith and a Farsa ban for Cignal Ultra and Nexplay Esports. They don't want, or perhaps they're choking out the mages already as the second picking phase continues. Natalia, though, I want to touch on that once again. As you said, Greed was the only, or is the only player right now in MPL Season 7 that's quite apt with it, with a positive win rate, because it's really hard to pull off. Like, on paper, it's great. You get invisibility, you get silences, you get damage all around. The early game aggression from this Natalia would be insane. But when you enter the mid game, when you enter the late game, that's when Natalia players tend to forget what to do because you can no longer assassinate people left and right. And the Natalias, at least for Greed, he knows how to move around the map, be annoying overall.
And that is the key to play Natalia. Meanwhile, Cignal Ultra does not have the key that what the Aqua Boy wants to go into the game. The Wan is out. Cores are out of the equation as well. They also, Cignal Ultra bans out the Angela so that the Angeline combo won't actually work for NXP.
Yeah, that's a great Angela ban from Cignal Ultra. I like that you point that out. The Angela ban actually removes it from Nexplay Esports. Now that you've said it, Angela could have been the perfect pick for Nexplay Esports. They have the Alice, they have the Ling, and they have the Benedetta too, all of which are great options for the Angela to just go into and empower the nice one baby meta, as we call it in the Philippines. Now, Cignal Ultra, they lock in the Lancelot, and you know, if you've heard one of the doggy's lines to Lancelot, he thinks the Lancelot is okay.
It is very okay. It's an okay pick for Cignal Ultra. We heard Sylvana being picked up by NXP.
You know what, Sylvana? If Nexplay Esports do remember what happened in Game 2, stealing away the Sylvana would be one of the better options. Ooh. But this is unexpected, Nomad. This is quite unexpected. They lock in the Eudora as their mage. And can you give me a couple of reasons on why they locked in this Eudora?
Burst.
Burst. Always the burst.
Burst. And burst.
Those are very particular reasons, my friend.
Yes, and I will expound upon that because the Eudora ult hurts.
Yes.
Can really give you down to quarter H. It's a diggy.
Yes, it's a diggy. And Cignal... Wait, I have to ask something, Nomad. You're running a Lancelot, a Natalia composition. Having this diggy, I feel like it's not going to be a feeding diggy strat here. It's not going to be good for them. I honestly feel like a feeding diggy composition. It's not a feeding diggy composition. This Natalia... But you know what? Prove me wrong, Cignal Ultra. Cignal Ultra right now, it seems like they have a plan, and the plan is to disrupt the plan of Nexplay Esports by locking in that diggy.
It's the Natalia diggy going into the jungle and being very much a nuisance here for Ling. That's the plan.
Yeah.
They will, well, Natalia is not going to die over and over again. That's not what Kekedot wants to do. But that is what Bensanity, I feel, is Bensanity wants to do. He wants to disrupt H2O as much as possible. And Kekedot just gets the information that, hey, H2O is here in the orange buff. Come here, Bensanity. Maybe.
Throw your bombs. Maybe throw yourself. Who knows? We're entering the land of dawn. It's Game 3 between Nexplay Esports and Cignal Ultra Warriors. It's winner takes all. Who will snap the cold streak for this game? Nexplay will want to find their win here after losing Game 2. Meanwhile, for Cignal Ultra Warriors, if they win this is their first ever series win in Season 7.
In 4 games, that is that's going to be a big morale boost for Cignal Ultra, no problems. But look at this. This is the disruption that I have been trying to tell you. H2O does not have the buff.
Oh man, H2O will have a bad time here. Bensanity just, they're mirroring what Blacklist did in Week 1. I just have to say, this is very much similar to what Blacklist did in Game 1, or Week 1 rather, and Bensanity, those rotations, that is lethal in delaying this Ling.
And it's working out well for them so far, and they're also doing a deep cuts where it matters to just force NXP in a tight spot, at least in the early game. Bensanity falling down once again. Yaoi already starting off the orange buff here, but we have Kekedot here just getting information, and Bensanity again will be a nuisance, just using the time bombs, almost taking down H2O single-handedly. And this is a game plan. Disrupt H2O as much as possible. Again, the Bensanity falls down, Kekedot gets the kill onto Yaoi, and again, H2O finally gets the orange buff for himself.
Yep, but I feel like Cignal Ultra Warriors, a lot of them bit the dust there. 4 kills, that's 2 kills going to Nexplay, that's not from the diggy. Oh, actually, that's all from the
All
Diggy.
from the
It's
Diggy.
all from the Diggy. You know what? They're still falling to the plan of Cignal Ultra Warriors here, and the gold lead isn't that far yet. If Cignal Ultra Warriors will be able to secure this turtle, then it's going to be huge for them. A power spike on the Lancelot. Meanwhile, H2O still stuck at level 3. Might just get another kill on the Diggy. Killing spree. Of course, that's just going to be normal for now.
Yeah, and if anything, H2O is in a bit of a trouble here because Insanity will just throw out the bombs and he'll be able to dish out a lot of damage to H2O.
It's not going to be a fun time for Nexplay here for sure, but that's going to be another kill going to the hands of Nexplay.
Look at this, Kekidot single-handedly taking down H2O. This is a smart play coming in from Cignal Ultra. This is a smart draft from them.
An ultra-aggressive one, I have to say, but they need to keep up the pace here. They have Kekidot getting the kills, just securing the kills after a big effort from Bensanity. So Bensanity, he has to keep up the bombs, and Kekidot with the executions. Bensanity going down once again in a level 4 Ling. This is where it gets crucial for Cignal Ultra Warriors. This is the make or break. If they kill H2O once again, this is going to be massive for them.
And the purple will be secured. The Tempest of... Not the Tempest of Blades. Yeah, the Tempest of Blades will be used as well. This is the first time that NXP finally secures a kill outside of Bensanity as Kekidot falls down.
And this is massive. As I told you, this is going to be a crucial moment for Cignal Ultra Warriors now that the Ling is level 4. You need to make sure that you get him one more time because that Tempest of Blades will be massive in terms of maintaining safety and dealing damage as well. But Renegade there, burning almost all of his mana. Oh no!
Insanity.
Oh no!
Takes down Yaoi, almost takes down H2O in the process.
But now he can't do the Diggy strat anymore. He can't.
Well,
he got a kill though.
He killed himself from the turret.
But you know what? That could only happen once. The moment he dies once again to a hero, it's going to be a different story. But look at this, a 2v1.
At the H2O trying his best to secure that buff. He does. Orange and purple are still his. After a long time, he finally had to take that buff. Meanwhile, over the top lane, the burst damage from Yaoi is real, and Janus will fall down. That is the burst that I've been talking about on that Eudora. Just popping the ult is more than enough to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Exort will be exported out of the Land of Dawn and back into the recall.
Yeah, that's a problem with the Eudora. The moment you burn all of your spells, you're going to find yourself in big trouble, especially if you don't have the stun. But look at Yaoi though, 3v1. Looks like Ling is there as well.
And H2O doing what he can, does not have the Tempest of Blades. Gets the kill. H2O still getting a brunt of the damage. Renegade almost attempting to dive in with that Blood Orb.
Yep, and now this is the turtle started by Cignal Ultra Warriors. I feel like Nexplay has no means to contest this. They're going for Rhea instead. Rhea will be in slight trouble here, but the real 1v1 is between Bensanity and H2O. The cat and mouse chase here.
You don't see that happen all the time. You don't see the Diggy dishing out damage onto the Ling. He single-handedly brought Ling down to half HP.
Well, we are still looking at the power spike coming in from Cignal Ultra Warriors. The Ling will go down to Kekidot. That's quite unfortunate for Nexplay here. And Renegade wouldn't even find Kekidot, but Exort will. This is goodbye. The burst coming in from Eudora. This is what you want to see if you are a Eudora player.
And here comes Bensanity. That's slowly showing in the nightmares of NXP.
Yes, Cignal Ultra Warriors. They're definitely keeping pace here with NXP. The gold lead's pretty much the same here, dead even. And Bensanity, look at this, just being a big nuisance to H2O.
And he will not secure the orange buff, but still, that's H2O down to half HP, forced to use Revitalize there. And it's purple buff being stolen by Cignal Ultra.
Quick steal too, with a retribution, but just might be a big fight.
Yeah, Renegade diving in. Here comes the Tempest of Blades. Bensanity forces to use the Time's Journey. H2O low on HP though, and he's the primary target here for Kekidot. Beautiful burst down there by James with the Electro Final Blow.
Man, James right now is playing insane. That Festival of Blood is just raining down the healing for him. James, a 4-0 right now, if I'm looking at this correctly, means he has a lot of stacks.
He does, and it's only about a time before NXP finally regains control of this game. But meanwhile, it's Cignal Ultra securing 2 turrets for themselves, opening up the map, and getting priority off of this turtle in the bottom lane that's spawning in a couple of seconds.
Now, H2O, he didn't get that camp. It was stolen away by the Chang'e, and the turtle has already been spawned. Janus with a power spike item here, Blade of Heptasis already secured. It looks like they're going to start the turtle in NXP. Will they surrender it once again?
And it's not going to be the case. Turtle will be secured by Cignal. Kekedot finds H2O. Look at the silence and the burst. Tempest of Blades used, but Bensanity is there. The nightmare that you have been fearing since the start of the game, H2O. Rhea goes for Exhort. Will get taken out by Renegade. The sustain that he has from that ultimate is just enough to barely keep him alive.
This is the problem for Cignal Ultra Warriors right now. They had the aggressive maneuvers at the start, but Kekedot will fall down by late game. And it's just the nature of the Natalia, the Diggy as well, and NXP. They have an Alice growing. They have Renegade just sticking up to what he needs to do in that lane and regen. So as the game goes by, NXP will look stronger and stronger here.
And Renegade forced to back off Aquaboy with the meteor shower, pulling them together. Bensanity almost secures the deal onto Yaoi, but this
James though in the backside.
Yeah, James in the backside. Electro final blow used to be safe as possible. Could have been a big play, but NXP does not have a lot of HPs to work with during that time.
Well, all of the members coming in from Cignal Ultra Warriors were invested in the mid lane, which means H2O had the opportunity to clear at least a few minions in the bottom side and a few camps as well. That gives H2O a little bit of breathing room. No one died in the mid lane. It's nice. Gave H2O breathing room. Yeah, Cignal Ultra Warriors keeping up the pace though. You still have the Phantom Execution and the Thorn Rose. Look at Kekedot just giving so much damage to H2O. But as they try to take down H2O, they're forgetting 4 out of 5 members of Nexplay still exists.
Yeah, they're focusing all of their attention onto H2O and it's not working well for them. Bensanity down to half HP. He actually needs to stay alive at this point in the game because his time's journey is what's very important here. Gets immobilized as the Winter Truncheon being popped by Renegade will secure the kill onto Bensanity. And the Thorn Rose Magnanimous damage output is not enough. H2O will once again go for Bensanity. Aquaboy has the Meteor Shower available. Optic cannot use it just yet. Essentially use it on this minion wave, and he does, and it's not starting to not look good for Cignal Ultra.
Yeah, you are right in that one. Bensanity right now feeding Diggy strategy.
Nice stun by Exhort onto Bensanity, but it wasn't enough to deter the kill from even coming in. Renegade once again joining in the fray. This has to be a reset from NXP.
And NXP right now, they're finding the edge that they want because they drafted in such a way that they just needed time. They want the Alice. And even if they actually spike in late game, they have Exhort to fill the gap.
And the Lightning Truncheon being picked up by Exhort will prove to be a difference maker here so far for NXP. As we have a look at the items here real quick. The item progression is looking fairly well for both of these guys. H2O caught off guard once again. Bensanity, half HP. Yaoi and the rest of NXP are here to take down Bensanity away and keep H2O alive. And this is not a good trend that's happening to H2O.
I love Yaoi and Exhort's gameplay in this game. Look at the kill participation from both of them. They've been roaming insanely, and right now Kekedot might be in trouble here. Now going back to Cignal Ultra, they played well, sure, but they have to win at least one skirmish, one team fight right now in the mid game to re-handle or re-secure this game for them.
James, you are overstaying your welcome. You have to back off if you want to stay alive. Meanwhile, Yaoi secures a kill onto Kekedot. That is big. No silences for H2O means he'll be able to survive and hop on the walls and do a little bit of that Lephaku.
Well, right now, Nexplay though, they are finding the things that they need to secure this game for them. Secure this game 3 because Cignal Ultra Warriors, they're falling off right now, entering late game. The Lord is up, that's the stun!
Nice times journey timing there by Rhea, but damage output is on the side of NXP. Why? Exhort is already relatively online together with Renegade, James, and H2O.
Well, not just Actually, all of them. Yaoi as well hurts like hell. Look at that damage.
Yeah, that's true. They hurt, and Cignal Ultra is in a tight spot. After a while, it's the first time in this game that NXP has the gold advantage.
You know what? Good that you pointed that out. Cignal Ultra Warriors really did give NXP a hard time in the early game, but Cignal Ultra Warriors, they lost that opportunity ever since the Diggy got a kill.
And speaking of which, that's H2O taking down Aqua Boy. James still alive with
going
the
for the 2v1.
Oh yeah, it's a 2v1 and he's winning. Gets the kick and dot potentially,
stun!
and he does take down Ray.
Wow. That was an insane highlight-worthy 2v1 coming in from James. What an insane play. Massive eye for an eye. Stunning the Cho. Getting the 2v1. James, what was that?
That was an outplay, and they are now sieging. The turns have tabled here for Cignal Ultra. They are now being sieged, and they are wanting to end this. And it's all down to Aqua Boy, but it's too late. NXP secures their first victory in a while, and Cignal Ultra still remains victory-less in this fight. And that winning moment is brought to you by Master. Hindi sila na GG, instead they brought their clay game with a Master, Secreto ng mga guwapo.
Congratulations to Nexplay for finally breaking the cold streak. Will this be the thing that they need to amp up their game further? This is a win that they have been looking for the past few days. But for Cignal Ultra, they remain lost. They remain underground. They're still looking for that one shining light for them, that one moment where they secure the victory for themselves. Cignal Ultra Warriors, what's gonna happen next?
It's a huge adjustment for them for next week. They have to make sure that the days that we don't have the regular season going, they practice, they rewatch their games, and practice. That is the main thing. The first week jitters is out for Cignal Ultra. There are no more excuses for them.
No more room as well.
No more room to make mistakes as well. They are at the bottom of their group, and they don't want that to happen.
And yes, the people who are in the bottom of their groups will be basically not going to the playoffs. So in the future, in the next few weeks, they do have the chance to get some points.
And in the next few seconds, we'll get a little bit of the points from what happened in that fight between NXP and Cignal from Wolf on the analyst desk.
Hindi nagpatinag, hindi nagpagulat ang side ng NXP. Kaya nga naman sila ang nanalo ng game number 3. What a series from Nexplay, but GG's of course to Cignal Ultra. My name is Wolf, your analyst. Thank you so much, casters. And let's talk about game number 3. The following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. And we were talking about game number 3. Syempre, ang usapan ay ang stats. Of course, with the stats, related din naman ang draft. Kung titingnan natin maigi, of course, ay masama ang magiging record ng isang feeding Digi strategy. But, ang main factor kung bakit gusto mong magkaroon ng Digi strategy ay dapat maganda ang resulta for the other players. Like for example, yung Lancelot, dapat ay magandang stats. Hindi pwedeng 0-3 yan. Yung ating Cho, dapat mas maganda rin yung stats onto the side lanes. But, Cignal Ultra, siguro yung kanilang decision na gumawa ng Digi strategy ay parang hilaw pa. Parang hindi pa nila na-practice ng sobra. At ang pinaka-questionable, at least for me, is the fact na kinuha nila yung Natalia after, on the third pick. Actually, maganda nga yung Natalia sana eh. Kaso, na-counter siya ng NXP. Kumuha sila ng Eudora in the second phase of the draft. And then Cignal Ultra thought, siguro pwede tayong mag-feeding Digi strategy. And unfortunately, it did not work. Titingnan natin sa highlights later kung paano nga ba nangyari ang development at kung paano sila nalugi. But for now, I would like you to be reminded na meron tayong live watching rewards for all those who stay here in the post-game analysis segment of the broadcast. Every time na makikita nyo ako today, magkakaroon kayo ng chance manalo ng 599 diamonds worth of a skin through a treasure box na ia-award sa first 30,000 entries sa ating QR code. Pati na rin syempre sa link if you want, scan the QR code or go to the link to get a chance to win the live watching rewards. Now let's look into the highlights brought to you by Smart, the official tournament partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. In the highlights, maganda naman ang simula. Lalong-lalo na itong pagnakaw ni Bensanity. And the idea of the feeding Digi strategy is to make it difficult para sa funnel ng kalaban or jungler ng kalaban na makakuha ng magandang start. However, ang common misconceptions ay madali na dapat at madaling i-execute ang Digi strategy. And that's the problem for Cignal Ultra. Hindi nila nagawang intact ang kanilang side lanes. For example, Alice versus the Cho, nakapag-farm ng sobra yung Alice. Chango dapat nakapag-farm din para sa ng Cignal Ultra, pero hindi niya rin napigilan si James at si Rene J. And now overall, yung Natalia, wala rin masyadong eliminations at the start. And ano naging resulta nun para sa Cignal Ultra? Yung dapat na develop nilang gap when it comes to the economy ay hindi enough. Janus on this Lancelot, as good as he is, kung siya ay Lancelot, naglalaro ng Lancelot, hindi to nakita sa game na. In fact, ang ending na stats for all of the cores of Cignal Ultra, side lane, pati yung mga kanilang jungler, it's really bad to look at. Kasi nga naman yung NXP na solidify nila yung side lane nila. There will come a time makikita natin ng Cignal Ultra nakakuha pa ng magandang shutdown onto H2O's growth. Kaso nga lang, hindi nila napigilan yung pagyaman ni James, pati na rin ni Rene J. And we can see na eventually magkakaroon ng isang clash na malulugi ang Cignal Ultra. Rene J with the good winter truncheon usage, baiting out itong ating Lancelot. Kaya nga naman napunta siya dun sa spot na kaya na siyang patayin ng NXP. And the real outplay will happen onto the top lane. Ito na yun, blocked by James. Dalawa yung gumo doon sa ating Benedetta. And you can see the outplay, beautiful. Nakita niya na meron siyang opportunity para mag-lifesteal, tapos i-turn around yung laban, gets the double kill, at hindi nga lang din sa part ng mapa na yun nakuha ng panalo ang NXP. In fact, nakapag-wipe sila, and you know what happens. Kapag wala ng hero yung kalaban, it's a straight-up chance to end it. MVP of the game, James. Brought to you by Smart, the official tournament co-partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. 31% kill participation, not too bad. Siyempre naman, feeding Digi strategy to. So, hindi mo pwedeng tignan yung mga kills. But what you can look at is yung damage dealt on the opponents as well as damage taken, really being the dampener para sa side ng NXP. And then nakakuha din siya ng mataas na amount ng gold overall in this game. Kaya nga naman din, nung nagkaroon na ng time, nabakbaka na kung saan ginagamit na nga nung pare sa teams yung inipon nilang pera onto the early stages into the mid game, doon na nakakuha ng control ang side ng NXP. To add to that, Alice and Benedetta, super duper solid side lanes. Ang ganda ng control doon sa mapa para sa side ng NXP. Kahit yung kanilang jungle ay mid lane nahihirapan dahil sa Digi strategy, yung side lanes naman sobrang intact for NXP, and that's why they were able to get game number 3 and eventually ending their losing slump. Para naman sa Cignal Ultra, back to the drawing board for sure. That has been my analysis for game number 3 and the series of NXP and Cignal Ultra. And let's throw it now back to the casters.
We finally see NXP getting that victory over Cignal Ultra, and we're still seeing Cignal Ultra performing really bad throughout their first week here in the MPL. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Yuomi, and that is a 2-1 victory by NXP, man.
Man, NXP in that fight or in that series just really showed us that they're in it to win it this time. They don't want to stay stagnant in that top 4 spot in their groups. So now that they've earned themselves 2 points, they should be able to rank up. We're gonna see that later on in this day for the post show. But man, Nexplay, they really went in for the final blow. But speaking of a final blow, the Digi strat didn't work out for a couple of reasons for sure. One, the Digi got a kill.
Yeah, and that is the surefire way to close out the game. With all that being said, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. And that's, again, that's a wrap-up. NXP 2-1 against Cignal Ultra. We had 2 3-game series. The next matchup that we have may just be another 3-game series. So with that being said, MPL Philippines Season 7 will come back. Make sure you don't touch that browser because we're coming back at you.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kati. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head & Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kati. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kati dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature. It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat. Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Ready, go!
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Healing prayers for you. I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
I am Karamet.
Welcome back, Anna.
Immortality!
The strongest ninja.
The universe is but a lie.
Your fate is in my hands.
New adventure, new legend.
Everyone can be a legend. I must win.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
It's the last series of our 4-day triple header. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 7, presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. Eto na ang ating mythical raffle draw winners from last week. Kanina, talagang iniimbitahan ko kayo para dito. Makikita na natin kung sino nga ba ang 10 mga ka-ML natin na mananalo dito. So ang ating winners for today makakakuha ng in-game items. Makikita natin kung sino nga ba makakakuha ng panalo dito sa araw na to. And these are all from last week winners. So makikita nyo dyan ang inyong ID numbers at makikita nyo din yung ibang numero na nakikita nyo sa inyong Mobile Legends app. Kung isa kayo dito, maghintay lang kayo ng mensahe mula sa Moonton. Check out your inbox sa inyong MLBB app to get and claim the prizes. We had 53,504 participants. And out of that, itong 10 na to, ang makakakuha ng sobrang gandang papremyo. Kaya dapat lang palagi kayong tumututok at sinasagot nyo ang ating mga katanungan. Now, we have a brand new mythical raffle draw. Check this out. Ang ating QR code, nakikita nyo dito. Scan it, hurry up, finish the quiz. Sobrang dali lang yan. So you will get to win the prizes. At para din ma-congratulate kayo ng inyong mga kaibigan, malay nyo kayo ang manalo ng Epic Skin. Ganda yan. Meron din tayong live watching rewards. Just for watching, you get a reward. I-scan ang bagong QR code na makikita nyo sa inyong screen. And the first 30,000 every game day makakakuha ng treasure chest. Papayam! Maraming mga prizes dyan na talaga magugustuhan nyo. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day from Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus free 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. Kasama ko ngayon sa ating panel, dalawang experts, Nomad and Leo. Ito ang ating last series of the day. Alam nyo, sobrang exciting labanan na to kasi napaka-intriguing dahil for the first time, etong si Coach Dale now with Aura facing his former team. We're gonna have a matchup, Aura-PH kontra Omega. How is this going to be like? One is coming off a win, one is coming off a loss.
Well, especially for Omega, it was a loss that they did not expect happening. Alam naman natin na nangyari kahapon na BMO sila, na BMO data sila, and ang sakit nun sa kanila. Because it looked like they had the win against LPE, pero it wasn't the case. So they really had to have a hard reset after that heartbreaking match.
Yep, and just as they were on the road to recovery. Parang mag-win stick naman yata sila ang Omega. So this right here will be a fateful meeting. Again, it is a meeting that is familiar for more reasons than one. And excited akong masimulan na ang kwentong ito.
Ang Aura-PH nasa taas ngayon ng ating Group A standings with 3 wins and only 1 loss. Kung mananalo sila today, they have a chance to take the #1 spot if they show great work. Ito na ang Aura-PH. Curious ako, ang Aura, kilala sila using Digi. Are we gonna see the same strat today? Because in the previous games, for the first time this season, made Digi strat, but it didn't translate into a win.
I hope not, honestly. Digi strategies are super weird to watch. And yeah, nakaisa na naman ang Aura. Nakagamit sila ng Digi strat and nanalo sila laban sa kanilang karibal sa El Clasico. But if there is one thing I can say about Aura Philippines here is after seeing that intro vid, guys, there are no soft sides to Aura. Lahat ng players nila, hanggang coach, hanggang manager, may linalaban. They're not the kind of team you want to be on the wrong side of.
Titingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang lalaban ngayong araw na to. Ito na ang ating lineup for today mula sa Aura. Rafflesia, Greed, Hades, JP, and Benny Cutie.
And the highlight of the day yesterday was the JP Diggy. And I saw a post on social media na may picture ng Omega and may picture ng Aura with the Diggy stats from both of those teams. And whose Diggy is going to win? Is it the killing Diggy or is it the dying Diggy? That's the main question. But of course, we're not discounting the fact the coaching staff of Aura has been on point with their drafts as well. So if anything, this is more so a battle of the drafts than the battle of skills here.
Mas maraming ang panalo ang Aura PH pero dangerous ang kanilang kalaban ngayon dahil sa kanilang loss yesterday, gigil silang makabawi today at nais nilang makanig na malakas na victory. Eto na ang Omega Esports. Omega experienced a shocking loss yesterday. Nandun sila sa Lord, all of a sudden, sabi nga ni Nomad, nabimo sila. May bimo dun sa base and they lost yesterday's game. Now, gaano ka-dangerous ba ang isang koponan na hindi nila na-expect matatalo sila dun sa play na yon and now they're coming into today's game with a whole different mindset?
Yeah, dapat talaga may bagong mindset sila coming into this matchup, especially considering the fact that ulit-ulitin ko siya, it's a heartbreaking loss na nangyari sa nakahapon. It may affect their game style here from Aura, but knowing how Omega has been consistently resetting their mindsets, consistently just going back to the drawing board with their coaching staff, especially with Why Not, they should be able to face off against Aura here without any problems whatsoever. Brand new mindset.
Now, we're gonna take a look kung sino nga ba mag-face off today for Omega. There's Hayes, Jeezy, Curtizi, Kenji, and Toshi.
It's the same lineup as yesterday. Naka-bench pa rin ang main tank nila for the longest time, si Heath. And essentially, makikita natin dun sa position na yon ay either si Curtizi or si Hayes. Either of these two players, basta nasa mid sila, pwede sila magpalitan, tank or mage. Dahil nakita naman natin si Curtizi, meron palang Estes na tinatago and he also plays a Mad Eve. But just the same, when it comes to other support heroes or mages, si Hayes naman ang tinatap nila. So I'm just excited to see how Omega will go back on the offensive. Kasi nga sobrang heartbreaking nung nangyari sa kanila kahapon. Ito ang tanong, sapat ba ang isang gabi ng tulog para ma-reset ang mental game at makabawi sa Aura?
Sino nga ba ang mas nakatulog ng maayos ngayong araw na to? This head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. Ito ang ating game story today, familiar foes. Dahil itong Omega, yes, pareha sila ng roster, but their head coach, simula nung Season 4, kalaban na nila ngayon, now with Aura. Yung familiarity ba ng former team, will this help Aura get the victory?
Even more so, Dale knows his former teammates inside and out. They spent time in their boot camp. They know each other so well. And having that advantage of knowing your rivals to an intimate manner can really lead into them securing the victory themselves. He knows the tendencies. He knows how they play. And all Dale has to do, as well as Arcadia, is to just draft out a good draft that can go against the disciplinary lifestyle that Omega has.
Kulang na lang yata meron silang player swap eh. Parang yung players lang talaga yung hindi nagko-cross ng boundaries. But yeah, you already mentioned, very intimate ang relationship. As professionals, mind you, ni Dale at ni Why Not, nagsama sila sa quarantine sa Singapore. Yeah. Imagine mo, isang buwan kayo magkasama, di ba kayo magsawa? Hindi ba kayo magkahawaan ng ideas? And that's what I hope we will see here. Yung rivalry, the battle of brains dito.
Now, taking a look at their stats, Aura has more wins, less loss. Pero parang mas maganda ata itong stats ng Omega.
Pag yung Omega kasi, nag-init, pag yung Omega, alam nila paano manalo, mahirap silang pigilan. It's that surgical precision that Omega is known for. Again, their tank is called Mr. Fundamentals for a good reason, all right? And it's that kind of play style we can expect from them despite Heath sitting out.
Yeah, and if anything, if Hayes will pick up the helm and become the tank for the team, he also has a lot of playmaking capabilities that can enable Omega in securing that victory for themselves.
We have a lot of playmakers for today, and who will be head and shoulders above this competition? Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag Itch a GG moment. Thanks to Head and Shoulders, 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, max mabango pa. Ito, kukumpara natin sila Greed, JP, and Lord Hades mula sa Aura-PH.
Yeah, if anything, I kind of want to see JP with the Diggy just looming over his background because he's been very influential in that game. But even more so for Greed and Lord Hades, able to just really capitalize on the fact that their team likes to go for objectives more often than not. They go for playmaking kills. That's why Lord Hades has a high kill participation and then converts it to objectives.
Na mula sa Omega Esports, Toshi, Curtizi, and Hajizi.
Now, the Double TZ and of course the marksman Toshi. I recently watched the episode of Road to Legend tungkol kay Toshi at Hajizi. Did you know that before they would also just play ML off of other people's phones? Ganun sila nagpabatak. Tapos nung nagkaroon sila ng cellphone na sarili nila, saka sila nag-RG, saka sila gumawa ng pangalan sa larangan ng ML. And now having them be the spotlight in the top 3 to look out for in this matchup against Aura, playing for Omega, I'm just so glad. I'm so proud of what these young men have acquired. That's outside of the game, but inside the game, I'll leave it to them. Feeling ko, panoorin lang natin.
And we have one player in each team na lalagyan natin sa spotlight trying to make a name for themselves. And these featured players will do all they can para hindi ma-GG. Bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga guwapo. Ito si Lord Hades and Hajizi. Looking at this, well, Lord Hades mas included ata sa team fights, no? He plays a lot safer and with a better KDA.
Yeah, and it shows Lord Hades just able to just focus on the fact that I need to secure kills for my team to secure objectives to carry over into eventually winning the game. And that is why Aura is consistent in being the best team. But we're not discounting the fact that Hajizi is also a great duelist on any jungle heroes for that matter. He has a relatively the same GPM for Lord Hades, and with that, kaya niya makipagsabayan sa itemization niya.
Ayan na ang ating mapa ngayon, Leo. Let's take a look at the laning prediction.
Yep, this is, as we can expect, again, our head-to-head says a lot about this matchup. The Machine versus Lord Hades. Lord Hades isa ring Ling main na ginagamit din ni Hajizi. Kilala siya sa kanyang Ling noong Season 6. Titingnan natin kung gagamitin nila ang knowledge na yon para maisahan ang isa't isa. That aside, the lanes are gonna play themselves out. Actually, I'm excited also for the mid lane here. Interesting, JP might actually go to the side lane, or Raflesia. I think it's Raflesia. We have seen that Raflesia was on a Baksha yesterday, and yun ang naging dynamic ng Aura. I'm excited to see how they use these in the coming days, starting here.
Will we see mind games between these familiar foes? Who will get the win for today for the last series of the week? Eto na ang bakbakan. Aura-PH kontra Omega Esports. Analysts and anchors, pasok!
The last series of the week, the final chapter of Day 4, Week 3. Welcome to Smart Omega versus Aura Philippines. We will be your casters. My name is Suomi. Together with me is Reptar, and we will deliver you the action of this final game. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. What is the thing that you're most excited about in this series?
Well, if it's Aura and Omega, you're gonna have to look at the draft. We call this the Dale Derby because, of course, Dale DeLuss was a former coach of Omega, now going up against his former team.
Oh wow, that's going to be a spicy matchup here. A lot of insider information just battling each other out. But of course, before we start with the draft, make sure to follow COVID-19 safety protocols. Just wash your hands, wear your face masks and face shields, sanitize properly, and stay at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Let's enter the draft. Who will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next. Brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. We're seeing an immediate Diggy and Angela ban here, Reptar.
No surprise, they're on the Diggy ban. Both of these two teams play the Diggy or have played Diggy to really great effect. I find it funny because Omega Esports actually showed this meme where it showed their contrasting Diggy styles. Aura PH, of course, their classic feeding Diggy. Meanwhile, Omega Esports doesn't always go for the feeding Diggy, but the last time it was played by, I believe it was Hayes, it was to a very good stat line, 305. Very conservative, but Hayes was able to do his job of disrupting really well.
Well, disruption won't be a problem here considering that the Diggy got banned. And Aura PH versus Omega Esports, they're looking to start off their bans by taking out key heroes that they don't want inside this game. The Selena and Uranus are very, let's say, common bans that we've seen for the past matches as well.
Oh, yeah.
The Selena did go through for quite a few games for the past few matches, and it's around 50 to 60% win rate, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's somewhere around that. It has been quite some time since we saw Selena for the earlier parts, but then now finally starting to pick up here. So far it's a little bit here or there. With the Selena ban, there could be a possibility that one of these two teams will be picking up the Popol and Koopa. Omega Esports tried bring that out along with the Selena in the same draft. It didn't work out so well. But yeah, Vision is going to be key here later on. I think Yi Sun Shin, Popol and Koopa, those are going to be the heroes contested here because these two teams love Vision. These two teams love having heroes who can do really well in the early game objective team fights, which is why Omega Esports taking out Matilda. Matilda is actually favored by both of these two teams. So these first bans that we've seen here for this matchup, those might actually be the consistent bans all throughout the series.
Man, looking at the bans right now, I have to say that Matilda ban, as you said, a very smart choice for Omega Esports here. They know the strengths of it, as you said, and they know also that they do not want to go up against it. But all of these bans leave open a mage that was perma-banned in the last match. An Eve will be the priority pick of Aura PH, and Omega Esports responds with great picks of their own, a Granger and an Alice.
Aura PH here might even consider picking up the Baksha for themselves because I see the Baksha slotting in really well for the lineup of Omega Esports. Yeah, they pick up the Baksha, and now they might want to pick up their jungler this early on just to avoid Omega Esports banning it out. They can go for the Yi Sun Shin, have that EV Sun Shin combo to have that great vision and great distance, but instead their carry is going to be the Ling.
Oh, wow.
So now Omega Esports here can they're going to be able to pick into a lineup that will give this Ling a difficult time. Maybe they want to consider bringing in the Hylos now. Hayes, if he wants to play that.
Looking at the Ling, we did see Ling from the last match as well, and it was played really well by H2O even after a very terrible early game because of that Diggy strategy, together with the Kekadot's Natalia as well. We won't be seeing that, so I'm quite sure that the Ling would have at least a fairly better time compared to H2O in this game. And for Omega Esports, they finish off their first picking phase with a Cho. Would this be a tank Cho or could it be a side lane Cho?
Both options are still available there, but Omega Esports, I won't be surprised if they're leaning more a little bit towards making that a tank Cho. But then if Omega want to play this in the side lane, it's going to be on the hands of Kenji most likely. So that's going to be really good as well. I like this Cho ban going into the next phase because, yeah, you don't know what it's going to be. It's either going to be the tank, it's either going to be the side laner, and that diversity, that flexibility rather, puts a lot of questions on the heads of Aura. Real quick though, something I need to point out here. We have Aura PH on the left side, Omega Esports is on the red side here. Now the names are switched, so we're just gonna go with the assumption that Aura will be the ones in the blue side and it's Omega on the right. They switched up the names.
Yep. You know what? I was focusing on the heroes that I forgot to look at the names. You know what? Good eye there. Omega Esports is actually on the blue side here, and RPH will be on the red side. Our prod will fix that really soon, and we apologize for it. But looking at the second rotation bans, a Harith, a Lunox, and we're gonna wait for the last two bans. But for now, what I'm seeing, oh wow, an Atlas ban that we haven't seen that in ages. Can you talk more about that, Renmar?
Yeah, that Atlas ban would have been really good up against the lineup of Omega, because with the Cho and the Alice wanting to come in and disrupt, you can use the Fatal Links to really just mess up the momentum there of this Cho, Alice, and whoever's going to be picked up here by Omega Esports. And that's a really good ban there. Now, with the Benedetta coming in, that means that this Cho is going to be the tank Cho. This Benedetta is going to go into the side lane along with the Alice. Now, for Aura, they're going to be locking in. They can potentially lock in another tank, and then their gold laner. My question is if they're going to put in a marksman here, or they're going to put in something that would be available. Beatrix. We don't see a lot of, but it's still up. But they get the Esmeralda instead, and they might want to get the Paquito because it's still open.
Yeah. Paquito, one of the best side lane or off lane heroes right now for at least for this meta. But given that we've already switched up, I mean, my mind suddenly refreshed. It's finally correct. I feel like the labeling is still a little bit wrong though, but we are fixing it in a little bit. The Natalia ban will be the last ban for Smart Omega. Yeah, for Smart Omega.
Yeah. They saw just how much a Natalia can disrupt the flow of a Ling. So that's a good ban there. Okay, so it's Omega on the blue side. All right. Omega's on the blue side. Red side Aura, and I like this Franco pickup. That means that they can disrupt the lineup of Aura PH with the farm, or use that Bloody Hunt to stop the momentum of the Cho, the Alice, or the Benedetta. That's gonna be an instant -1 on the other side of Aura PH if Aura doesn't have Purifies there. That suppress actually is gonna be a big deal for Omega.
I think that statement in itself is true, but looking at the other statistics in terms of win rate, Franco has not found success just yet in MPL, or maybe found success in just small occasions. And for Aura PH, they did actually secure that Kagura for Greed in their last pick here. And we've seen Greed on this Kagura. Really great stuff here from Greed. And for Omega Esports, I think what's working for them right now is that their beefy front line. They have 3 people just banging it out there against Aura PH. And do you think the Benedetta and the Alice would be enough to just penetrate that back line to reach the Eve?
Well, definitely the Benedetta will be more than enough. The Alice here will want to bide her time. Benny Cutie on this Alice needs to find that perfect timing, because Omega Esports, with the kits that they have, especially the Franco, they don't actually have a lot of tools that can stop like a really great initiation by Aura PH that dives straight into the back line. The Franco is pretty much their main safety. Maybe a little bit of that Baksha stun, maybe a defensive falling star moon, but then you're gonna commit so much of your abilities for what? Just 1 or 2 diving. So yeah, Aura PH here can be very disruptive. And then the question now as well for Omega is, can they reach the Granger? With the lineup that Aura PH has shown here, Omega Esports might have a little bit of a difficulty reaching that Granger. But because the Eve is there, there's a lot of slows as well. It won't get the stun, but you'll get the slow, and that might be something that Aura PH needs to watch out for here. It's a good balanced even draft actually by both of these two teams.
Yeah, both teams, as you said, it's the battle of the minds here, battle of the drafts. Almost looking even. So at the end of the day, if 60% of the game is the draft, 40% is left to the execution. We're gonna enter the execution in a bit, but so far, as we looked at the draft, as you said, it's quite even. And now that we're looking at even draft, this might be another banger of a 3-game series, just like what we've seen in match 1 and match 2. It's been 3 games all day.
Yeah, we are in store for a long day. It's Aura and Omega. Again, the history between these two. Dale knows how to draft against the players that he coached for a very long time.
Yes.
But then at the same time, it's not just Dale there on the side of Aura. It's Arcadia, one of the best draft minds, analytical minds we have in terms of all the coaches that we have here in the Philippines. So Coach Why Not here in the gang actually have a tall order ahead of themselves. They want to get back to their winning ways again. Yeah, they've only lost. At least they were able to get a game against LPE. But if I'm Omega here, knowing the boys from Omega, they want to get that streak back. They don't want to have a losing streak.
Well, after what happened yesterday, I'm quite sure that they would want to be back on their foot here. And looking at what happened yesterday for Omega Esports, I'm sorry, Omega fans. It's one of those plays. Like, you can't just forget it.
Yeah.
Man, that was insane coming in from BMO. Smart Omega did not expect that ending at all. And you know what? MPL Arena right now is empty. It's just us, Shoutcasters, our host Marakino and the rest of the production crew. But let me just say to our online audience right now, everyone on that winning moment, everyone just went nuts.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you go back into the replays of the English and the Filipino broadcast, you can hear everyone just shout at that moment. And it's funny because they're gonna be up against a Benedetto again. RPH has a Benedetto on their end. However, what RPH doesn't have, maybe other than the Alice, maybe along with the Alice, it's that someone who can really hold team fights for a really, really long time. Alice can do that with a few more items under her belt once she gets that Thunder Truncheon, of course. But compared to a Barrett's that LPE showed against Omega, the Barrett's we saw yesterday and then today as well can just sustain a crazy amount of damage, especially when he can get someone there with the Tetanus Welcome. So if RPH want to pull off something like that, it's going to be a little bit tighter to pull off. Not impossible, but man, imagine if they deliver that as the final blow for one of these games here for Omega. It's like 2 days in a row.
2 days in a row. The Electo final blow, not even just going at it again. But, you know, I want to talk about this real quick. You were the one that actually pointed it out to all of us here while we were just hyped for that ending. He's buying the Malefic Roar. He's buying the Malefic Roar, and I think it's amazing to be able to spot that detail for our audience over here. Man, when you told us that he was buying items while just smashing that crystal again and again, now that I think of it, every second, every purchase counted in that moment. And right now, Smart Omega, I'm quite sure that they've already woken up from that moment, and they don't want to go back in that particularly bad scenario.
Yeah, and itemization is going to be very key for this matchup here. You have two teams who are very technical, great technical skill, and technical skill also comes with your knowledge of items when you buy them, the order that you buy them, more importantly. So that's something we're going to keep a really close eye on, because let's go back real quick to the series of Work Auster Force versus Blacklist International. Crucial item pickup for the Estes earlier of Oh My Venus was the Queen's Wings. I think that was the second item.
After the talisman?
Yeah, after the Enchanted Talisman, or I think it was the book. Enchanted Talisman, you're right. You're right. I know. Because when I hear Enchanted Talisman, I think of Necklace of the Rans, because it's more of a talisman. You get me?
You know what?
Yeah,
you're making a point. You're making a good point.
Yeah, so the items here, again, is something I'm looking forward to, the item builds for these two teams.
Yeah, but speaking of item builds, let's go back to the players a little bit. In week 1, Aura actually fought into the same matchup for the Mages. Greed was on the Kagura, and he was against an Eve. Greed found so much success in finding angles against the Eve, mainly because Greed also played as the Eve against Work Auster Force in week 1 and got literally RTZ'd in that game. So it was just like a back and forth fight for the both of them. And I feel like at this point, already at this point, Greed knows how to counter an Eve with a Kagura. But here's the game changer. Eve recently got that buff.
Yeah.
Now he has that shield. The Kagura would find it harder to just burst down the Eve just like he did in week 1, because in week 1, Eve didn't have a shield yet.
And that shield has come big, especially for Omega when Curtizi was rocking that. And I think it is going to be Curtizi again rocking it. And interesting that Omega are still going for their no Heath lineup. Excuse me. And we know Heath to be, of course, as the panel said, Mr. Fundamental, the main tank for Omega for the longest time. But I like the groove that Omega have found themselves in, introducing in Kenji, putting in, swapping in some roles here. Yeah, they lost the last time, but I think it allows them a little bit more flexibility. Maybe there are certain things or certain heroes that Hayes, Curtizi, Kenji all together just mesh well right now in this current meta. It will make our night longer, but I am hoping for a 3-game series here, because these two teams, they will bring out the best in each other. It's a battle between familiar foes. So these two teams have each other read. They know each other very, very well.
Yeah, and it is a Sunday night today, so there's a lot of time to rest up later on, and there's virtually no traffic later, so it's all right to go for a 3-game series, of course, and we want to give you the best MPL action, and if we're gonna give you 9 games tonight, then what a way to end this 4-day grind. Week 3 actually featured 4 days of 3 games or 3 matches for each day. So we've been here since Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Now it's Sunday. Thank you for tuning in with us. MPL wouldn't be a show without you, our audiences.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys stick around for the panel segment, the analyst segments as well. You guys can win some awesome prizes there. I think Mara earlier showed the people that who want some really great stuff.
Not just the pre-show though. Make sure to stay tuned in the post-game analysis as well, because they're gonna flash a QR code on the screen and a bit.ly link as well if you're not feeling scanny that day. First 30,000 or 3,000, I think it's 30,000, who scans it actually gets a chance to win great prizes, or I think it's a skin worth 599 from Moonton. You know, 599 diamonds is a lot. You could already get yourself one of the more better skins. Yes, this is me saying that some lower priced skins are not as good as the epic skins. You know, you want that flare during the loading screen, right?
Yeah.
That flare, that glow on your skin, that just gives it another level. But speaking of another level, we're entering the land of dawn already. Game 1 of OMG versus Aura.
And now Raflesia going back to the turtle lane, the same position that he rocked in their last match against LPE. JP, wow, great pick off there. And they're just going to be smacking each other up here. This is going to be an interesting battle to watch. The Alice between the Esmeralda. Lane control here is going to be very important. Who can get out of lane faster to position themselves. Then at the same time, I really am just waiting to see how Hayes is going to be playing this Franco. More disruptive, more defensive. We'll find out as the game goes on.
And you forgot to mention the option of being aggressive. Let's see if this Franco would use that aggressiveness, that flicker, that hook. Let's see if it's just gonna land. And Kenji, though, in that bottom lane against this Benedetta. This is one of the matchups that I actually like seeing, but this just might be JP biting the dust, but he won't be dying. Raflesia, though, will be dashing away to safety. Can you explain to me the intricacies of a Baksha versus a Benedetta?
Well, of course, Baksha with concussive blast there can deal a fair amount of magic damage early on. Yeah, we see there Raflesia had that level lead, but because of the second skill of Baksha, the shield throw, spammable, if you can connect it over and over again, that's something that Raflesia has to be careful of. Now, what Raflesia can focus on is just really clearing the waves first, getting out of there, and then positioning himself once he's level 4. Going to be very important here since that turtle is going to be spawning right beside them.
10 seconds from now, that turtle will be spawning, and looks like Aura-PH will be securing quite the priority in the mid lane. Curtizi dodging the Jeep couldn't go, and this just might be a lot of damage on Hayes, and the first blood goes to the Cho. And Greed here, the real world manipulation, it's the damage raining in. The Ling gets the kill on the Kagura, and that's a 2-for-none. Actually, a 1-for-1 in the favor of no one.
Yeah, favor for no one, but I feel like Omega slightly are happier with that result there, because yeah, they lost Hayes, but then it's going to be the Kagura of Greed who's going to have a little bit more time, or it's going to need a little bit more time to farm up and get those items in. So a slight advantage there for Omega, but now that Greed is back here, hopefully he's level 4. Yes, he is already, so we'll have that ultimate for when that turtle spawns.
But as we were talking about that was an immediate kill coming in from Greed, finding Hayes once again, but in the bot lane though, a 1v1. Raflesia just dashing away to safety, sword intent, intentionally getting away.
Yeah, and now I love how both teams aren't trying to force the issue of the turtle just yet. I feel like Hades and the rest of Aura might want to start it a little bit, but they still don't feel like that they have that control yet around the map. They don't have that advantage yet to go for that turtle. We might not even see a turtle take until maybe the 5th or 6th minute. They're just going to be fighting around it a little bit, maybe playing chicken a bit, but no one's going to full commit just yet.
Yep, look at this. Kenji taking quite the shots from the Rhapsody there. A lot of damage falling down to the Baksha, half the HP. The turtle will be spotted and started by Aura-PH. That's 4 people invested. Clock of Destiny already embedded. Cutie Boca, then the backside. Curtizi pops the ultimate, but it's too late. That's going to be a kill with a Way of the Dragon. Turtle will be secured by nobody just yet, and the Raflesia will be flickering away to safety, but safety is not with him. Double kill for Kenji here. JP might just get Haze. That's the killing spree for the Kagura, and looks like Kenji is next. He will go in for the 2v2, and that's going to be JP going in. Tempest of Blades is called, but it's a little bit too late. The dashes won't be able to kill off Greed, and that's Omega not winning that trade.
Aura was like, what do you mean Reptar not going to go for it yet? We're going to go for it now. And they started it. It was a wild trade by both these two teams, but Lord Hades was able to secure that turtle, so it's a good start there for the Granger, but a bad one there for Kenji. Although despite him getting that double kill earlier, balanced it out now by Aura. They needed to force that issue because they had to stop that momentum on the back shot.
Yep, nice rotation coming in from JP here, finding that opportunity to just kick back that Baksha to the Benedetta, feeding him one kill. Now Rafflesia's 1-1. And I think that would give him a small boost here, but Aura, they're ready to take down Kenji once again.
Yeah, Rafflesia just picked up the Brute Force breastplate here, and he's going to be eating up those tower hits for that 3-man gank down bottom on Kenji as he did set up.
They're going to clear off the minions here. That's a lot of abilities just clearing off the wave. They're not going to go for the dive. They're actually going back mid lane instead. The clear speed coming in from this Eve just kicking in.
No more shield turrets are up now, so both of these two teams have to be careful for when they leave lane. They cannot give lane control to the other.
Yin Yang overturn though. That's going to be a big combo towards RTZ. He's going down, and actually that's how RTZ, that's Greed going down. And then a Cutie will be tanking a lot of damage. Electro final blow is thrown. Immobilized. He goes for the Tempest of Blades, and it will be just dancing around with no kills because the Alice goes in for the double kill, and they just went out straight. Aura fire in mid lane.
Benny Cutie with the Alice coming in big there, dealing the damage and getting the stunts. Lord Hades barely able to get out of that fight, just able to survive in the nick of time. He has 6 assists on him. By the way, that Benny Cutie Alice is already an MVP Alice. Got the MVP award Game 1 versus Blacklist, so that's something Omega has to watch out for here. Toshi has to handle Benny Cutie's Alice better.
That's the ult burn coming in from Toshi. Benny Cutie will just have an easy exit, but he decides to stay. A 2v1 though in the bottom lane. Kenji might be in trouble, but he's too tanky to deal. Poisons is there, but we're going to a pause. So far, Aura PH, they seem to have control over the mid game. Reptar, Aura PH, what did they do that went right?
Well, for both of these two teams, they both handled the map really well. They both really just tried to find that perfect time to start things. Of course, the first turtle of the game going onto the side of Aura PH gave them a little bit of the boost on the gold. And of course, what happened, what we just saw maybe like a minute or a few seconds before, that fight in the mid lane just extended that gold lead even further. So now Omega here are going to be playing at the back foot. The problem with that is they have the Esmeralda. It takes a little bit more time, a little bit more items compared to the Alice to be much more of an effective presence here. So if Omega want to be able to ride this into the mid game, potentially bring it to the late game if they want to, they're gonna need to help Toshi up top. They're gonna need to respond there, maybe to just send back the members of Aura. At this point, getting 2 kills might be a little bit risky, but they need to set things up for Toshi's Esmeralda to not take so long in farming up, because if that happens, Aura is just gonna run over Omega real quick.
Yep. And speaking of running over, that's one beefy lineup, or maybe one beefy frontliner out if they don't give the Esmeralda the resources she needs to become that beefy frontliner, or maybe even an engaged tool with that falling star moon. But they do still have the Franco. Surprisingly, we haven't seen a big hook just yet.
Yeah, and I think Hayes just answered my question already. He's playing a more of a defensive-oriented Franco. A more, let me secure the Ling and the Eve. If anyone dives the back line, I'm just going to lock them down type of Franco, which is good in itself. They need someone on that duty. But then with how they're rotating right now, the Eve and the Franco and the Ling, and with the gold lead that Aura has here, Omega might not be able to secure a really good pick-off kill with that hook.
Well, speaking of really good, let's look at JP's stat right round. A lot of kill participation. Here he goes again with a Way of the Dragon. It looks like the Ling just gets secured without Tempest of Blades. That's Greed dealing damage, but Alice will be the one to pick it off with a flashy recall as well.
Man, that was just so textbook, methodical, surgical execution there by Aura, and the hook missed there by Hayes. They timed that to near perfection. Benecuti going in with a stun, JP with the Way of the Dragon bringing him back. Lord Hades, the 3 hits coming from the Death Sonata. Beautiful play there by Aura PH.
Aura PH right now looks to be in sync, and if you're looking at a Sonata, a rhythm is what you can find with Aura PH. They are definitely rotating around the map, getting around a lot of objectives and kills as well. We're 7 minutes in and we're seeing a roughly 5k gold lead for the side of Aura PH.
Yeah, and Omega now playing very cautiously, very defensively from the start, and now they have to do that even more, which will be a problem because the lineup of Aura PH again can just steamroll this. Look at that, Ajiz is having a hard time just up against Reflicia's Benedetta, who's trying to stop him from getting that orange buff. It'll be really close to impossible for him to get this if Aura decide to pressure it even more.
Yep, and delaying is the game plan here for Reflicia, and he actually went in for the kill. Real world manipulation goes big in the mid lane. That's a kill going towards the Eve.
Yeah, and Hayes, I think if I'm not mistaken, that was initiated by the hook from the Franco. So there, Hayes finally able to toss out one hook that can turn things around. They can play that a little bit more. That's something Aura has to be careful with. But now Hajizi!
Oh my god, look at the damage coming in from Green. The flame shot misses. Good dodge coming in from the Ling. That was almost lethal.
Good micro decision there by Hajizi, going a bit closer to that shrub instead of going closer to the tower. Greed thinking he'd go closer to the tower, that's where he threw the flame shot.
But a 1v1 here in the bottom side. Toshi will go up against Reflicia, baiting us once again that they will actually fight, but when they will fight near the turtle instead, that's the Way of the Dragon, but no follow-up just yet, and that's the kill on the Franco from the Death Sonata of downtown. That's the recall coming in with the snares from Benecuti, but the slow from Eve will be more than enough to buy safety. Psych! He goes in with a blood flow, but Kenji is just too tanky.
This is going to be an incredibly difficult game for Omega to make a comeback from. They're lacking that big, meaty burst that they desperately need against a very sustained heavy lineup on Aura.
Oh wow, look at this. That's another kill for the Kagura, and the Ling will take him down. That's a 1-for-1 for now, but he gets cancelled. Wave the Dragon goes big. Tempest plays defensively up to his death, and this might just be a bad time for Omega because that's the killing spree for the Cho. Aura PH, they're playing out of their minds.
That was a clutch Jeet Kundo there by JP. It was the third activation, the knockup that brought down Hajizi from the wall and opened up the kill there for Aura. They thought, Hajizi thought he can just drive by, get a kill real quick. No. We're gonna stop you. That was a great reaction time there by JP. And again, going back to my previous point, burst, Omega doesn't have a lot of it. Aura does. They have the Granger. They have the Kagura who can just safely attack from a distance with their Benedetta and the Alice disrupting. Again, gonna be a very, very difficult game for Omega to come back to.
Way of the Dragon back to his team. The hook doesn't land, and this is no man's land for Benecuti, and he will not escape that. That's the kill going to the Granger, and the fight continues. Real world manipulation. Tempest plays Green. He goes down. This might just be huge for Omega. The Alice in the backside. The 3v1 for now. He flickers out to safety. Electro, final blow. Bakes this out all of them underneath the turret.
Benecuti, just when you thought he says, you know what, I think I'm gonna get out of here. No, I'm gonna come back. Flowing blood tossing it, that's gonna be hooked by Hayes though.
Oh, nice hook, but there's no allies nearby. The lane goes back in. Toshi though in the backside. This is a 4v3. Benecuti absorbing pressure in the mid lane. Omega right now, it seems like they're shell-shocked. 9k, 8k gold lead for the side of Aura PH.
This Alice is going to be a problem. Benecuti was under that tower for a long time, sustaining the damage, even from real-world manipulation being tossed right on top of his head. Man, oh man. Omega, though, they're able to counterplay, or they have been able to show glimmers of a possible great counterplay.
I want to point this out, though. Benecuti going with the Ice Queen wand. That means it's going to be even harder to escape this Alice.
That slow is going to come in big. Omega are gonna need to play out of their mind to come back to this though. But Toshi, I feel like he's starting to get a lot of farms, starting to get a lot of shields. Maybe, just maybe, the front line of Kenji and Toshi will be enough, and even Hayes, to hold down the ground with the Tortoise's Pisans as well. Maybe might be enough to delay the heal of the Alice just a bit for Hajizi and Curtizi to deal damage.
Or perhaps a miracle hook on Reflicia, Greed, or whoever. That's still an opportunity for Hayes to redeem himself. He's 0-6 and 5 right now.
Lord Hades going with a Malefic Roar now. That's going to be more armor penetration on his end, and at the same time, that's going to hurt the turrets rather even more. So now Omega need to find Hades as much as possible. They can't spend too much time trying to take down Alice.
Nice flicker from Hayes there. Saves himself from a potential massacre, but the fight still persists though. The Alice is still in the backside, just with the blood ode. He doesn't even care anymore, but that's going to be stunned on the Kanji. Look at the backside of Greed. Still not safe there. Haji's in the backside. Looks like he won't be dealing damage. The Flame Shot eats up half of his HP. What? Kanji, he has to go back. Killing spree for the Granger here. Things are going ham here for Aura PH and Omega. Oh, what could they do? This is just sad for them. The bot lane turret falling down.
They even had the Lord help them out a little bit there because he knocked up Kenji along with Hades. So it could have actually gone for a kill on Hades for the side of Omega. Sadly, things didn't go their way, but Hajizi might be able to slay. Oh no, he couldn't steal the Lord.
But that's a yin-yang overturn burnt in hopes to deal a little bit of damage. But you know, the Lord will be going to the hands of Aura PH. And Aura right now, they have the Luminous Lord on their side. Toshi might be in trouble here. A lot of shielding for now, but he will run away.
Kenji is going to be having to play Martyr here, with Toshi seemingly able to stack up a lot of shields now, just one level behind compared to Rafflesia's Benedetta. Benecuti is already level 15. Kenji might need to be the wall here for Omega to eat up that damage coming in from the Death Sonata. If he can do that, maybe, just maybe, it's going to be enough to delay damage coming out of Aura and for Toshi to be a really disruptive presence in a team fight.
Oh, this just might be the final fight. He's looking for the kick, but he finds the Franco instead. In the backside, Hajizi will be fleeing for now. The Luminous Lord is still alive, but will be shortly taken down. Godlike for the Alice. That's one man down, 4v5 here near the base, and this just might be the GG push. If they can't defend a great hook, Benecuti is still alive though. Real world manipulation will deal damage, but the base will fall down. Aura PH gets game 1.
They lacked damage, and that strong, beefy, meaty front line with a lot of sustain was just too much to handle there for Omega.
Man, look at those faces. This winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only $13,999. Now, Aura, they got the first game, and as you can see, very happy. Their photographer looking at those smiling faces. They're even taking selfies. Look at that. Look at that smile. Look at that master face. Sekreto ng guapo.
Yeah, I think he's actually like filming a vlog in the middle of it also. Well, yeah, that was a great game there by Aura. Omega, though we did point out that they were lacking damage, their draft made sense if they decided to play a little bit more aggressive. They have the Ling, they have even that Franco. That 3-man rotation, if they rotated together, can actually get some really good pickoffs there. But because they rotated in a way where even Franco would just be covering the other parts where Ling isn't and Ling is farming elsewhere, they couldn't do that.
But for sure, there's a lot of stuff our analysts would talk about this game. It has been a defensive game for Omega. Will it work in game 2?
Aura PH nagpakita ng taste ng old meta in a way, pero magandang sagot sa mga anti-heal strategy kind of na nakita natin coming out from the side of Omega. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Let's look into the post-game statistics, and that are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Bakit nahirapan si Hayes at si Curtizi, pati na rin si Kenji? Well, technically speaking, this is just Aura PH playing well, pero ano ba yung mga parts ng draft na naging iffy para sa side ng Omega? Una ay pumili silang kumuha ng isang Franco, and then meron na silang backshot na nakuha. Along the draft, nakita natin din na hindi hinayaan ng Aura PH na makakuha ng magandang heroes ang Omega in the second phase. Na puwersa din na makuha ang Ling, which is definitely answered by Aura PH. Now, yung backsha, maganda naman siya na kunin for Omega, lalong-lalo na sa early stages ng ating draft kasi pwede siyang way para i-counter yung Alice in a way.
or tanggalin siya, i-deny siya sa Aura kasi nagro-run ng Esmeralda ang Omega. And it's also a choice against all of those support type of heroes. Kaso nga lang yung Aura, ang ganda nung sagot. Kumuha sila ngayon ng isang side lane Benedetta and then the Granger that can deal with the damage. Tapos, gumalaw pa sila ng mas maganda over Omega. And if we're looking at Omega, their kill potential is there. Meron kang Ling tapos Franco na pwede mang burst down. Meron kang AoE with the Eve. However, Aura PH, inabuse lang din nila yung mga timings na pwedeng gamitin laban sa Omega, which we will see later on. And by the way, sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon ay pwede kayong magkaroon ng chance na makakuha ng skin worth 599 diamonds if you're part of the first 30,000 entries sa ating QR code for the live watching rewards. All you have to do, get to this QR code. Ayan. At syempre, pwede rin kayo doon sa ating link na nakikita ninyo sa inyong screen. So, I do hope that you get the victory, get the win. Well, speaking of the victory, how Aura PH were managed to get this win? We've seen the highlights, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament co-partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Kind of missed out dun sa mga early stage, but you can see na tatlo agad yung mga heroes ng Aura doon sa may mid lane to get the first kill onto Haze. And continuously, ginagawa ito ng Aura PH para din naman makapag-farm si Raflesia pati si Benecutie doon sa side lanes. And by the way, Raflesia, we know him as a tank player. Pero subbing in for Kilowash, parang ganun pa rin eh. Yung kanyang way para i-master yung pag-control ng mapa by attracting the attention of Omega, also getting so much farm, goods na goods. It kind of feels like si Kilowash talaga yung naglalaro the way na yung macro ay ginawa ng Aura PH. Benecutie, ang talagang magandang ginagawa ni Benecutie, pag ginagamit niya yung Alice, alam niya kung kailan siya magpa-farm at alam niya kung kailan siya lalaban. For Aura PH, 5 minutes in, nakakuha agad siya ng double kill. Kasi alam niya na meron siyang pwedeng impact doon sa laban, especially dahil sa kanyang stun. And then Lord Hades, free as a bird in this game. Namatay siya nung nakuha na siya ng isang kill, but afterwards, nakapag-farm siya na maganda, lalong-lalo na yung gamit niya nung maximum range ng Death Sonata, makakuha ng isang kill dun sa Franco, tapos na-prep pa yung pag-kill dun sa Turtle. And Benecutie, like we always say, handang-handa sa paglaban even in the early stages. Yung mga bandang 5-minute, 8-minute kind of fights, hindi mo gagamitin agad yung Alice. Gusto mo mag-farm agad yung Alice. Pero yung Aura PH, lalong-lalo na itong si Benecutie, maganda yung kanyang command ng hero, kabisadong-kabisado at na-master. And now, it's gonna be more difficult para sa Omega. Bigla silang nawalan ng teamfight integrity kasi hindi sila nakapag-farm. Imagine kung maganda yung simula ni Franco, ni Eve, pati na rin ni Baxia, mahihirapan yung Aura PH when it comes to the team fights. Kaso completely different yung nangyari. Benecutie, parang it's just 10 minutes. Ilan na ang ambag ni Benecutie? 6-0 and 6. At hindi yun normally ang stats na makikita mo sa isang Alice, lalong-lalo na pag Alice controlled in the gold lane. Usually talaga magpa-farm at yung ibang mga players mo ang gagawa ng play around the map. But this time, ang ganda ng decision ng Aura PH. Alam nila na malakas sila even in the mid stages of the game. Ginamit din nila si Benedetta and of course the Kagura plus the Granger combo. Very deadly in the early stages, especially against squishy cores katulad ng Ling. Kaso nga lang ating MVP. 3-0 and 11. KDA with the Cho. That's JP, the MVP of the game. Brought to you by Smart, the official tournament co-partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. At lahat ng mga sinabi ko kanina doon sa highlights, this actually leads to the fact on why Aura PH was so comfortable. Bakit nakakasama si Alice dun sa may mid lane? Bakit ang comfortable ni Kagura? At bakit yung Benedetta ay confident na lumaban din kahit ba dun sa may mid-game stages pa ng ating laban dahil dito kay JP. His presence of mind, 70% of the kills ng Aura PH ay nanggaling din naman kay JP when it comes to kills and assists. At dahil dun sa kanyang pagiging invasive in a way or yung parang pagiging aggressive niya dun sa jungle part ng side ng Omega, doon na nga sila nahirapan. Uncatchable at hindi rin ma-reach na Cho ni JP. That's why they were able to win that round. But that was just game number 1. Tignan natin kung anong development ng ating series na to as we now throw it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Wolf. with the perfect show and the perfect time. It's time for Game 2 between Aura PH and Omega. What a game it was for JP, but we're now entering Game 2. Will we see another brilliant performance from Aura PH, or will Smart Omega adjust? And speaking of adjust, what can they do?
Well, Omega here, if they're going to be fielding a lineup with Hayes as the position 5 and Cortese as the position 4, they have shown in the past that they can run it very well with having with having a lineup that doesn't have a hard tank, and then instead going for a lineup that has a 2 mages, maybe something like the Giga up in the front line or Rafaela even, but then things like the Matilda, the Atlas, all those were banned. Atlas, of course, is still a traditional tank, but Hayes has played that really well. Was able to lead his team to a Game 2 win against LPE with that Atlas. I feel like Omega Esports are still going to try to run with having Hayes as a hard tank. But if Matilda doesn't get banned here, miraculously, and doesn't go to the hands of Aura as the first pick, Omega might want to run with that.
Yeah, but let's see if they're gonna do that. Let's see on who will make smart choices in the draft. Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Going to the first few bans of Aura PH, they ban out the Eve and the Uranus. Meanwhile, for Omega Esports, they take away the Diggy once again. None of our teams really want Diggy in the games. I think I already know why, but you know, together with the Diggy, they remove the Matilda as well. You talked about this Matilda early on. Are there other ways they could potentially abuse this if ever they got through with a Matilda pick?
Well, yeah, that will really empower the early game if you go for an early game to mid-game centric lineup because of of course, the early burst that you get from the Wisps, the movement speed, and the shield as well. But with them taking those out, maybe they're gonna open up something like the Rafael and the Angela. Pick one of those up for themselves. Maybe put the Angela on the hands of Hayes. Maybe even the Rafaela on the hands of Hayes. However, we have only seen the Angela on him. No Rafaela games yet from Omega. So I'm not completely sure if they have that as one of their cards or tricks that they want to play.
Who knows if they got brand new cards to play, but for Aura PH, they ban out the Jawhead as their 3rd ban in the first rotation of bans, which means they don't want to deal with the Jawhead, similar to what we've seen in match number 2, where Yaoi actually secured Game 1 for NXP by securing 2 kills in the first 3 minutes. It was insane gameplay coming in from Yaoi in match 2. But going into this match, you just said it. You talked about the Angela.
They're banning all the things I think Omega's going for. So RPS picks up the Selena. So this opens up the Popol and Koopa if Omega want to take it. Popol and Koopa with a Granger could be first really good picks here. We've seen that Selena has a hard time against Popol and Koopa because of the traps getting activated by the dog, Koopa blocking the Abyssal Arrow. But I hear an Alice pick up here, so it could be an Alice and a Granger or an Alice and a Popol and Koopa.
Oh, that's actually spot on. It's going to be an Alice and a Granger for Omega Esports. But speaking of Popol and Koopa, we actually saw it from Bren Esports as well yesterday. They picked that Popol and Koopa just to make sure that they have enough counters to the Selena, as you said. And for Aura PH, after that Selena pick, they go in for the more TikTok heroes here with a Cho and a Benedetta. You know what? Now that I think of it, Aura PH TikTok lineup.
Yeah, highlights for days is what you're going to be seeing here. And of course, that's going to be going on the hands of JP again. Omega might want to consider picking up the Rafaela as the tandem here for the Granger. I think Aura PH are going to be okay with not banning that, so Omega Esports might actually save that. They might go for a side laner. They might want to pick up the Paquito, which is still open here. The Baksha is also still open. Maybe they're even going to go for traditional tank, maybe a Sylvana. I'm just throwing out names here.
Yeah, but who knows? It just might be right. But speaking of tanks, it's not exactly a tank, but it's still tanky and hurts like hell. It's gonna be Paquito with a brand new skin as well, representing Philippines, Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Going back to the bans though, we are on the 2nd rotation bans of Game 2. Will there be some respect bans coming in from Omega Esports from the first game?
Yeah, if I'm Omega here, there is a slight possibility that Aura are going to put the Cho and the Benedetta on the side lanes, and then Selena's going to be played as the position 5, not even the 4. So they might want to ban out one of the mages here, maybe a Kagura, if that's something, if they're thinking that far ahead. So instead, they're going to be playing it safe. They're going to take out the gold laner in Harith. With the Cho, with how it's looking, yeah, I think that's going to be the safer route with the Cho playing pos 5, Selena playing position 4. They might even consider taking out the Claude. Aura sees that the Rafaela could slot in there, so they take that out. Yeah.
Looking at this whole scenario though, these are masterminds of the draft in work. The Rafaela will be the 4th ban for Aura PH, and now I think they're choking out the supports here. They're taking away the heals from this game, basically. The Angela's already out from the side of Omega Esports. For Aura PH, they ban out that Rafaela. Let's see if there's going to be follow-up bans regarding that. And speaking of the follow-up bans, a Natalia ban, I think this is a target ban, agreed.
Yeah, that's actually a great ban there by Omega Esports. Something that Aura PH still could have slotted in there. Have the Selena and the Natalia running together, pos 4, pos 5. So now that it's starting to funnel Aura PH more into going, okay, we're not going to allow you to flex that Cho. You're going to be playing that Cho as a tank because you're running out of options here. For Omega now, as they go in for the first pick, the Rafaela and Popol and Koopa have been taken out.
Nice.
Some great ban there by Aura PH. Omega Esports here might end up going for a traditional tank this time around. We still have things like the Atlas, the Tigreal, the Hylos available here, or they're going to lock in their mage. But I have a feeling that they might go for the mage pick last, unless... Yeah, Kagura can slot in there.
Still open.
Oh yeah, they might even run Kufra.
Now, there's a lot of options for natural tanks, natural setters, and a lot of our audiences are really excited to see those heroes as well. A lot of our audience watching right now are quite excited to see great sets, great tanks just at play and focusing on team fights, because that's where the action is basically. For Omega Esports, let's see if they're gonna go for the mage or are they gonna go for the tank. Baksha's still open, but I think they went for the Lunox. Oh, a Chang for the side of Omega Esports. They have massive range and damage right now.
Yeah, so that is gonna be the tank rounding out that lineup. Aura PH here, they still haven't showed their carry. I think if they want even more vision, they can go for the Yisan Shin, but oh, a Harley. So it's going to be an early game centric lineup here, early to mid. And they go for the Claude.
Claude
Okay.
gold lane, and the Cho will be played as a tank? Basically, wait, you know what? I'm a little bit topsy-turvy here for Aura PH. But Aura PH, definitely they have the damage by early to mid. The moment this Harley goes level 4, it's going to be a tough time for anybody of the squishy members from Omega Esports to survive, including the Chang'e and the Granger. The gap closer coming in from this Harley, the deadly magic would prove to be lethal unless stopped. And looking at Omega Esports, they don't have much of the CC.
Yeah, Atlas or Hylos here is going to be a great pickup for Omega Esports.
And before they just go for the Estes, they say,
Yeah.
I'll just chuck it in. Let's just go for the Estes.
They'll get that slow, but then that's stun.
They won't stop, but you know, they just, no, we like the nice one baby meta. But you know, they go for Rafflesia's signature pick against him. You know what, Rafflesia, you like rocking the grok? We're gonna grok in the rock. That doesn't make sense.
You know, I get it. I get what you're going for. I like it. I'm gonna build you up, man. That was great, the Womi.
Thanks, man. We're heading off to game 2 of Aura PH versus Omega Esports. Looking at the lineups, though, Reptar, who do you think? You know what? I'm not gonna ask who won the draft. These are both brilliant coaches, but who do you think will have the, let's just say, advantage by early to mid?
Well, it's going to be dependent on how Hayes is going to be playing this. Of course, the Grok would want to disrupt and to see if he's going to be going in deep into the jungle of Aura PH, deep into the jungle of Claude to disrupt it as much as possible. Maybe potentially get a steal, a cheeky steal, or force Benny QT to go back early on to stop his momentum of farming. Like, if he's going to start in one of the buffs, there's going to be Hayes there. He'll force him back, getting him really low. If they do that, that's going to be a great start for Omega PH. But then on the side of Aura PH, if Omega don't play aggressive, they have a good lineup that can stand toe-to-toe with Omegas in terms of the turtle objectives early on, because they have the Harley on their end, and that's some good damage coming out of them.
Good damage coming in from this Harley, and welcome to game 2 of Aura-PH versus Omega. Aura-PH is already in match point against Omega, and Omega still recovering for that tough defeat from yesterday. They would want to score points here in this matchup, and we're looking at a Granger right now. Granger has been a very popular marksman right now in MPL Season 7, and rightly so. The burst damage coming in from this dude is just insane.
Yeah, and now it's Aura-PH going to be playing aggressive though. This is bad.
Oh wow, Aura-PH, 4 members invested here. Did they steal the purple buff though? That's gonna be Lord Hades in the backside. I feel like they forgot that their marksman existed in the first place, but he does run away. Rafflesia looking for blood. Kenji might just be the first one to die, and that's gonna be first blood going to the Benedetta, the sword intent with a killer instinct.
Miscalculation there by Omega, leaving Hajizi. Now he doesn't have his purple buff. Harley got it, Lord Hades, and now he is gonna have a nice little lead by that turtle. I believe by the time Hajizi gets into the turtle area, he would have just hit level 4 from that Crammer up top.
Man, that was a great play coming in from Aura-PH, but a fun yet over yet. That's the deadly magic call. Will it burst down Kenji though? That's the Electo final blow. He just dashes away.
Wow.
Look at the beautiful turret dive from Aura-PH.
We've seen Rafflesia play tank for a really long time, but now he's showing he plays a mean turtle laner. Benedetta rocking that really well. Great play by Hades and Rafflesia to go after that Paquito.
A 2v1 dive against the Paquito, not giving Paquito any breathing room. The moment Lord Hades went level 4, it was like, let's go, deadly magic. But look at Hayes, just trapping the turtle won't be a problem at all. The range is there, but Hayes will be trying to disrupt this thing. That's a good damage coming in, but the turtle will be going to Lord Hades instead. Retribution comes in big, and that's the turtle secured for Aura-PH.
This is gonna be
deadly
another
magic though. Wait a minute, Hayes, he won't die. That's the dashes. One more Jeet Kundo, and that's a kill. Third kill for Aura-PH.
I really thought they set up that Guardian's Barrier on the turtle because Curtese was in the shrub, and I thought he was gonna toss that Meteor Shower in. I don't know if he didn't use it. I don't think he had it on cooldown. So, I don't know what happened there, but now Hajizi off to a bad start there.
JP as well. Bad wall coming in from Hayes, but look at the dashes. Green knows how to play. Just dashing in and out. Meteor Showers called just to clear out the way. Bandicutie though just poking out Toshi. Toshi's still alive. There's 3 members in the top side. Lord Hades, he might just go for it. Deadly Magic, look at the damage. The flicker to dodge, but Deadly Magic won't get him to die just yet. Alice going away with a blood flow.
That was so close. I feel like Toshi, when he went into that shrub, he was just like, oh, hey, okay, I'm gonna go the other way.
You know what? I'm gonna flicker away. I know I'm gonna die if I get all of those cards right in me. And it looks like the orange buff will be started here by the Granger. Hajizi, I think this is one of his first uncontested buff. Thank you very much for the breathing room, he says to Aura-PH.
Yeah, but now, because of the start that Omega had here, it's going to be hard for them to contest things. The best thing that they can do is toss in a Meteor Shower, deal a little bit of damage from range, and then don't dive in too hard.
That's going to be a big ultimate coming in from JP, but just might be too dangerous for him as well. No Shunpo just yet, but he burns it. Still dies, though, to the Rhapsody. Hajizi takes one back. That's the first kill for Omega Esports.
If Omega needs to play a little bit more conservatively, Aura can keep doing this. They can play a little bit more aggressively themselves because of the lead that they have here. It's not going to take too much to take down the members of Omega, especially their main key squishy hero targets.
Yeah, Greed lacks the mana, but he's just getting it right back though.
Wow.
And Greed still alive, survives that initial 3v1, but this just might be a turtle take for OMG if they go for it. But looks like Electo Final Blow is already burned.
JP going straight for Curtese, and he's going to try to disrupt this, but Omega, will actually be able to get a pick off. This might be great for them.
JP, that's actually a great kick, but looks like Turtle will be secured by Omega here. That's 5 people still going at it. Stolen away by Lord Hades as the fight continues. Hajizi low in HP, still going at it. Look at the Benedetta just dashing in and out. The sword intent. That's the Phantom Slash finishing him off. A kill, a turtle. OMG, Omega, how did you lose that one?
Man, that was a clear turtle there for Omega, but Hades not giving up on the play. I think Toji's gonna get picked off there by the Claude, but I think Toji, was able to get away there. And now the reason why Aura PH didn't initially have great positioning in the turtle is because Paquito was winning the lane against a Benedetta. Reflection was close to 50%. And so Omega had the positional advantage because Aura needed to be a little bit careful because they wouldn't have the Benedetta just yet. And that's why they started off the turtle really well. They almost took it down, but again, man, Coach will be proud.
Oh no, Hayes just went into the wrong bush and he just might be dead. That's gonna be a kill for the Selena. No Abyssal Arrow needed. Just the trap is enough. Meteor Shower is used defensively, and this is just Lord Hades having fun in this game right now.
And Aura is playing their lineup to perfection. Early game aggression pickoffs. And
but wait a minute, Kenji, a 4v1 underneath the turret. You don't even have to count that one already. The turret might just go fall down here, but JP is already recalling. Hayes will be providing protection to that turret, and it will not fall down.
And now Omega again finding themselves in the same scenario as game number 1. They just have to play defensively now. They have to play conservatively, even more so than they did earlier. They found some breathing room by that turtle take, but then they didn't get out on their hands. It was an unfortunate loss because that could have been used as momentum for them to start getting a little bit more control in this game, so that it wouldn't fully fall into the hands of Aura. But now Aura are just riding the momentum of being able to steal that turtle really, really well, with the golden staff already picked up by Benny Cutie.
Not only that, priority is on the side of Aura PH as they push down bottom lane and looking to take down mid lane as well, but it's really hard to do when Curtizi is in that Chang'e. Really hard to push with that Meteor Shower, so they haven't really found success in finding a target with that Abyssal Arrow. You know, it's just a warning shot. Cool guys, shoot out warning shots first.
Yeah, man. And now Omega, though, with a great taste of that warning, need to position themselves really carefully, especially Hayes, who just bit another one.
Well, that's not a warning shot. He actually went in, but that's going to be a turtle going to Lord Hades. Will there be a fight here for the turtle buff? That's going to, the purple buff, rather, that's stolen away from Lord Hades. But look at this, Rafflesia just goes in and out. What are those dashes? It feels like he's doing this by automatically just pressing the buttons, like the timing is perfect.
Too good here right now is Aura PH, and man, like I'm running through all the scenarios in my head. I'm really trying to find a way how Omega's gonna find a way to get back to this, but it's so hard. Hayes playing Grok, the Rock, feels like paper right now. Just too much damage coming outside of Aura.
And speaking of paper, that's a mega kill for Lord Hades, and Alice just melted under the pressure, and Kenji already 1/4 on HP. Hayes is the only one healthy here, but it won't be that healthy too long. JP's looking for that kick. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't land. Meteor Shower once again defensively used, but there's no more defense left. That's gonna be a kill for the Benedetta as he dashes in. Ice Queen 1 won't even matter. Curtizi is dead. But looks at it, there's still going to be a lot of fights here going around. Another kill going to the hands of this. Actually, of this. Wait a minute. Benny Cutie actually gets that kill.
Great play there by Aura. Again, it's gonna be really, really difficult now for Omega. Like, I feel like they're just delaying the inevitable at this point. Curtizi isn't even level 10 yet. He barely has enough damage to be a game changer with the Meteor Shower. Toji just cutting the lane that deep?
But I don't think that's the right idea there. That's the Abyssal Arrow landing. He is regenerating a little bit of HP, but he has to go out now. It's going to be too dangerous. Lord Hades is there. The killing spree going to the Selena. And this is just massive coming in from Aura PH. They're looking to get this sweep as an 8k gold lead builds up in 9 minutes.
Desperately trying to get control for his team with a 2-3 tower even base dive to cut the lane. That's a first.
13-2 is the kill score here. Things are heating up for the side of Aura PH. Aura Fire indeed. But looks like the Lord will be contested. JP zoning out 4 people. They still, the Wave of the Dragon landing. The Lord will be going to the hands of Aura PH, but the Claude picks up the Grok. The fight continues as the Hajizi will be dashing away. No safety for Hajizi. He finally goes down to the Vendetta, and that's 3 kills going to the side of Aura PH. And Aura PH finds the Lord, finds the kills, and this just might be the base.
This is not a luminous Lord, but it is going to be massive for Aura with their 34k gold, 11k gold lead over Omega. Omega are just gonna try their best to not make this so devastating, or make sure that it isn't even a GG push by Aura. But with all things considered, it's looking that this is going to be the end.
The end is nigh for Omega. Omega right now, they are grouping up inside the base for the final defense. The Lord is in the bottom side. Green a little bit too deep. The kill goes to the Alice, and this is huge for OMG. A 4v5 in their passively final push. They are in the bottom side right now. A 4v1. Rafflesia trapped inside the wall, but the dashes are there. They rotate in the mid lane. A 5v4 Electro final blow deals nothing right now. Rafflesia has to go back. They're rotating to the top side. They're going into the turns, but Toshi, you can't tank the deadly magic. The Winter's Truncheon goes clutch, and the turrets will fall down. This is already 4 objectives, no 3 objectives down for Aura PH, and they have to go back. They have to respect the damage, but the 1v1 happens near the bottom side. JP has other ideas. Change that. They're gonna go back. This was a good push from Aura PH, but an even better defense from Omega.
Yeah, and Omega are gonna need to just hold on tight, because Benicuri already picked up that Malefic Roar, so that's gonna be a lot of basic attack damage coming in really quickly. If Omega lose that turret down bottom, if Omega lose 3, or maybe even just lose 2, it's gonna be near impossible to defend that base. There's a lot of armor penetration and damage going out.
Oh, wait a minute. JP stuck in a rock in a hard place. 5v1, but JP has that revive, that immortality. That's what gives him courage right now. And Hayes just will whomp him there. Oh, great arrow coming in from Aura. Electro final blow traps him inside the monster kill for the Benedetta. The meteor shower won't even matter. And this is just Omega falling down to the hands of Aura PH. 4v5, what could they do?
And now Omega are doing the only thing that they can do now. They just try to clear the minion wave to stop this onslaught, but here comes Benny and again.
Toshi, really low in HP, has to regen, back to the base, 4v5, meteor shower to clear the minions, abyssal arrow won't be landing, that could have been massive. Now Aura PH, 65 seconds, again, after the Lord respawns, but Omega, things are looking dark. They are facing a 13k up Aura PH, and this is match point for Aura.
If Omega don't give Aura an opportunity to end this now, then Aura's just gonna wait for the Lord, but they smell blood on Hayes.
And this is the end. Omega 4v5 once again. Rafflesia just goes back. They are taking a methodical approach instead. What discipline it is from Aura PH.
Now I think we're seeing here just how much of a boon having Dale is on your squad if you're going up against Omega, because I feel like Dale told them the tendencies of the Omega players. Okay, he likes to go here, they like to do this, and
read like a book.
Yeah, read like a book. Rotation wise, Hayes just had an incredibly difficult time in this entire game. Hajizi as well was just pressured by the aggression there of Aura PH. Man, I feel like the Dale Derby, this first one, is gonna go for Aura.
This is another one of it, though.
Yeah.
Almost deja vu for Hayes. That could have costed him the game, and that was the same spot where he almost died with the deadly magic. But this is another chapter of the 1v1s against Toshi. But looks like there are other ideas.
Wow.
It's like a self alley-oop. It's like he just got sent to the board, passed to himself, then dunked right in. That's another kill going to Aura PH.
And if that ever happened in the slam dunk contest, I think that would be a 50. That's a 50 for sure.
That's a 50. It's like he jebaited. You think you're gonna escape? Surprise! Jack in the box.
Yeah, he jebaited. He got jebaited. He jebaited the judges. Everyone got jebaited. Just give them out of the 50. And I feel like this game isn't over yet. Definitely, the game's not over until the base breaks. But man, there's just an incredible lead right now. And again, it's been the same story for the past few minutes, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It's still a 17k gold lead by Aura PH.
And it's surprising that Aura PH isn't finishing this or isn't forcing things. 17k gold lead. Other teams would just run it down mid. But what they're doing is securing everything first, then running down mid. Because that's the safest thing to do. Risks aren't necessary. Let's try to secure this win as safe as possible.
JP, ooh. I thought there'd be like a wild play coming out of that knockup.
Oh, but let's look at this wild arrow. Looks like Toshi will be in trouble there. Half HP already. No way of the dragon just yet. But the abyssal arrow just keeps landing, baby. It looks like Kenji will be staying alive for now. Great base there. Great timing on the regen. But here comes the Lord. Here comes the end. The final chapter. The final blow, JP. They're focusing on the base. But looks like the damage is done and the story is wrote. Aura PH wins this by a sweep.
The first edition of the Daedalus Derby goes to Aura PH in expert fashion, dominant fashion, 2-0.
Aura PH securing 3 points with the first sweep of the day. We actually predicted that this is going to be a long day for us, another 3-game series. But look at those happy faces, those smiles. This winning moment is brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Say goodbye to those awkward itch-a-GG moments thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, mas mabango pa. And speaking of mabango, that was such of... What's the English word for mabango?
A good smelling game.
Good smelling game?
That game
Maybe
smelled
they
good.
used Head and Shoulders. Who knows? But yeah, going back to that game, beautiful series coming in from Aura PH.
Yeah, game 2, I really thought that Omega Esports would be able to turn things around. Forza game number 3, they had a good draft, but then again, the aggression, the control they had, man, greed, the abyssal arrows just kept on hitting, the information provided, the traps, JP disrupting. It was a good contrast to how Omega played game 1 and game 2, which was they were more defensive oriented. That Gra could have been aggressive, that Gra could have been more offensive minded, but no, they decided to play it safe. That cost them. That was a win by Aura 2-0. Again, congratulations.
What a solid game from Aura PH, but I'm quite sure our analyst has a lot of things to say about that game. So the analyst, I throw it back to you.
Thank you so much, casters. What a wonderful way to end the series para sa Aura PH. Nakita natin na maganda at dominant ang kanilang commanding victory in this game number 2, katulad ng game number 1. This time nga lang, ang difference is wala masyadong teamfight na nangyari. Pero yung genius ng Aura PH ay makikita mo sa pagpitas nila. My name is Wolf, your analyst. And why don't we look at the post-game stats brought to you by Smart, the official tournamental co-partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. I can see in the draft na hinayaan ng Omega na makuha ang Selena ni Greed side of Aura PH. And Aura PH, hindi man lang nagdalawang isip. Kinuha agad ng Selena. He also went for Benedetta. Na by the way ay mukhang bagong trend para kay Reflecia because of how he is able to master it. Now looking at the, I would say, isa sa mga pinakamalupit na players all throughout the weekend, Lord Hades. On this Harley, 6-0 and 9. We'll talk about his performance later, but gonna have to take note, siya ang dahilan kung bakit napaganda ang mga pickups para sa Aura PH. Now for Omega, I want you to look at the itemization of GZ. 1-4-2 with the Granger. Nakakuha ng Raptor Machete. Actually, dumating sa point na yung items ni Lord Hades ay dalawa na, apart from the level 2 jungle item, dahil din dun sa kanya mystery shop na out-farm niya si GZ at bukod doon ay mas maganda pa yung impact ng mga items na nakuha agad-agad ni Harley. To the fact, of course, na nakuha pa sila ng pickoffs in the early stages up until the mid-game. 4-0 in the early stages para sa isang Harley. It's gonna be very scary. You know what? However, para sa mga viewers natin, I know that you're watching and I know that you want some giveaways. So ito, perfect na perfect sa'yo. Every time nalalabas tayo sa post-game analysis segment, magkakaroon kayo ng chance na makakuha ng skin worth 599 diamonds. All you have to do is to scan this QR code. Make sure na isa kayo sa unang 30,000 na entries para sa ating live watching rewards and you get the chance for the treasure box. Now, speaking of treasures, ang talagang treasure para sa side ng Aura PH is yung galawan ni Lord Hades. And this is also backed up by Selena of Greed and Reflecia's good performance on the side laning Benedetta. And by the way, these game highlights are brought to you by Smart, the official tournamental co-partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Again, Aura PH, utilizing yung kanilang side lanes early on. Kasi nga naman, Benedetta plus Cho, ito. This is a good duo kasi ang daling pumunta sa ibang parts ng mapa. Lord Hades yung kanyang unang dalaw dito sa may bottom lane. 4-0 agad ang Aura PH 4 minutes in. And if you're looking at Lord Hades, 2-0 and 2 agad. 100% kill participation in the early stages. Makakuha ang Omega ng return kills pero para lang kay JPN. And Lord Hades with the clutch usage of the Retribution, he is also a level ahead of Haji ng time na yon. Level 7 lang kasi, level 6 lang si GC, level 7 pa lang si Lord Hades noon. And we know na kapag lamang ka ng levels sa retrihan, lamang na lamang ka talaga. Lalo na sa second turtle. Now, Toshi gonna be pummeled dun sa may top lane. Unfortunately para sa Omega, yung kanilang way para i-split yung mapa gamit ang Alice, pati na rin itong Pakito ay hindi nila na harness. And this is because of the overall maneuvers of Aura PH. Lalong-lalo na rin si Benny QT. Just like in the previous game na impactful ng kanyang Alice play, this time as the COD, make sure niya na hindi siya na-contest dun sa may top lane, nanghingi siya ng tulong pag kailangan at lumalaban siya kapag feel niya na kaya niyang kunin. And look at this, JP zoning out the members of Omega, Lord Hades untouched once again. Dahil ang Omega hindi makapwesto ng tama sa panggugulo nila Greed, nila JP at nila Benny Cutie sa may likuran. And unstoppable agad dito ang Harley ni Lord Hades for Aura PH. And this has also really helped a lot para sa Aura PH. Kita mo yung stuns coming out from Greed and yung panggulat nila dahil sa damage output coming out from Reflesha as well as Benny Cutie. To top it all off, the Harley was phenomenal all throughout this match. And I think this Aura PH lineup, bukod sa maganda yung draft na nakuha nila in this particular game, comfort playstyle din nila yan, and they also played well. And look at this, Greed, signature hero with the Selena 4-1 and 6. Don't let Greed touch the Selena or else you'll lose. The MVP of the game was brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. And Greed, making this a free game for Harley, I wanna say. Bakit? Yung vision pa lang. Pangalawa, yung stuns pa lang nakuha niya. And many pro players that I've always asked, OP ba talaga ang Selena? And they always say, hindi. Pero pag binigay mo sa mga players, sa mga teams na kabisado paano gamitin ang Selena, it's very scary. The vision is there. Yung factor na meron kang 3-second stun in all of the stages of the game, out of nowhere, and the burst down potential, lalong-lalo na sa map control from early up until the late game. That's the reason why teams will always just ban out, straight out ban out yung Selena against Aura PH. But what a series it has been for our page. What a weekend even. 4-0 all throughout this weekend. And I know na kahit si Kiluwash ay wala sa part ng Aura PH, they are gonna be celebrating. And that is worthy for them. And of course, maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga nanood. This has been your Analyst Wolf. And let's now get it back to the desk.
Greed with the arrow post and a lot of arrows landing as well in that game. It was such a beautiful display of talent from Greed, and it gave them the 2-0 sweep against Omega Esports. Meanwhile, for Omega, it's still a sad story for them since last night. But what's your final thoughts about that series?
Well, Aura PH, they made a statement that they are the best in the Group of Death Group A because of the results of today, with Work not being able to win their series and Aura winning this 2-0, giving them 3 points. I think later when we go back to the panel and they analyze what happened, Aura is going to be on the top of Group A.
Man, Aura securing 3 points right now. And MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. We have been your casters for this beautiful series that Aura win 2-0. My name is Uwomi, and together with me is the one and only Reptar, and we will be sending you to the panels in a bit. So we're just gonna stand here and chill, and we hope that you stay safe and stay clean.
That was the first clean sweep of the day. Now you're watching the post show of MPL. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Eto na ang ating bagong mythical raffle draw. Pwede kayong manalo ng mga papremyo. All you have to do is scan this QR code right over here. Answer the quiz that we have in there. Sobrang dali lang. 4 or 5 questions para manalo kayo ng mga in-game prizes. Hindi lang yan. Just for watching. Kung ayaw nyo sumagot ng quiz, meron tayong live watching rewards. Scan this code right over here. First 30,000 to fill up the form can win every game day. Magkakaroon kayo ng treasure chest kung saan pag na-open nyo yun, pwede kayong magkaroon ng skins, diamonds. Meron tayong skins worth 599 diamonds. So sobrang exciting yan. And exciting din ang mga laban na nasaksihan natin ngayong araw na to. Ito ang match results for today. Today's triple header. Itong Work Auster Force and Blacklist International. 2-1 ang Blacklist ang Work Auster Force. Second game natin, another 2-1. Nexplay winning this game kontra Cignal Ultra. And we have the first sweep of the day, MPL-PH ng Ibabaw kontra Omega Esports. Anong masasabi nyo dun sa laban na yon? So first, let's start with Work Auster Force kontra Blacklist International. It was a battle of the top.
And if anything, it was Work Auster Force almost breaking the code sa Blacklist International. Ang lapit na nila eh. It was just that one play from Three Martisi that he checked the brush and he fell down. Ang ganda sana ng defense nila dun during Game 3 to turn things around. It's sad to see na ganun nangyari sa Work Auster Force, pero at the same time, we're coming closer and closer to breaking the code of Blacklist.
Parang alam ng Work Auster yung way eh. Hindi lang nila na-type. Alam mo yun, alam nila yung code pero hindi lang nila na-ipasok. They forgot to press enter and it led to a 2-1.
Grabe kasi silang dalawa, they're at the top, but somebody had to come tumbling down. And in this case, unfortunately for Work Auster Force, it was them, but Blacklist International still unblemished record. Oh, by the way, ito ang ating current team standings. Updated natin ngayon dito. MPL-PH, ang lakas nila with 11 points sila ngayon. Nauna, umakyat sila. Ang Work Auster Force naman, bumaba sa ating second place with 10 points. Very, very close. Followed by Bren sa gitna, Onyx, and Cignal Ultra. Sa Group B naman, Blacklist International, wala pa rin tumatalo sa kanila, 100% match win rate at 11 or 13 points. Followed by Exe, NXP tumaas, Omega bumaba naman sila ngayon sa number 4th spot, and LPE at number 5. Are there any surprises right now with the changes in the standings?
Honestly, I thought, well, not talking about the specific matches, but I thought someone would have beaten Blacklist by this week. But as Bonchan and the rest of Blacklist have shown, talagang mahirap i-decode ang ginagawa ng Blacklist. But that aside, I'm also surprised with how tight the competition is in Group A.
Yeah, it's as tight as it can get, right? You're tying a knot over another knot to just make sure it's secured, and that's exactly what Aura and Work Auster Force have been showing.
11 and 10! 11 and 10! Kahit na nag-sweep na, ang Aura, nagmamadali yata sila kanina, may lakad yata. But again, there's nowhere to go. It's still a lockdown. You have to hit the sack early dahil meron tayong curfew. But nagmamadali sila and they swept Omega. Still, 1 point lang ang pagitan.
1 point na yung pagitan and can still turn everything around for themselves, you know? And
napaka-importante talaga na magkaroon kayo ng 2-0 para mas umakyat kayo ng standing sa mas mabilis. Dahil kapag na 2-0 nyo inyong kalaban, automatic 3 points yan. And meron tayo ngayon na MVP of the Week, Blacklist International making a statement. Blacklist International was tested in 2 matches this week, but they end week 3 as the only undefeated team in the tournament and the leaders in Group B. And one reason for that has been the play of Oheb. His use of Alice proved to be too much for Nexplay Esports back in day 2, while his use for Harith and Alice helped Blacklist fend off Work Auster Force in their battle of the group leaders. Now for that, he earns the nod as the MVP of the week.
Man, Oheb's Harith has only lost twice throughout the entirety of the season so far, and he's just showing that he is one of the best side laners that we have in the league, and even more so for Blacklist International. His perfect usage of Alice as well, especially in some of the other games that he has played throughout this entire week, just proved how crucial his timing is with the blood orbs, getting the micro stuns when it matters, and just propping the proper use of the Winter Truncheon to just add a little bit more time for his team to back him up.
Yep, all that, and this proves that to be a great MVP and to really do your job in your whole lineup, hindi mo kailangan maging masyadong flashy. Sa totoo lang, Oheb just stuck to his heroes, played what he knew, and did what he needed to do to help out Blacklist International stay on top. Again, undefeated. Kamunti ka na. I understand what Work Auster Force was doing today. I think they tried to choke out a little bit of the side lanes as well. Force Oheb into heroes that maybe he wasn't as comfortable with. Pero wala, gumana pa rin eh.
Gumana pa rin. And he still had access to the Harris. He still had access to the Alice. He still had access to the typical side lanes that he has, because up until today, the only time that people are able to shut down Blacklist was because they were trying to shut down Oh My Venus and Eson at the same time. Pero I feel like the focus of everybody, every single team out here against Blacklist International has to be against the side lanes, even more so against Oheb.
Ito yung laban nila, NXP kontra Blacklist International. How great was he for this game? Grabe talaga, ang ganda talaga ng ipinapakita ni Oheb. And for that, he earns the nod as MVP of the week.
Yep, play after play. And this is just one matchup. This is their sweep of NXP. And here you can see Wise playing a Granger and you see Eson playing the Kufra. Parang hindi ito yung natural hero sila. Hindi sila sanay sa ganito. I mean, not as an inside info, but as just what we're used to in the league. No? It's not their first go-to. It's not a comfort pick. But because Oheb played so well on the Alice, pinahirapan niya yung arguably comfort picks ng mga nasa NXP. Now here's another matchup. Oh, and this one was fresh. This is from today. This is the Work Auster Force versus Blacklist series, and this is Oheb on a. Oh no, this is our highlights now. There's no Oheb to be seen.
Yeah, no Oheb to be seen. Oh, there you go. There is the Alice being
He's
shown.
back.
He's back. We're back, and it's really just Blacklist International. This is just really Oheb. Knowing when to micro himself in the fights. We've seen beautiful blood orbs from him. Every time he pops the Zaman Force, even if he synchro dashes away from a projectile, he always does so properly.
Yep, and he was baiting Chu here. Oh, mapapatay nila ni Wise ang dalawa, si Unravel at si Chu. And again, it's not just the clean finishes, it's also those close calls na magaling si Oheb.
And this was game number 3, if I'm not mistaken, where they were able to go for the siege up. Work had a good lineup here, but Oheb in the back lines was just able to burst out Kosei. And even that 2-man micro stun just sealed the deal for Work Auster Force throughout the entire game.
Yep, and marunong kasi si Kosei, magaling si Kosei mag-alis. But in this moment, in this one-team fight, si Oheb ang nagwagi. Again, congratulations to Blacklist and congratulations to Oheb. Very, very well-deserved.
Oheb really showing his stuff today, kaya siya talaga ang nakaagaw pansin, and it was an unanimous decision to have him as the most valuable player of the week. Meron din tayong mga magagandang plays na nasiyahan ngayong araw na to. Ito ang ating smart top 5 plays of the game, number 5.
Number 5, this is Omega versus Aura. Very, very fresh. This happened literally minutes ago. And look at Hajizi. Oh, he's about to get caught out here. JP knocks him up. Wave the Dragon into that death bush, and makakapag-tempe sa Blaze pa siya palayo, pero tatapusin siya dito ni Benny Cutie, and then Hayes is gonna follow down.
Here on number 4, Work Auster Force versus Blacklist. RTZ is just phenomenal, just allowing Chu to really light up that match. It was a good attempt to go for the stun for a 2-man knockup to set things up for Chu. And that wave the Dragon was there. But then again, Oheb here just baits out Chu and Unravel, and because of that, he bloods orbs in, allowing Wise and Oheb to secure the kill.
Man, bawian sila. One good play for another. But this is the NXP and Cignal game number 3. And I believe this is where James pulled off a TikTok-worthy moment. 2v1, linaro niya. And here, he uses the perfect eye for an eye, and he stops Rhea in his tracks, knocking out 2 from Cignal Ultra.
And here at number 2, again, another fight from Work Auster Force and Blacklist International. And again, this is another Oheb highlight. Despite the fact that Work Auster Force is looking like they have the superior hold in this fight, that even if you have the Angela on you, Chu, it's not enough, because Oheb will just flicker forward, give you the micro stun, and just turn the tides against you.
Yep, si Chu pumasok sa likod pero yung tunay na threat ay nasa harap pala. Si Oheb ang ating MVP for the week. And I think it all came crashing down. But for number 1, this is going to be from the same matchup, game number 2, I believe. And this is where Kosei pulls out his own version of the Alice play, coming in. Stunning 3. Susunod na lang ang mga kapatid niya sa Work Auster Force gonna finish the job here. Oh, Winter Truncheon, he grew as a player. They're still wailing away at the mid turret. At papasok na naman ulit dito si Unravel. And Chu's gonna clean up house. Isang namatay si Kosei, but it was worth it.
It was worth it completely.
And that was our top 5 plays of the game. Meron din tayong ipapakita sa inyo kasi kailangan malaman nyo kung ano nga ba ang schedule natin sa susunod na Thursday. We're gonna have another triple header, Cignal Ultra versus Aura para sa 2 p.m. game. Susunod dyan, Omega versus Blacklist. And our last series of that day for Thursday, Work Auster Force kontra sa defending champs ng brand. That is gonna be so interesting. Which game are you really looking forward to see?
We'll hit it from the bottom up. Work Auster Force versus Bren Esports. Ito ang ating World Championship winning scrim partners. Alright? We took the title because of these two teams working together. And now, Season 7, alam ko may rematch to pero ito yung unang beses nila maglalaban. Super excited.
And for me, I'm gonna take it from the top down. I'm watching Cignal versus Aura here just because of the fact that Cignal Ultra had a very bad start this week. Gusto kong makita yung improvements na meron silang gagawin from Monday to Wednesday to reset themselves, to set themselves up for success for the entirety of the season, and that match is crucial for them to bounce back.
And will Omega decode Blacklist?
Oo, kasi itong Blacklist, they're undefeated. Are they gonna be complacent? Or with Omega, will they be more hungry than Blacklist International? Napaka-interesting talaga ng ating Thursday next week. Kaya dapat tumutok lang kayo. At ngayon, gusto namin pasalamat sa inyong lahat because you spent your family fun day Sunday with us. Ito, sa laban natin. At itong buong week 3, how have things changed? Your expectations? Alam ko kasi, bago tayo pumunta sa ating week 3, mga predictions kayo. Nasira ba yung prediction mo? Ano nga ba yung talaga nasurpresa kayo doon?
I had one day of predicting, that was yesterday. And parang 50-50 ako eh. Tama yung result, pero mali yung score or vice versa. But the thing is, I think since we're approaching the halfway mark, parang dito natin pwedeng sabihin kung sino talaga yung mga teams na hiyang sa ating metagame. So that being said, I think come week 4, especially knowing that we have, again, 4 days of broadcast, I feel like the more predictions we make, or the more we get to know these teams, the easier it'll be to figure out what the outcome is.
Yeah, I agree. Me personally, my expectations were mostly broken. I got surprised by some of the results that we've had throughout the past 4 days dito sa MPL sa week 3 natin. And one of them is Cignal. I expected them to be coming out of the corner strong, swinging already. And another one is Work Auster Force coming out on top of the leaderboard in their groups. That's surprising to me.
Congratulations to Blacklist, to Aura, at sa koponan ng Nexplay, siguradong nag-iingay na naman ng kanilang mga fans sa social media. And speaking of social media, suportahan po natin ang ating mga paboritong koponan. Let's leave them great comments to motivate them for the upcoming week 4. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat sa pagtutok. Next week, samahan niyo muli kami. Another 4 days straight of triple header. At mamaya, abangan niyo ang pinakabagong episode ng MPL Chillax. It's gonna come out later on today. Ako po si Mara Aquino. Sa ngalan ni Nomad, ni Leo, ang ating mga shoutcasters sa English and Tagalog broadcast, at pati na rin ang ating very hardworking production staff, we're wishing everybody to be safe and be protected. As we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing face masks, face shield, sanitizing, and proper hand washing. Most importantly, staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Stay safe, everyone, and keep it good vibes. See you next week.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head & Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.